Chapter 2177. Lin Fei didn't have time to think. He pushed the blood heaven seal to its limit, and the power of space and time formed a strange space below him. 6 10-star battle emperors appeared in the sky-piercing whirlpool. Their tyrannical auras attacked the sky-piercing whirlpool, and the remaining power kept hitting the blood heaven seal. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure in the Mountain of God Emperor. It's comparable to a supreme treasure. Among the 6 10-star battle emperors, a skinny old man shot out a sharp light from his eyes. His skinny palm grabbed forward, and with a loud rumbling sound, the power of space and time was forcibly torn apart. The skinny palm turned, and Lin Fei, who was standing on the blood heaven seal, suddenly felt that the whole world was falling into his palm. This is a great divine ability that can capture the stars and the moon. It wasn't the first time that Lin Fei had seen such a divine ability, but this was the most powerful one he had ever seen. This didn't scare Lin Fei. From the moment his opponent displayed his divine ability, Lin Fei knew that his opponent was stronger than him. He opened the little devil to analyze his opponent's combat power. Bang! The blood heaven seal was of a high grade, and its divine ability was terrifying, but it still couldn't suppress it. Bang! Bang! The blood heaven seal collided with the palm, and a terrifying force spread out, sending the skinny palm flying. Cracks were left on the palm. 18 doppelgangers, move out. These 6 10-star battle emperors were stronger than him. After all, he had just entered this level, and his strength was inferior to them. Boom! 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 The 18 doppelgangers rushed into the sky-piercing whirlpool, and the blood heaven seal's endless devouring ability was activated, plundering their life force and energy. Swish! 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 The 6 10-star battle emperors had an additional armor on their bodies, and their faces were flickering with mysterious light. Leave this place quickly. He's DT on, and these are his 18 doppelgangers. With regards to this generation's God Emperor of the sealed world, they had all understood him. After truly witnessing his prowess, they wanted to say something. What a scam! The news that circulated in the world of the 33 sacred heavens didn't take DT on seriously, so their evaluation of him naturally wasn't good. At this moment, they all wanted to curse those people. This was obviously a 10-star battle emperor. Who said that he was an ordinary battle emperor? Wasn't this a blatant lie? With the help of the blood sky seal, there were 6 10-star combat emperors. Those who weren't peak 10-star battle emperors naturally couldn't withstand the siege. After a round of siege, they were all killed and contributed 2 to 3 billion energy points to Lin Fei. This kind of speed was insignificant compared to the power boost of 100 billion points. If other combat emperors were to find out about this, they would probably cry their hearts out. Many a little makes a mickle, and it wouldn't take a long time. He would be able to break through to the peak of the 10-star battle emperor realm. The news of me killing a 10-star battle emperor should spread quickly. It will be much more difficult to kill them after that. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Killing 6 10-star battle emperors wasn't too difficult. If the next wave of 10-star battle emperors increased in number, or if they had some powerful treasures that could withstand the endless devouring power of the blood sky seal, Lin Fei believed that they would soon be able to withstand his attack. When that time came, they really wouldn't be able to withstand it. The origin fruit still needs some time to ripen. Let me clone a batch of subordinates first. Lin Fei wasn't an idiot. He didn't want to act violently here. If he used tactics to attack, 9-star battle emperors would consume their energy, and then he could attack them. It would be much easier, and at the same time, he could preserve his energy. Lin Fei's biggest advantage now was that he had control over a large amount of destiny energy. At the same time, this was also a big disadvantage. Once the destiny energy was consumed too much, it couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. He would be in danger. Cloning a batch of subordinates meant that he would have the power to resist. Lin Fei was very decisive. He kept the blood sky seal and left the Mountain of God Emperor. He believed that at this time, those fellows from the world of the 33 sacred heavens wouldn't blindly rush in. It was time. After leaving the Mountain of God Emperor, Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace. Is there a defensive energy tower to protect the Invincible Palace? The Mountain of God Emperor and the Sealed World were in two different locations, but Lin Fei believed that those people had the power to enter. Lin Fei had to prepare for a rainy day. For example, building a defense. Even though he had built it before, Lin Fei felt that it wasn't too safe. With the support of time and space, it would be easily destroyed by a 10-star battle emperor. For the sake of safety, Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to strengthen it. Master can exchange for a defensive energy tower. This type of energy tower can withstand the attack of a 10-star battle emperor. Every defensive energy tower can automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth, and convert it according to a certain ratio. Master need not worry. It can't be that every defensive energy tower also needs 10 million units of mysterious energy, right? It only needs 3 million. According to the size of the Invincible Palace, Master only needs to buy 6 of them, and you can set up a perfect defensive energy tower formation. 6. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. This required 18 million units of mysterious energy. 6 it is. Help me exchange for them. Ding. Consumed 18 million units of mysterious energy. Within Lin Fei's system space, there were 6 marked defensive energy towers. At the same time, there was also a route for deployment. 6 defensive energy towers, each one was 1,000 zhang tall. Once they were set up, the black defensive energy towers began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. As the 6 towers were set up, the 6 defensive energy towers formed a cycle, enveloping the entire city around the Invincible Palace. This is great. Through his divine sense, Lin Fei clearly found out that 3 million units of defensive energy towers was a good deal. After the 6 defensive energy towers formed a cycle, they could use the energy of heaven and earth to defend in the shortest time possible. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the towering defensive energy towers, even though it cost more than 10 million units of mysterious energy. When the fight for the origin fruit is over, I must buy a high-grade energy tower, and plunder all the heavens mandate energy in the Mountain of God Emperor. Lin Fei now knew that the Mountain of God Emperor space was formed from a fragment of the wildland world, and at the same time, it contained origin energy. Lin Fei was even more excited to see how much mysterious energy he could get from the origin fruit. Ding. Cloning complete. An hour wasn't long. Lin Fei heard the voice that he wanted to hear the most. At this moment, the cold voice of the system was no longer unpleasant to the ears, but pleasant to the ears instead. Release them all. 100 hideous and ferocious sword slaves appeared before Lin Fei, emitting a murderous aura. F***K, this is too scary. Lin Fei had no doubt that these sword slaves would give people quite a fright if they were to go outside. For those who were timid, a single glance from them would leave behind an indelible nightmare, and their cultivation would come to a halt. They would no longer have the chance to advance. Lin Fei didn't feel anything about this, but he felt that the system's modification of the sword slaves was far beyond his imagination. Who would know that these sword slaves were cloned from Bai Wui's genes? 100 sword slaves soared into the sky. 9-star combat emperors were extremely ferocious, and their sword intents interweaved together, cutting through the void. 100 sword slaves are already so terrifying. If there are 10,000 or 100,000 sword slaves, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Let's clone 50,000 sword slaves and 50,000 saber slaves first. Lin Fei gave the order to clone. Let's clone 100,000 combat emperors first. Lin Fei also kept all the ores. In any case, these materials were useless to him, but they were extremely useful for cloning a war emperor powerhouse. The divine world also started to move. Lin Fei didn't let any of the ores go. Every ore mine was confiscated, and a steady stream of ores was sent over. Although 100,000 combat emperors wasn't a lot, it would consume 100 million units of mysterious energy. At the same time, it would require a huge amount of ores. Otherwise, it would be impossible to clone them. Lin Fei had no choice but to risk it. Since all the superpowers had yet to arrive, he had to clone enough underlings. At the same time, a piece of news spread across the world of the sage. The sacred clans, the Thousand Swords Villa and the Holy Blade Gate were some of the superpowers that were attacked by Di Tian in the Mountain of God Emperor. They were all annihilated. At the same time, there was another piece of shocking news. That Di Tian had a magnate-grade treasure that could absorb all life force and energy. At first, no one believed it. How could a mere Mountain of God Emperor have a magnate-grade treasure? Who didn't know that the sealed world was sealed by an unparalleled expert? Moreover, it was the strongest expert. One could imagine how strong the sealed world was. It was impossible for a magnate-grade treasure to be left behind in a place like this. Soon, news came back one after another. They were all images sent back by the clones before they died. They had seen the true appearance of the magnate-grade treasure. Especially the Thousand Swords Villa and the Holy Blade Gate. The magnate experts in their sects had personally inspected the treasure and confirmed that it was indeed a magnate-grade treasure. No matter what, it was undoubtedly a magnate-grade treasure. This was going to be interesting. Giant-level treasures had appeared in the sealed world, and all the forces were tempted. Even the Lord of the Holy Heaven was tempted. In the entire world of the 33 Holy Heavens, any giant-level treasure was worth fighting over. It would set off a bloodbath. Wui, you have done a great job. This is a mixed energy pearl. It can help you recover the energy that your clones lost. Inside the Thousand Swords Villa, Bai Wui was overjoyed. The mixed energy pearl was a special treasure. It contained a large amount of energy and could recover the energy that the clones lost. Thank you, Ancestor. At the front, there was a blurry figure with a strong will that surpassed all the combat emperors. Everyone subconsciously retracted their aura in front of this blurry figure. This was a magnate-grade ancestor. Any magnate-grade ancestor had boundless power. The Thousand Swords Villa also had a magnate-grade expert. On top of that, the sword puppets were naturally strong. Their combat power could transcend levels. The magnate-grade ancestor of the Thousand Swords Villa also had a certain status among the magnate-grade experts. Chapter 2178. Boom boom boom. After confirming that there was a magnate-grade treasure in the sealed world, the various forces in the 33 sacred heavens started to deploy their strongest experts into the Mountain of God Emperors. On this day, a few powerful auras tore through the void and appeared in the Mountain of God Emperors. The auras of these figures were so powerful that the surrounding space was distorted. As soon as they appeared, beams of profound light burst forth, and a rare solemn look appeared on their faces. Why aren't there any attacks? Did we come to the wrong place? No, we must have come to the Mountain of God Emperors. This is different from what we expected. The few of them looked at each other. Clearly, they did not expect this to happen. It was just a false alarm. The native of the sealed world had a magnate-grade treasure in his hands. Once the treasure appeared, it would plunder everything. The few vanguards were still wary of it. Search the surroundings. The few figures dispersed. After a short while, they gathered together again. No one. There are no living beings in the entire Mountain of God Emperors. We can report now. Invincible Palace. Lin Fei smiled. Vanguards? Interesting. Currently, Lin Fei had set up a large number of surveillance devices in the entire Mountain of God Emperors. As long as he wanted to see something, the system would immediately send it to the corresponding location. Even in the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei knew the situation of the Mountain of God Emperors like the back of his hand. Wait until I cloned 50,000 sword slaves and saber slaves, then, hua hua hua. After confirming that there was no danger, waves of forces arrived in the Mountain of God Emperors. Powerful divine senses covered the entire Mountain of God Emperors. More than 10 powerful auras stood in the sky and covered the entire Mountain of God Emperors with their divine senses. When they saw the situation of the Mountain of God Emperors, their faces turned ugly. That bastard Tian is too shameless. An old man yelled. That bastard should die. He actually moved the monarch beasts in the mountain of god emperors and even the people in the cities away. He left a barren mountain of god emperors for us. All the heaven yuan spirits underground have been plundered. All the good stuff is gone. These experts felt that they were too shameless. Now, when compared to Tian, they simply paled into insignificance. I didn't expect the sealed world to produce such a bastard. Interesting. A woman dressed in black had a voluptuous figure. She was extremely hot, and a single glance from her was enough to turn the world upside down. He said with a smile. Little slut, put away your great sky demon technique. Be careful that I don't get angry and kill you. Don't think that I will be polite to you just because you are from the Sky Demon Palace. The Sky Demon Palace is useless in front of me. The burly man, who had a stocky build and a stocky waist, wore an animal skin battle suit, coldly stared at the black-clothed woman not far away. Barbarian bears. You're all brawn and no brains. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. I'd like to experience the secret techniques of your demon sect. The black-clothed woman continued to smile. Her chilling killing intent caused people to be secretly afraid. Some of the people at the side were silent, while others were gloating. Heavenly Devil Palace? I didn't expect them to come. Lin Fei was lying on the sofa with a pile of delicious food in front of him. They watched while eating. Everything was as expected. The detection device didn't carry any aura. Even if these people were 10-star battle emperors, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. Such surveillance equipment was not cheap. Fortunately, Lin Fei could afford it. Senior Zhan Wuming once said that the Sky Demon Palace was the strongest force in the 9th Holy Heaven. Their Sky Demon Palace had one of the 10 great ultimate skills, the 18 heavens of the Sky Demon. It was rumored that the Sky Demon Palace once had an unparalleled genius who cultivated this technique to the 18th heaven and became the strongest person in the 33 Holy Heavens. I didn't expect the Heavenly Devil Palace's disciple to be a female. The other burly man should be an expert from the demon sect, one of the major forces in the world of the 11th Sage. Their true forms are all ferocious immortal beasts. They are not a simple force. Lin Fei had some understanding of them, so when he compared them one by one, he immediately had a vague outline. Little bitch, you're courting death. Barbarian Bear bellowed. His voice was like a great bell. A few tall mountains not far away rumbled and split into pieces. Dust flew everywhere. With a slap of his thick palm, black tornadoes were set off. The wind howled violently. The surrounding people retreated one after another. Barbarian Bear is indeed the pride of the demon sect. I heard that not long ago, Barbarian Bear killed a 10-star battle emperor from the world of the 28th Sage. Although Barbarian Bear is powerful, he may not be a match for the Sky Demon Rainbow. After all, the Sky Demon Palace has the 10 great ultimate skills. Barbarian Bear's attack was very domineering. Tornadoes whistled through the air. Everywhere they passed, whether it was the space or the earth, everything was turned to dust. This was the combat power of a 10-star battle emperor. Your power is fierce, but it depends on who you're dealing with. The Sky Demon Rainbow snickered. Without any movement, it went straight for Barbarian Bear. Someone immediately exclaimed. This is the Sky Demon Shadow. I didn't expect him to cultivate the Sky Demon Shadow to this level. The whistling tornadoes came one after another. With gentle steps, the black-clad heavenly demon Rainbow Dress dodged all of them. When she arrived before the Barbarian Bear, her slender fingers curled and shot out 3 gusts of wind. Sky Demon Finger. Barbarian Bear's face turned serious. He took out a mace and used it to block in front of him. The figure of a giant bear appeared behind him. Bang! 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 The Sky Demon Rainbow landed on the mace 3 times. Little bear, you can't do it. The Sky Demon Rainbow laughed. Barbarian Bear crashed into a huge mountain, causing it to split into pieces. There was a hint of fear on his fierce face. Only he knew how terrifying the sky demon finger was. Little bitch, you're the best today. Let's wait and see. Barbarian Bear turned and left. In a few breaths, he disappeared without a trace. Miss Sky Demon, you're still as elegant as ever. They're just barbarians from the demon sect. Why bother with them? Many people chimed in. The Sky Demon Rainbow still had a smile on her face. I heard that the natives of the sealed world are quite interesting. I'll take my leave first and meet this native. Leaving behind a graceful figure, the Sky Demon Rainbow left the crowd. There were a few people who subconsciously swallowed their saliva. I'm afraid that this native has become their main target. Lin Fei was not interested in being labeled as a native. Of course, he was not interested in these city people either. Chapter 2179. This was not the only group of people that appeared under the spatial whirlpool. After confirming that there was no danger in the mountain of God Emperor, the forces of the 33 sacred heavens descended one after another. Even the master of sacred heaven arranged for his capable subordinates to enter the mountain of God Emperor. The forces that entered all cursed because the resources in the mountain of God Emperor had all been plundered. They were all angered to death after entering. There was nothing more despicable than this. D. Tian, this aboriginal, was truly outrageous. The mountain of God Emperor was formed from a fragment of the wasteland world. The quality of the resources that grew inside was extremely high. They had originally come for the origin fruit, but who didn't want to bring more back? After all, it was rare for the mountain of God Emperor to open. Who would have thought that the shameless aboriginal would plunder all the resources? Other than the useless trees, there was not a single living thing. For a moment, the crowd was filled with complaints. Lin Fei had attracted a lot of hatred. After confirming that there were no more resources, these forces prepared to head to the sealed world. Divine Realm. In reality, as the ruler of this unified place, Emperor Lin Fei did not really manage it. After all, Lin Fei had no interest in management. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Divine Realm was just a place to obtain resources. He really didn't care about population. Hua. A black figure landed in the Divine Realm. The sealed world is the sealed world. There is not a trace of destiny energy. No wonder no one is interested in this place. If not for the origin fruit's appearance, no one would be willing to come here. The demonic rainbow was dressed in black. She stood in the sky above the Divine Realm. She had an indescribable resistance towards this sealed world. The absence of destiny energy made her dislike it even more. Hua. The demonic rainbow headed towards the nearest city. From the big forces in the city, the demonic rainbow got the information she wanted and returned to the sky above the Divine Realm. She couldn't help but be interested in this D. Tian aboriginal. This D. Tian is really interesting. After conquering the Divine Realm, he cleaned up all the hostile forces. He actually didn't build a divine palace in the Divine Realm. To the demonic rainbow, this was extremely unbelievable. Especially after knowing that D. Tian lived in the profound sky world, the demonic rainbow became even more interested. He advanced to the Divine Lord Realm with the body of a mortal, and then later on, he grasped what was suspected to be a giant-level treasure, the War Emperor Realm. This native exuded a mysterious aura. The demonic rainbow dress moved very quickly. In a few breaths' time, they traversed the void and arrived outside the profound sky world. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside the profound sky world. Miss Heavenly Demon, I didn't expect you to be here too. Not far away, a figure came to the side of the demonic rainbow dress and said politely. Actually, I also didn't want to come, but it's a pity that I don't have that life. The heavenly devil Nikhang said pitifully. He couldn't help but want to protect her. Beside him was a white-robed young master who gave off a scholarly aura. He said with a smile, your great sky demon art is becoming more and more exquisite. Even I can't block it. Is that so? The demonic rainbow dress winked at him. The man in white smiled bitterly. Oh right, what do you think of this D. Tian? Extremely shameless, and at the same time, his origins are extremely mysterious. The heavenly devil Rainbow said indifferently. It was a complete change from her previous flirtatious demeanor. This is an interesting person. What do you think? Ha ha ha. When a tyrannical aura descended upon the profound sky world. The people of the profound sky world were already used to it. In front of the invincible Lord God Emperor, no matter how powerful the outsiders were, they would still be defeated. Thus, everyone did what they had to do. They didn't panic. This also made those who came in click their tongues in wonder. The only thing that they couldn't understand was that these people's eyes were very strange. The invincible palace is in front. The profound sky world wasn't big. The invincible palace was easier to find. Thus, a group of people appeared outside the invincible palace, in groups of 3 to 5, staring at the invincible palace. Their eyes flickered. Through the information they obtained, they could confirm that the native god emperor was living in the invincible palace. Humph, such arrogance. Even in the 33 sacred heavens, no force would dare to call themselves invincible. A native of the sealed world dares to call himself the invincible palace. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man in a gray robe had a gloomy face, giving off a very cold feeling. His eyes flickered. I haven't seen any force that dares to call themselves invincible. Let me try. The middle-aged man in the gray robe was an early-stage 10-star battle emperor. At the same time, he was also a guest of a force. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to appear in the space of the God Emperor Mountain, let alone the invincible palace. Heaven's shrouding seal. The middle-aged man in the gray robe flipped his hand, and a huge seal landed on the sky above the invincible palace. It expanded infinitely, like a tall mountain, at the same time emitting a terrifying aura that covered the sky. The rest of the people weren't in a hurry to act. It was just right for a guest to test the waters. After all, everyone had received the news that this native was suspected to have a magnate-level treasure. Because of this, they had to be careful. It would be best if they could confirm that the other party had a magnate-level treasure. The attack of an early-stage 10-star battle emperor isn't worth my time. In the invincible palace, Lin Fei still had a smile on his face. Hua! 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 Just as the heaven-shrouding seal was about to land on the sky above the invincible palace, a transparent glass cover appeared below the heaven-shrouding seal. A few glass covers appeared and quickly linked together, blocking the attack of the heaven-shrouding seal. This black tower actually has such a function. Many people had a look of surprise on their faces. Soon, they saw some clues. In the beginning, they didn't pay much attention to the black tower, thinking that it was something not worth mentioning. When streams of energy shot out and formed a protective shield, they came to a sudden realization. What kind of formation is this? It can actually block the attack of an early-stage 10-star battle emperor. This Tian isn't simple. Many people exclaimed. It was unbelievable for a sealed world to have a formation that could block the attack of a 10-star battle emperor. The middle-aged man in the gray robe's face turned gloomy. He couldn't even destroy a mere invincible palace. When he returned, he would definitely become a laughing stock. His hatred for Tian grew. Heaven-shrouding seal, attack. The heaven-shrouding seal was activated once again. The treasure that was like a mountain kept bombarding the protective cover above the invincible palace. The power of each attack was enough to make one's soul tremble, but the transparent cover was able to block all the attacks. Something's wrong. It's very strange. The energy of heaven and earth is gathering rapidly. There's something wrong with the Black Tower. Everyone's eyes fell on the Black Tower. Chapter 2180. It's really incredible. There's actually such an incredible formation in the sealed world. This is definitely a magnate-level formation. Apart from a magnate-level formation, no other formation can withstand the attack of a 10-star battle emperor. A suspected magnate-level treasure is enough to make people go crazy. Now, another suspected magnate-level formation has appeared. Could it be that this indigenous D. Tian has obtained the inheritance treasure left behind by a magnate? In a short period of time, various thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Most of them wanted to take the treasure for themselves. In the face of benefits, everyone's thoughts were more or less the same. Fellow Lian Qing, let me help you. A suspected magnate-level formation was enough to make people go crazy. Among the crowd, another middle-aged man came out and called out Di Tian's name. Without waiting for him to reply, he took out a treasure in his hand and blasted it at the black tower not far away. Let me help you too. A mere native dares to call himself an invincible force. In a short period of time, more than 10 experts attacked one after another. The black towers joined together and blocked wave after wave of attacks. They didn't show any signs of exhaustion from beginning to end, which made everyone quite angry. Miss Heavenly Demon, what do you think? The Heavenly Demon Rainbow felt that this Di Tian was very interesting. If others had good things, they would hide them in their hands and not take them out until the right time. On the other hand, this Di Tian seemed to be afraid that others did not know about it. Going against the flow? Even the intelligent Heavenly Demon Rainbow could not figure out what the other party was trying to do. This formation is not bad. It absorbs the power of heaven and earth to form a special defense. This level of formation can only be refined by a magnate-level expert. Yes, I think so too. The white-robed man smiled. This should be a magnate expert who is good at setting up formations, but I can't think of who it is. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow from the Heavenly Demon Palace. His experience was extraordinary, so he could naturally tell that this black tower was the crux of the formation. If he wanted to break through the formation of a big shot level elite, he would have to be extremely powerful. If he wanted to break the formation, he must be a magnate level expert. The indigenous people of the sealed world may give us many surprises. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow laughed. This trip was not in vain. It was indeed not in vain. Not bad, not bad. The Black Tower's defense is really awesome. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the Black Tower's defense. You really get what you pay for. The absorption of energy between heaven and earth can form a special defensive power. Unless it's a giant-level elite, it's impossible to break through the Black Tower's defense. With a free test subject to test the Black Tower's defense, Lin Fei was more satisfied than anyone else. There was no worry in his heart. According to what Senior Zhan Wuming said, the sealed world was sealed by the joint efforts of peerless experts. The power that descended here was at most a 10-star battle emperor. The giant-level energy fluctuations were too great, and the sealed world was unable to withstand the energy fluctuations. In the end, the sealed world began to become unstable. The number of people besieging him kept increasing. In each of the 33 sacred heavens, there were powers that had entered. It was not difficult to come to the profound sky world from the mountain of God Emperor space. Furthermore, the treasure of the heavenly law ancestor had been refined, and the power restriction had been lifted, allowing the power of the war emperor to descend. Initially, there were more than 10 people fighting, but as time passed, more and more people joined in. The 10 people turned into 100 people, then 300 to 400 people. Each attack was filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. However, the Black Tower's divine might was invincible, blocking all the power. We can't attack anymore. There's something strange about the Black Tower. It seems to be able to absorb the power of our attacks. What the hell? The sharp-eyed people exclaimed in shock. Logically, there was no formation that could block the joint attacks of hundreds of elites. But in the sealed world, it really appeared. No matter how everyone attacked, the Black Tower's defense was as stable as Mount Tai, immovable and stable. After the exclamations, some of them stopped and cursed loudly. It's a giant-level formation, there's no doubt about it. The native Di Tian must have obtained the inheritance of a giant-level elite. Charge in, kill this native, and seize the inheritance of the giant-level elite in his hands. After the torrential attacks were ineffective, everyone understood one thing. This native Di Tian undoubtedly had the treasure of a giant-level elite in his hands, and it was even more abundant than they had imagined. Anyone, including forces, would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step if they obtained the treasure. Their desires were endless. Especially when facing a sealed world and a native elite, their desires were magnified infinitely. No matter how big or small the forces were, they couldn't sit still. Everyone, attack the Black Tower together. As long as one of the Black Towers is broken, the defense will definitely be greatly reduced, and then we'll definitely be able to break through the invincible palace. A formation Grandmaster elite pointed at the Black Tower and shouted, summoning a set of formation flags. The formation flags landed in the void near the Black Tower, suppressing the void. Grandmaster Feng is making a move. Everyone, let's attack together. Little demon, are you alright? When Lin Fei saw a formation Grandmaster make a move, he subconsciously wanted to go out and kill him to avoid destroying the Black Tower. Master, don't worry. The Black Tower was exchanged for 10 million units of mysterious energy. This is a foundation that surpasses normal formations, and belongs to a completely new type of defense tower. How can a few conceited formation Grandmasters understand it? They're destined to work for nothing. The little demon said disdainfully. As long as their attacks are fierce, it'll be equivalent to providing energy to the Black Tower. The Black Tower can transform all kinds of attacks into special energy that can be used to support the Black Tower's defense. Lin Fei was completely relieved. As long as the Black Tower wouldn't be broken, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. I'll let you show off a little more. Since there was nothing to worry about, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to go out and deal with them. Even a tycoon couldn't afford to waste his destiny points. Lin Fei had learned his lesson. Boom boom boom. In the sky above the invincible palace, the number of people gradually increased. More and more people joined in the attack. Especially after the news spread, especially after everyone saw the Black Tower's terrifying defense, they couldn't stop and all joined in the attack. This attack lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the Black Tower didn't move an inch. There were more than 3,000 people surrounding it, including almost all the top forces in the 33 holy heavens. At the start, everyone was aggressive, ready to break through the invincible palace. After a long period of time, all of the elites were quite tired. They consumed alchemical pills one after another, yet the Black Tower was still as stable as Mount Tai. However, everyone was greatly angered. The few formation masters who had been highly respected before were all dumbfounded, and shook their heads vigorously. Sealing the void and isolating the energy fluctuations, was this still not enough? The formation grandmasters were so angry they wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 2181. The formation master was infuriated. The besieging battle emperors were also filled with anger. 3 days of attacks had no effect at all. The Black Tower was still the Black Tower without any damage. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face, but it also made them want to break the Black Tower and capture that indigenous Dtion. Such a defensive treasure would make even first-rate forces jealous. If they had such a treasure, the sect would be as stable as Mount Tai. Of course, if they could decipher the manufacturing method, it could completely set off a new craze of refining weapons, especially for the formation masters, who could not wait to decipher the secret of the Black Tower. In the world of the 33 saintly heavens, there had never been such a treasure worthy of their attention. 3 days, until now, they still had very little understanding of the Black Tower. They had not even figured out the simplest structure, which was simply intolerable. Humph, a bunch of trash, can't even break a mere invincible palace, let me do it. A disdainful voice came from the mysterious sky world. In the distance, a stream of light sped over. Bastard, who is trash? An 8-star battle emperor said sternly, extremely dissatisfied. Pung. Everyone saw the opponent's head explode, his whole body turning into a pool of blood. The killing method was unimaginable. This is a curse, everyone be careful. Immediately, someone cried out. Even some of the first-rate forces geniuses who had been watching from the sidelines revealed a trace of seriousness and fear. They knew this person. He was a direct disciple from the world of the sixth saintly heavens, young Master Curse. No one knew young Master Curse's specific name, but no one dared to look down on him. He was a direct disciple, and at the same time, his father was a giant expert, and a giant expert who made people tremble in fear. Because he cultivated the evil curse technique, although not as famous as the top 10 cultivation techniques, it was not far from the top 10 cultivation techniques. Some even said that if the top 10 cultivation techniques were not ranked early, the curse technique would very likely become one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Peng peng peng. More than 10 people in the crowd exploded one after another. Every death was very ugly, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Some were cursed to death by a mysterious force, and their bodies turned into a pool of blood. The rest were not much different. Humph, a bunch of reckless trash, even daring to curse me. Do you really think this young master doesn't know? The stream of light quickly appeared in front of everyone. It was a black-clothed young man with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He looked at everyone and said, "Miss Heavenly Demon, long time no see. You've become more and more beautiful. Young Master Chu really knows how to speak. I wonder how many girls' hearts you have deceived with these words." The heavenly devil Nikhang said with a smile. Every frown and every smile was filled with infinite charm. No matter how beautiful those girls are, how can they compare to Miss Heavenly Demon? Young Master Curse was also very good at talking. His gaze landed on the demonic rainbow dress and almost never moved away. There was even a trace of lust in his eyes. However, if you continue to stare at me, perhaps I won't be able to stop myself from making a move. The heavenly devil Nikhang laughed lightly and flicked her jade-like hand. It was the sky demon finger. He flicked it 3 times in a row. Bang bang bang. 3 figures exploded, and young Master Curse stopped not far away. "Miss Heavenly Demon, I like your temperament," young Master Curse said, even though he had mastered the supreme incantation. However, he was also more afraid of the demonic rainbow dress. After all, every disciple of the demonic palace was not easy to deal with. The demonic rainbow dress in front of him was one of them. "I believe that sooner or later you will believe that I am the most powerful." The 2 of them exchanged blows. Everyone could see that young Master Curse's strength had increased a lot since the beginning. He had successfully cultivated the incantation doppelganger. He was even more difficult to deal with. The demonic rainbow dress was also very afraid of young Master Curse. After all, this was a cultivation technique that was cast with special energy. It was very difficult to defend against. Then I'll wait and see. Incantation? It should be the top force of the 5th sage that Wu Mingzhan mentioned. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "Analyze the incantation for me." Lin Fei was very interested in this incantation. Although he was not far away, he did not see how young Master Curse killed his opponent. Analyzing incantation, the system immediately began to analyze. Lin Fei went to check the time of the cloning of the slaves. He found that it would not take too long before the cloning was completed. It was equivalent to having a group of powerful subordinates. "Young Master Curse, anyone can brag. I heard that your incantation is a top-notch cultivation technique. I wonder if you can kill the indigenous D. Tian?" At this time, a young man in a brocade robe lightly waved his folding fan. He was not afraid of young Master Curse's gaze. "So it's the saint of the 9th sage, Chen Hao. I was wondering who had the guts to say that to me." Young Master Curse said coldly. Chen Hao said calmly, "I've long heard of young Master Curse's incantation techniques. I believe that it will not be difficult for young Master Curse to deal with a small indigenous. It's also good to let everyone see the power of the incantation Dao. Otherwise, don't brag in front of Lady Demonic Rainbow Dress." Many people were amused. Chen Hao and young Master Curse were both pursuing Lady Demonic Rainbow Dress. One was the son of the Master of the Sage Sky, the other was the son of a powerful figure. They were about the same in terms of power. Both of them were publicly recognized as geniuses. Now that the two of them were facing each other, ordinary people did not dare to interrupt. Everyone knew that young Master Curse was narrow-minded and could kill without leaving a trace. No one was willing to offend him. Shenhao, don't think that you are great just because you have a powerful father. In my eyes, you are just a so-so. Young Master Curse laughed. Since you want to see how powerful this young master is, this young master will fulfill your wish. If I kill this native D Tian, from now on, wherever this young master goes, you will have to stay far away. How about it? Okay, I agree. Shenhao said, unwilling to be outdone. As a saint, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. Straightforward enough. Young Master Curse came to the sky above the invincible palace. A small indigenous, today I will let you see the power of the incantation Dao. Inside the invincible palace. Lin Fei was speechless. F***CK, you guys are fighting over a girl. What has that got to do with me? This made Lin Fei extremely unhappy. However, this young Master Curse does not look simple. I better activate the invincible defense to prevent myself from getting hit. Lin Fei activated the invincible defense and used the Blood Sky Seal to protect himself. Actually, Lin Fei also wanted to see the power of the incantation Dao. Chapter 2182. Lin Fei was really looking forward to facing young Master Curse. This was a good target to capture. If he was cloned, he would definitely be a powerful long-range attack team. From the moment young Master Curse appeared, Lin Fei listed him as one of his targets to kill. Even if he couldn't kill him, as long as he obtained a drop of his blood essence, he could still use the system to clone him. It's time to go out and meet the geniuses. Lin Fei smiled. In the next second, he arrived above the invincible palace. Immediately, divine senses shot over, but they were blocked by the Black Tower's defense. He's the indigenous D Tian. D Tian is out. What a young guy. Is he D Tian? The strongest indigenous of this sealed world? The treasure is in his hands? The forces outside the invincible palace all stared at D Tian. Greed flashed in their eyes. D Tian was a guy with a giant-level treasure. Moreover, he was an indigenous from the sealed world. In their eyes, he was as insignificant as an ant. They could kill him with a finger. He was like a doll hugging a gold brick. Everyone, you came uninvited and attacked the invincible palace. I am very unhappy. Lin Fei was expressionless. His majestic gaze swept across everyone present. Whoosh. 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 Lin Fei's gaze was as sharp as a knife. At the same time, it emitted endless heavenly might. The geniuses and other forces outside the invincible palace trembled. A wave of heavenly might enveloped them. They even had a feeling that they couldn't resist it. What a heavenly might! The man in white shouted. A black tower appeared above his head, blocking the heavenly might outside. The other geniuses also used their basic treasures to block the attack of heavenly might. Just this one move alone made everyone secretly fearful of D Tian, who was a native. They couldn't imagine that such heavenly might would appear on an indigenous person. It was simply unbelievable. You are D Tian? You have a giant-level treasure? Young Master Curse was surrounded by black fog. Once the heavenly might entered, it was completely invaded. He stared at D Tian not far away with a vicious gaze. Lin Fei's move established his dominance. My name is not something you can call out. Lin Fei's eyes widened, and two rays of light shot out. A sharp light flashed as the two sabers slashed out. The saber intent sliced through the boundless void, leaving behind saber scars. What big words. He's just a native. How dare you call yourself emperor? Young Master Curse laughed sinisterly. It's good that you came out now. This young master will kill a little native like you in front of everyone. White Knight, between young Master Curse and D Tian, who do you think will win? The demonic rainbow asked White Knight. The name of the man in white was Bai Yi, and he was a member of the Bai clan. As for the Bai clan, their background was even more illustrious. He was also one of the top existences. Bai's countenance grew heavier. Initially, I didn't think much of Di Tian. He's just a small country bumpkin from a sealed world. Even if he's strong, he can't be that strong. However, Di Tian's grasp of heavenly might to such an extent is truly impressive. It's rumored that there was an old ancestor of the heavenly Dao in the past. He condensed boundless heavenly might. Once the heavenly might was released, corpses were strewn everywhere. No one was a match for him. I'm wondering if this Di Tian native is related to that old ancestor of the heavenly Dao. The demonic rainbow frowned slightly. If it really is the old ancestor of the heavenly Dao, then the battle between young Master Curse and Di Tian will be a good show to watch. Her gaze landed on Di Tian with a complicated expression. At this moment, it wasn't just the two of them who were discussing young Master Curse and Di Tian. Curse Dao God Altar. Young Master Curse opened his mouth and spat out a black altar. The black altar swelled with the wind. In an instant, it became an existence that was 100 zhang in size. Boundless evil aura swept out, causing everyone to reveal a solemn expression on the spot. It's rumored that this is a treasure personally refined by a magnate-level expert. It contains supreme curse Dao techniques and can unleash extraordinary attributes. At the same time, it has a powerful defense. I didn't expect this treasure to be passed down to young Master Curse. Young Master Curse is indeed worthy of being one of the most beloved sons of an unparalleled expert. He even passed down such a treasure. Young Master Curse landed on the black altar. Curse Dao, collapse. The black altar rotated, and the black mist turned into tornadoes, engulfing the two saber lights and destroying them completely. You dare to take out this kind of power and disgrace yourself. On the altar, young Master Curse's long hair fluttered as he laughed sinisterly. Now, I will let you experience a true Curse Dao killer move. Curse Dao, corrosion. Lin Fei instantly felt a sense of danger enveloping him. Hua hua hua. System notification, an unknown power has descended on your body. Once the system notification ended, Lin Fei felt a terrifying cold aura on his body. The moment the cold aura landed on his body, the dark green poison wanted to drill into his body. What a terrifying poison. If it was an ordinary person, their body would have been corroded. Lin Fei could clearly see that his heaven's mandate points were being consumed at an extremely fast speed, constantly corroding his body. This was definitely a terrifying energy corrosion. I am the son of heaven. Even if this corrosion is my defense, you won't be able to break it. Lin Fei laughed loudly, allowing the dark green poison to invade his body back and forth. Young Master Curse's first move failed, so he activated the Curse Dao God Altar again. Curse Dao, numb. Curse Dao, Great Prophecy Technique. Young Master Curse once again cast a Curse Dao attack. I don't believe that you can withstand this double curse attack. Ding. Player has been paralyzed by a mysterious energy attack. Ding. Attacked by Great Prophecy Technique. The two terrifying energies came one after the other. Although Lin Fei had activated his invincible defense, the numbing effect still invaded his body. Half of his body was almost unable to move. Immediately, a deathly aura enveloped him. This was a power that Lin Fei had never encountered before. It was a formless killing move. Boom. When this power enveloped his body, Lin Fei felt as if everything was dissipating. It was extremely overbearing. Get rid of the mysterious energy. Lin Fei did not panic. He activated the mysterious energy. The moment the mysterious energy appeared, the death energy surrounding his body was cleansed. The mysterious energy was also Lin Fei's trump card. Although this kind of death energy was tyrannical and could kill all life cells, it was almost impossible to defend against it. That was why the Curse Dao was famous. Young Master Curse is truly ruthless. His first move was a numbing and Great Prophecy Technique attack. Even I don't dare to be careless. Bai Yi said solemnly, Di Tian, this country bumpkin, is probably going to be killed. The Great Prophecy technique is indeed terrifying, especially when used in the form of a cursed Dao. The demonic rainbow nodded. It is truly impossible to defend against. Unless there is a cursed Dao treasure, only then can one block the cursed Dao attack. This D Tian is probably very powerful. Chapter 2184. Whether it was the paralysis of the curse path or the Great Curse Prophecy technique, they were all extremely domineering attacks. The curse path itself was beyond ordinary combat methods, and it was naturally very frightening to deal with it. Only the forces of the 33 sacred heavens would be afraid of this young master curse, especially when he had a giant expert who was infinitely close to being an unparalleled expert backing him. Young Master Curse was also very proud. To be able to kill the strongest native expert of the sealed world wasn't something to be proud of, but the other party had a magnate-level treasure in his hands. D Tian, in front of my Great Curse Prophecy technique, you will experience the true taste of death. As long as you are willing to hand over the magnate-level treasure and these defensive black towers, I am willing to spare your life and even allow you to become my servant. No one can blame you for anything. Young Master Curse was full of heroism and ignored all the forces around him. Young Master Curse had his own confidence. In front of his powerful father and the powerful forces created by him, ordinary forces would be prepared to be destroyed if they didn't lower their heads. As expected, when young Master Curse's words fell, many people revealed angry expressions, but they didn't dare to say anything. At the same time, there was a trace of fear on their faces. How about it? You only have one chance. I'm not willing to be an ordinary person. Young Master Curse continued with an attitude as if he had the other party in his grasp. Swear loyalty to me, offer your treasure, and I'll guarantee your safety. Lin Fei's thoughts were all on the mysterious energy, and he was amazed at how magical this power was. The curse path combined with a treasure like the curse path divine altar can be said to be an invincible existence. Its power is indeed extraordinary. This also made Lin Fei even more determined to obtain young Master Curse's blood essence and clone a batch of curse path subordinates. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter spread throughout the mysterious sky world, loud and clear. Servant? You are thinking too much. One step. Lin Fei suddenly appeared in front of young Master Curse and threw a punch. The power of time enveloped young Master Curse. 18 doppelgangers, kill. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the 18 doppelgangers moved out. Each of them was comparable to a 10-star battle emperor. The terrifying aura pierced through the clouds and shook the earth. Curse path, refraction. Young Master Curse shouted, and black fog curled up. A barrier appeared, and rays of profound light refracted the clones' attacks. None of the attacks managed to break through the black mist. The onlookers instantly suffered a calamity. The power of the counterattack did not diminish. Everyone hurriedly dodged. The experts who were slightly slower were heavily injured by the reflected force, and some were even killed on the spot, turning into clouds of blood mist. Blood Heaven Seal. Lin Fei had never thought of heavily injuring a 10-star battle emperor with his 18 clones. This was his trump card. The huge Blood Heaven Seal had been hidden in the void for a long time. It suddenly descended and collided with the cursed Dao Divine Altar. The huge impact sent the cursed Dao Divine Altar flying. A few experts nearby were smashed into blood mist. With a snort, young Master Cursed, who was on the altar, couldn't stand still. He stared at the treasure that had emerged. A giant-level treasure. I can feel it. Young Master Curse could see that this treasure was extraordinary. This young master wants this treasure. Young Master Curse's eyes became sharp and terrifying. As long as he could get his hands on this giant-level treasure, his strength would definitely improve. He might even have the chance to reach the giant level and look down on the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The onlookers' breathing quickened. They had finally seen a giant-level treasure. It was a treasure that was filled with an ancient aura. A giant-level treasure. The rumors are true. I must get my hands on it. This giant-level treasure must be mine. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, it was a giant-level treasure. Every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by bloody battles and massacres. It would be even more difficult to obtain a giant-level treasure. Now that a giant-level treasure had appeared in a sealed world, no one could sit still. It was definitely an existence that would make everyone's eyes red with envy. Snatch it. Greed could drive people crazy and cause them to lose their rationality. Not to mention that it was a giant-level treasure. After confirming that there was no doubt about it, some battle emperors immediately moved to snatch it. The sky-covering palm slammed down from the sky, causing the space to tremble. The entire world seemed to have turned black. Courting death. Young Master Curse coldly snorted. Curse Tao, raging flames burned the heavens. In the void, black flames appeared. The first battle emperor expert was burned into nothingness by the black flames. The moment he touched the black flames, he was also burned into nothingness. Everyone, be careful. This is the curse fire. A sharp-eyed person immediately recognized it and was shocked. Countless experts from all sides had suddenly been attacked by the curse fire. All of them were burned into nothingness. Their eyes were filled with shock. A bunch of idiots. What a joke. The demonic Nikhang laughed delicately. Young Master Curse is famous for his narrow-mindedness. You dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. You're courting death. Even if you go to the Yellow Springs, you won't be wronged. Young Master Curse is indeed impressive. He has cultivated the curse Tao to such a level in such a short time and even cultivated the curse fire. No wonder that person values young Master Curse so much. Bai Yi said indifferently. I heard that the cultivation of the curse fire is extremely difficult. If you're not a genius, don't even think about cultivating it. Once you succeed, your battle power will increase greatly. Once the curse fire is released, it will burn all living things. In the sky, figures were burned into nothingness. Everyone who saw it felt their scalps go numb. It was a ghastly sight. Even if they used treasures, it would still be difficult to resist the attack of the curse fire. This young Master Curse was unbelievably cruel. Di Tian's treasures belong to me. Whoever dares to snatch them, I'll kill them. Young Master Curse coldly threw down a sentence. The coldness caused people to tremble. Inescapable net. A huge black net suddenly appeared in the sky. Once the net appeared, the whole world seemed to have fallen into it. Treasures belong to those who are fated. I'm that fated person. A tit-for-tat voice rang out. Chen Hao, how dare you? Young Master Curse glared at him. The one who attacked just now was Chen Hao, the son of a certain sacred sky master. He was also a saint's son. Curse Tao, cut. The black mist turned into a blade aura and slashed at the black net. As the target of the attack, Lin Fei felt the gazes directed at him. His 18 clones were the first to be attacked by the curse fire, and a huge amount of destiny points were consumed. This also made Lin Fei want to get young Master Curse's essence blood even more. Return. Lin Fei recalled his 18 clones. He couldn't continue to waste destiny points. He activated the Blood Heaven seal and crashed into the inescapable net. The net was indeed powerful, but it still had a huge hole in it. Young Master Curse, take this. The Blood Heaven seal left an afterimage in the sky, crashing into young Master Curse's altar. Young Master Curse staggered on the spot, and the black mist in the sky disappeared. Again. The Blood Heaven seal was made from two kinds of treasures. Its power was not that simple. Bang! 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 The whole space shook and shattered, forming invincible black holes. Astral winds howled, and all the attacks were destroyed in the void. Chapter 2185. You guys can't do it. The strength of the Blood Heaven seal was unimaginable. Wave after wave of collisions landed on the cursed Tao Divine altar every time. Young Master Curse's expression instantly turned ugly as he consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, it was not an ordinary treasure. Otherwise, he would have long been smashed into a pile of scrap metal. Even so, he still could not endure it. Even though young Master Curse's face was ugly, he wanted to get his hands on this giant treasure. Young Master Curse wasn't the only one with an ugly expression. The others all had similar expressions. As Lin Fei attacked, he activated Endless Devour to plunder everything. Those who surrounded him were in trouble. Unless they were much stronger, they would all be devoured. Pieces of human skin fell off. Blood, flesh, and other life essences were all plundered. All that was left was a piece of human skin. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. This indigenous Tian was unbelievably cruel. Saint Shenhao and young Master Curse quickly put down their grudges and attacked Tian together. Indigenous Tian, let me fight you too. In the air, another black figure appeared. His aura was exceptionally strong. A long saber slashed through the air. The saber light was like a torrent, surging and surging, containing endless tyrannical saber intent. The divine saber manners elder is here. On the blood heaven seal, Lin Fei didn't even frown. He continued to attack the cursed Tao God altar. He also activated his invincible defense, ignoring the tyrannical saber light behind him. Young Master Curse's treasure is really extraordinary. My blood heaven seal is made from 2 top-grade treasures. Even though its quality can't reach its former glory, it's still a giant-level existence. The world of the 33 sacred heavens isn't as simple as I thought. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had attacked. However, the opponent's cursed Tao God altar wasn't an ordinary treasure either. Lin Fei was confident that he could shatter the opponent's cursed Tao God altar and obtain young Master Curse's blood essence. What an arrogant Tian. He actually withstood divine saber manners' tyrannical saber intent. Shenhao's eyes flashed coldly. Could it be that this treasure has an invincible defense? Shenhao kept guessing at its profundities. His fists didn't stop, raising supreme fist intent. Each punch could destroy a world. Pang! Another strike landed on the cursed Tao divine altar. Young Master Curse's face sank. He was crying bitterly in his heart. Damnable Tian, damnable native. There are so many of them. Why are you only attacking this young master? This isn't fair. Young Master Curse stubbornly held on to the cursed Tao God altar. Curse flames burned the heavens and a destructive aura pervaded the air. However, he was still able to block the attacks of the opponent's treasures. Although it looked fine on the surface, it was actually starting to suffer damage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Young Master Curse took out a pill and swallowed more than half of it in one gulp, turning it into heaven's will energy. His curse attacks didn't stop, but he couldn't stop the boundlessly ferocious attacks. Every strike consumed a terrifying amount of heaven's mandate energy. Young Master Cursed also realized how difficult it was to deal with the other party. This native was even more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder he could control a sealed world. Tian, you are very powerful. This young master still has something to do today. I won't spar with you. Young Master Curse made a feint and controlled the cursed Tao God altar to leave. You want to leave? I won't allow it. Lin Fei hollered. The blood sky seal once again smashed onto the cursed Tao God altar. Aren't you very amazing? Continue being amazing. How could Lin Fei not know that the other party couldn't continue to exhaust him? The blood sky seal plundered all energy. It was tyrannical and terrifying. The energy it converted was enough to support an attack. However, the other party wasn't so lucky. On the cursed Tao God altar, young Master Curse's body shook. This is the time. A flaw finally appeared in the cursed Tao God altar's defense. Open. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and used his hand to wield his blade. Space teleportation was activated. He suddenly appeared in front of the cursed Tao God altar and slashed at this flaw. This was the position that the system had calculated. Gotcha. The defense collapsed. Lin Fei's attacks were all for this flaw to appear so that he could seize a drop of essence blood from young Master Curse. The moment the defense collapsed, young Master Curse was shocked. Lin Fei punched over. His strength was pushed to the limit as it heavily landed on young Master Curse's body. Curse Dao, Curse Robe Protection. The black fog on the Curse Dao God altar transformed into incantations. They jumped in the air and formed a robe filled with incantations. An ancient aura also spread out. When Lin Fei's punch landed on young Master Curse's body, the densely packed incantations shattered. It actually blocked all the power of this attack. Even he himself was shocked. Curse Dao, Seal. Young Master Curse laughed sinisterly. You actually dared to barge in. This time, no one can save you. 18 clones, attack. Lin Fei's first attack failed. His second punch blasted out. The 18 clones also charged out. They had long prepared their attacks. They turned into a terrifying aura of destruction that blasted on young Master Curse. Bang! The blood sky seal followed up. More than half of the curse robe on young Master Curse's body was destroyed. His defense was greatly reduced. The 18 clones took the opportunity to attack. 18 attacks blasted on young Master Curse's body, destroying most of the runes on the curse robe. Cough cough cough. Young Master Curse finally vomited blood. The key was that the blood sky seal followed up. In addition, his defense was not fully activated. This gave young Master Curse a chance to attack. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand, and young Master Curse's blood droplets landed on his hand. Thank you. Voila. Lin Fei left the cursed Dao God altar. When he appeared again, he was in the invincible palace. Young Master Curse stared. A thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that he kept attacking me for the essence blood? This was definitely something that he could not accept. Saint Shenhao and some other geniuses also stared with their eyes wide open. Di Tian left too quickly. They couldn't help but have different thoughts. What's going on? Damn it, I don't have the mood to continue fighting with you guys. Lin Fei returned to the invincible palace. He started nagging in his heart. Who would be willing to waste their destiny points? Did they really think that he was a fool? Analyze young Master Curse's essence blood for me. Lin Fei was very jealous of such a long-range attack with attribute support. If he could clone it, it would be like a magic army. Discovered essence blood. Initiating analysis. I've seen many geniuses and many famous people. But this Di Tian, this is the first time I feel like I can't see through him. The demonic rainbow frowned and shook her head. White Knight had a strange look on his face. He couldn't guess what this indigenous Di Tian was trying to do. I only know one thing. The more outstanding Di Tian's performance is, the faster his death will come. White Knight smiled. It's a pity that I didn't make a move just now. Now I have the urge to make a move. That's rare. The demonic rainbow knew that this young Master White Knight was a famous battle maniac in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. He just didn't have such thoughts about ordinary people. She didn't expect to meet someone worthy of making a move here. If a battle maniac like you makes a move, Di Tian won't have it easy. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 2186. P.S. I'm finally married. Updates will resume today. Roar roar. Everyone was confused by Di Tian's actions. What was Di Tian trying to do? Young Master Curse coughed out blood as he stared at the invincible palace. At the same time, he took out a large number of elixirs and swallowed them. As for Di Tian's ridiculous idea of taking his blood essence, he had long suppressed it. Ladies and gentlemen, Di Tian is just a country bumpkin. He owns a magnate-grade treasure and doesn't respect us at all. This is unacceptable. I'm willing to join hands with all of you to blast open the gates of the invincible palace. Is everyone willing? Young Master Curse was also a smart person. After suffering a loss once, he immediately had an idea. Everyone had clearly seen the battle between Lin Fei and young Master Curse. They had witnessed the dominance of a magnate-level treasure. They already had the idea of taking it for themselves. Everyone agreed with young Master Curse's suggestion. With young Master Curse taking the lead, we are naturally willing. Di Tian is a native of the sealed world. How can he possess the treasure? The treasure should belong to us. We are willing. It had to be said that young Master Curse was very capable. With just a few words, he had convinced everyone. Saint Xianxia, are you interested in trying together? Saint Xianxia was the son of the Master of Sacred Sky. Although he was unhappy with young Master Curse's overbearing attitude, he knew that Di Tian was not easy to deal with. How can I reject young Master Curse's invitation? Saint Xianxia laughed. Let's compete to see who can capture Di Tian first. With two prodigies taking the lead, the rest did not have any other thoughts and joined in. Where's Miss Heavenly Demon? Young Master Curse turned his head again, not at all embarrassed about losing. A small sealed world actually produced such a prodigy. I am very interested to try too. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang smiled. Miss Heavenly Demon has joined in. How can I not? Bai Yi also smiled. Once everyone joined forces, they could not be underestimated. Curse Dao, Great Seal. Young Master Curse wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. The Great Seal of the Curse Dao surrounded the invincible palace from top to bottom. I have already used a secret technique to completely seal the energy of heaven and earth. Everyone attack together, and we can break through the defense of invincible palace. Young Master Curse shouted, and the black fog on the Curse Dao Divine Altar surged. Disciples of the 10,000 Swords Villa, attack with me. Once the Great Seal sealed the entire invincible palace, the elders of the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa immediately responded. He led the disciples to attack one of the positions. Sacred Fist Technique. Saint Child Xianxia bellowed. His aura rose to a peak, and a flickering phantom of a Jingguang appeared behind him. The phantom was majestic and invincible, and it couldn't be seen clearly. As soon as this phantom appeared, everyone revealed a look of dread. What a saint, Xianxia. I can't believe he's cultivated the holiness fist art to such a level. He's already condensed the shadow of the Lord of the Holiness. With the help of this shadow, his fist art has reached a terrifying level. No wonder he was able to stand out among all the saints and occupy a spot. He cannot be underestimated. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes as a strange expression appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim. Saint Xianxia was quite pleased with himself. There were many prodigies present, and in terms of status, they were not inferior to him. He had used his most powerful saintly fist technique right from the start, suppressing everyone and taking the lead. A mere invincible palace. Break. Boom boom boom. The three streaks of light shot out in a wide and open manner. The huge invincible palace began to tremble unknowingly. The saintly fist technique had reached such a terrifying level. What a group of prodigies. Their battle prowess is not to be underestimated. Lin Fei could not help but sigh. Especially young Master Cursed, who had been attacked by the 18 doppelgangers. His injuries were not light, and he had recovered in such a short time. This young Master Cursed had become even more extraordinary. This is Miss Heavenly Demon Nikhang. She actually came in. In the sky above the invincible palace, the Heavenly Demon Nikhang stepped forward and entered the invincible palace. Your defense is not bad, but in front of the Sky Demon Palace's Sky Demon Dance, it is still full of flaws. The Heavenly Demon Nichang's eyes wandered, and she laughed delicately. Di Tian, I'm here. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang laughed delicately and went straight for one of the positions. The disciples of the invincible palace did not make a move. In front of such a powerful cultivator, it was useless to block. Whoosh! The Heavenly Demon Nichang's mysterious footwork broke through layers of space, came to the depths of the invincible palace, and saw Di Tian sitting on the throne. What a great successor of the Heavenly Demonic Palace. This ability is really shocking. No wonder everyone says that none of the disciples of the Heavenly Demonic Palace are simple. Lin Fei said proudly. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. The heavenly demon Nikhang laughed lightly. Thank you for your praise, Daoist D. Tian. If you say too much, I will become arrogant. Actually, I would like to experience Daoist D. Tian's skills. Young Master Cursed is an elite among the prodigies, but he also suffered a loss in your hands. I am just a weak woman, please show mercy. As the last word fell, the heavenly demon Nikhang moved, flicked her jade-like hand, and the heavenly demon finger attacked. The heavenly demon finger was a cultivation technique of the Sky Demon Palace. The seemingly weak finger actually contained a domineering power. The heavenly demon raiment also began to dance. Her movements were graceful, and she created many afterimages. This was the other ultimate technique of the heavenly demon palace, heavenly demon dance. It was specially used to charm the enemy, and they fell for it unknowingly. Lin Fei sat on the throne, his mind slightly rippling, and immediately recovered. Heavenly demon dance is indeed powerful, I unknowingly fell for it. The heavenly demon Nichang's jade-like finger was in front of him, almost touching the center of his eyebrows. Killing intent exploded, and the temperature of the entire space suddenly dropped. This was another auxiliary effect of the heavenly demon finger. Girls, it is better to learn embroidery. Fighting and killing are not suitable for you. Facing this finger, Lin Fei laughed, two fingers clamped up, clamping on the heavenly demon Nichang's jade-like finger. The explosive power was suppressed. If you want to kill me with this strength, it is still too light. This little girl still feels that this is suitable for me. The heavenly demon Nikhang laughed again, no need for you to worry. The jade-like finger was clamped, the heavenly demon Nikhang did not panic, the power of the heavenly demon burst out, and an even thicker jade-like finger shot over, its power not decreasing, as if it wanted to force Lin Fei to let go. I feel that you are not bad, why not be my personal maid? Lin Fei borrowed the momentum, the huge force attacked, and his entire body was stuck to the heavenly demon Nikhang, forcibly crashing into the heavenly demon Nichang's bosom. With a single hand, the heavenly demon Nikhang fell into Lin Fei's embrace. Your figure is really not bad, I am quite satisfied. Lin Fei took a deep breath, beaming. The heavenly demon Nichang's beautiful eyes revealed killing intent, then I will have to ask you if you have the ability. In reality, in her heart, the heavenly demon Nikhang had killing intent towards this frivolous D. Tian. She was one of the candidates for the Holy Maiden of the Sky Demon Palace. When did she let a man get close to her? Chapter 2187. Facing D. Tian's teasing, the heavenly fiend Rainbow was completely enraged. Although it was infuriated, there wasn't much anger on the Sky Demon Rayment's body. Instead, it was replaced by boundless killing intent. The killing intent was released along with the Sky Demon art. The surrounding temperature became cold, and this cold was formed by the killing intent. The demonic Rainbow had never seen such a shameless person before. In the world of the 33 holy heavens, the influence of the heavenly devil palace resounded throughout the entire world of the 33 holy heavens. No one had ever dared to say such things to her, but D. Tian had. Demonic finger, demonic dance. The heavenly devil raiment changed its attack method several times, but it was still unable to leave a mark on the opponent's body. There was a formless energy on D. Tian's body that blocked the attacks of the Sky Devil raiment. He couldn't find a way to break through it, and he ended up expending a large amount of energy. This D. Tian is quite mysterious. To be able to cultivate such a defense, no wonder he dares to fight against all the geniuses. The heavenly devil Rainbow pointed out again. You fell for it. The Sky Demon raiment changed its position, and a Sky Demon blade appeared in its hand. A cold light flashed, and it slashed towards the other party's neck. The Sky Demon blade was a magnate-grade treasure. Once the Sky Devil blade appeared, the Sky Devil raiment became extremely confident. No matter how good D. Tian's defense was, it would be impossible for him to block the sharpness of the Sky Devil blade. It would definitely leave an injury, and at that time, it would be able to break through D. Tian's undefeatable defense. In terms of strength, the Sky Devil raiment was much stronger than D. Tian. It was only D. Tian's undefeatable defense that could not be broken. This was the first time it had encountered such a defense. You have a magnate-level treasure, but so do I. Lin Fei didn't dodge or evade. The blood sky seal pressed down, and the blood mist whistled. The heavenly devil raiment naturally wouldn't take it head-on. She knew how powerful this treasure was, so she helplessly retracted her attack. I have to admit, it's not easy for you to have such achievements in the sealed world. The demonic rainbow held the demonic blade in her hand. However, he was unable to leave a single wound on the other party's body. This was the first time the heavenly devil rainbow had encountered someone that it had no idea where to start. Beautiful lady, praising me like this, I'm embarrassed. Lin Fei said with a smile, standing with his hands behind his back. If you don't have any other abilities, I'm going to make a move. The sky devil raiment didn't think much of it. No matter how powerful Di Tian was, there was still a gap between him and her in terms of strength. She was not afraid because she was from the Heavenly Devil Palace. I really want to see how powerful fellow Daoist Di Tian is. Me too. Just as the demonic rainbow finished speaking, a stream of light rushed in. It was Bai Yi, dressed in white. And this young master. In an instant, a few more people appeared in the palace. All of them were geniuses, and all of them were battle emperors. Lin Fei did not think that he could block them out. It would be enough if he could block most of them out. As for these geniuses, they would definitely have some special methods. Entering the invincible palace was not a difficult task. He knew this better than anyone else. These few heavens' prides were the strongest people here. At the same time, their backgrounds were shocking. They could be said to be extremely talented people. Their combined strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Lin Fei was overjoyed. Since the few of you were able to barge in from the outside, you must have some pretty good treasures on you. If I like them, hand them over obediently. Lin Fei waved his hand. The saber intent on the left spread out and sliced the void open. It was the clone Dao slave. The Dao slave, dressed in black armor, had a ferocious look on his face. His saber intent soared into the sky. If there was only one of them, it might not be a big deal. However, there were too many of them. When they gathered together, it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. On the other side, there was the sword slave. He was also ferocious. He carried a long sword on his back and his sword intent soared into the sky. He was not inferior to the Dao slave at the side. Now that he had gathered together, it was quite a terrifying scene. The Dao slave and the sword slave appeared on the left and right respectively. The expressions of the geniuses on the opposite side changed. These ferocious-looking Dao slaves and sword slaves were all battle emperors. At the same time, they were also the strongest swordsmen and swordsmen in combat. They were the most difficult opponents to deal with. This is my gift to all of you. Enjoy it. Lin Fei sat on the throne again. Kill. The Dao slave pulled out his long sword. The saber intent exploded and covered the sky. The entire invincible palace was covered in the saber intent, especially when it had reached the battle emperor level. Swish. 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 50,000 Dao slaves attacked at the same time. What a scene it was. Damn it. Why are the saber techniques of these swordsmen so similar to those of the divine saber manner? Young Master Curse cast a curse technique and put on the cursed Dao divine robe. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. The saber techniques of the divine saber manner. Could they have colluded with Di Tian? Yes, that must be it. They did not have time to think. They each took out their treasures to block the domineering saber intent. 50,000 Dao slaves. How terrifying was that? Crush. Any attack would not be able to block the attack of the Dao slaves. Although they were geniuses, they had no choice but to go all out against so many Dao slaves. They did not hide any of their ultimate techniques. Kill. The sword slaves shouted in unison. They also joined the battle with a terrifying sword intent. The few geniuses felt a headache coming on. 50,000 Dao slaves and 50,000 sword slaves. They really could not block them. The most terrifying thing was that the Dao slaves and sword slaves were using extremely powerful saber and sword techniques. At the same time, they were not afraid of death. They did not dare to be surrounded. Be careful. This is the myriad swordsman's sword technique. The Sky Devil robe stepped on the Sky Devil dance. The Sky Devil blades turned into streaks of afterimages that landed on the Dao slaves and sword slaves. They were unable to block the attacks. The clone Dao slaves and sword slaves are indeed not just for show. Now, I just need to clone a batch of cursed Dao slaves. With their cooperation, I can attack from both inside and outside. Whatever bullsh** T Dao slaves are going to be eliminated. The more Lin Fei watched, the more satisfied he was. He had forced the few geniuses into a dangerous situation. They did not have Lin Fei's invincible defense. At the same time, they had a large number of destiny points to spend. It was reasonable for them to be in a dangerous situation. My gift is not bad, right? You are the first to enjoy it. Ordinary people do not have this kind of treatment. Lin Fei looked at the wind and clouds with a smile. The Dao slaves and sword slaves surrounded the battle circle. The number of enemies they killed was not very high. Di Tian, you actually joined forces with the Divine Saber Manor and the Myriad Swords Manor. Everyone has underestimated you. Bai Yi was also quite surprised. The pressure of 100,000 enemies was very taxing on him. His treasured clothes were left with many scars, which would normally not appear. The cannon fodder that he had exchanged godheads for was too different from the Dao slaves and sword slaves. It was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison. I am in a good mood today. If you don't want to die, it is better for you to surrender. In the entire palace, the power of space and time shrouded the heads of the geniuses, limiting their speed. Dense Dao slaves and sword chi attacked. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. Chapter 2188. Invincible Palace. None of the powerhouses had expected Di Tian to have another trick up his sleeve. He had secretly colluded with the Divine Knife Sect and the 10,000 Swords Villa. There are too many people from Di Tian. I can't hold them back anymore. I'll retreat first. Young Master Curse was very unwilling, but he couldn't handle so many people. Even the cursed Dao God altar couldn't handle it. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have another chance. Curse Gate, open. Now that young Master Curse couldn't hang on to his teammates, he decided to retreat first. A black door opened, and young Master Curse pushed away the sword and saber slaves before diving in. Lin Fei had never thought of killing off these heaven's favorites with powerful backgrounds. After all, these fellows all had treasures in their hands. It wouldn't be difficult for them to escape from the encirclement. Miss Heavenly Demon, let's go. This was the first time White Knight had met such an opponent. Even though the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Saber Gate weren't top-tier forces, they weren't forces that could be underestimated. Di Tian's capabilities weren't simple to be able to hide this from everyone. All right. The demonic rainbow also had a headache. Di Tian had hidden himself too deeply, and she had almost fallen for his trap. Young Master Bai called out, and the demonic blade brought out streaks of silver light, sending more than 10 enemies flying. Eternal Divine Boat. Bai Yi released a battleship, and they boarded it one after another. The battleship erupted with boundless might, smashing the enemies into pieces. There's no need to chase. From young Master Curse's departure to Bai Ye's breaking out of the encirclement, all happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the saber slave and the sword slave stopped. However, the sword and saber intents on their bodies continued to soar into the sky, continuously slicing the void and forming a land of death. This curse warship is also a giant treasure. I won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fei secretly held back against these disciples with powerful backgrounds. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Fei didn't want to go against those veteran forces for the time being. You may have left, but the people outside won't be so lucky. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly. He had to kill a portion of them to intimidate the rest. Outside the invincible palace. The defense formed by the Black Tower was still not something that could be broken by everyone, apart from a limited number of prodigies who used secret techniques to enter. The rest could only resort to violence. After young Master Curse killed his way in, everyone was full of confidence. As long as they killed or captured Tian alive, their defenses were nothing to be afraid of. It's opening. Ha, great. The invincible palace's defenses have been breached. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. So the defense was gone. Xiao xiao xiao. Before they could celebrate for too long, a sword will shot over and hit the forehead of a combat emperor. His eyes were wide open as he fell from the sky. In an instant, everyone's scalp went numb. The sword intent and the saber intent continued to attack, covering the sky and covering the earth. The entire world seemed to have darkened. Pu, the densely packed attacks had become a nightmare for the combat emperors present. No matter what power it was. No one was able to withstand the continuous attacks. Damn it, why are there so many experts in the invincible palace? A 7-star combat emperor said sternly. The long sword in his hand danced in an airtight manner, and his expression became extraordinarily serious. Before anyone appeared, everyone felt an endless sense of danger shrouding them. This was definitely not normal. The first wave of sword intent and saber intent severely injured the group of people at the front. One by one, the combat emperors were shot dead on the spot. At this moment, at the place closest to the invincible palace, there was no one. They're out. Everyone was on guard, their eyes fixed on the invincible palace. Hua, hua, hua. Sounds of breaking air could be heard. Everyone saw figures appearing in the sky above the invincible palace. All of them were ferocious, with sharp sword intent and saber intent. How is this possible? How can a small invincible palace have such domineering sword intent and saber intent? This must be fake. Everyone was completely unable to remain calm. The densely packed black figures emitted an imposing aura. Even the 10-star battle emperors felt a chill run down their spines. Isn't this the sword intent of the 10,000 Swords Villa? Suddenly, someone cried out involuntarily. Yes, it's the sword intent of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Back then, I fought with the people of the 10,000 Swords Villa. They had the same sword intent. It's definitely the same. And this saber intent, it's obviously from the Godly Knife sect. There were constant exclamations of shock. At the same time, angry gazes were shot at the elders of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect. The leader of the 10,000 Swords Villa was at a loss and couldn't speak. This. The elder of the Godly Knife sect had the same expression as the elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Why would the saber intent of our Godly Knife sect appear here? Moreover, all of them are of the same realm. This is unbelievable. The most unacceptable thing was that the number of combat emperors in the entire Godly Knife sect and the 10,000 Swords Villa couldn't be compared to the number of people in front of them. Listen to our explanation. These aren't people from the 10,000 Swords Villa. There must be a mistake. Seeing the angry gazes of everyone, the elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa quickly explained. If this was true, the 10,000 Swords Villa wouldn't be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the Yellow River. At this moment, everyone couldn't believe it. If there was only one person, it would still be fine. However, the auras they sensed clearly belonged to the sword and saber intents of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect. How could this be fake? 10,000 Swords Villa, Godly Knife sect, thank you for attracting them here. Now, leave the rest to me. Lin Fei appeared in front of everyone, surrounded by the saber slaves and the sword slaves. Tian, you are talking nonsense. The elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The rest of the people's expressions changed. You are slandering us. You are just a small country bumpkin. You are nothing in the 10,000-year villa. Lin Fei smiled and said, how dare you besiege my sleeping quarters? Kill without mercy. Explanation? Lin Fei wouldn't bother to explain himself. I am slandering you all. The moment the saber slaves and the sword slaves attacked, they used the saber art and sword art of the two great forces. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger. A saber slave rushed to the front of a combat emperor and slashed at his body. The combat emperor forcefully resisted the attack, and a few sword slaves took advantage of the situation and killed the combat emperor. 50,000 sword slaves and saber slaves. How terrifying was that? In this sealed world, they were like a meat grinder. No matter how many of them came, they would be killed. Lin Fei needed them to increase his strength so that he could break through the combat emperor realm and become a powerhouse. Elder, our 10,000 swords villa is finished. The disciples of the 10,000 swords villa were dumbfounded. Even the heavens chosen at this moment didn't know what to say. Those gazes of death were not something that could be ignored by anyone. The hatred and resentment in those gazes were deeply etched into their hearts. It wasn't something that could be erased so easily. The black mass of saber slaves and sword slaves didn't attack them. In fact, they didn't have the intention to attack. Each of them was a 9-star combat emperor realm expert. At the same time, they weren't afraid of death. How terrifying was that? They saw with their own eyes that a saber slave didn't retreat even half a step when half of his body was destroyed. Instead, he charged forward and severely injured his opponent. After witnessing this scene, they didn't have the confidence to attack. Chapter 2189. The sword and saber slaves had inherited the saber and sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect. Their battle prowess was extraordinary, and at the same time, they were combat emperors. When they attacked together, their aura was shocking, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Sword intent and saber intent filled the air. Coupled with the fearlessness of the sword and saber slaves, the combat emperors fell one after another. Those low-level combat emperors who came out to see the world were instantly turned into beehives by the sword intent and saber intent. Run! We can't hold them anymore. 10,000 Swords Villa and Godly Blade sect betrayed us. The murderous experts of the 33 sacred heavens were swept away by Lin Fei's subordinates in less than a moment. Almost none of the combat emperors could withstand the attacks. Only Lin Fei could use such a brutal method of attack. Clone subordinates could do it. They were more death warriors than death warriors, without any changes in their thinking. Human wave tactics are really terrifying. Lin Fei sighed. From the start to the end, Lin Fei did not make a move. After a battle, Lin Fei's sword and saber slaves were less than 5% lost. No one was willing to be entangled with such a fearless method of attack. It would mean death. In order to clone 50,000 sword and saber slaves, I plundered a large amount of ores and materials. Finally, it was worth it. When the cursed slaves are cloned, almost no one will be able to leave. Lin Fei observed. The sword and saber slaves were strong, but they still had some flaws. The cursed slaves would form a special support, and their lethality would increase. Di Tian, what are you trying to do to us? 10,000 Swords Villa's elder Wanxing tried his best to suppress his anger. Today's matter could not be washed clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Right now, he wanted to know what Di Tian wanted to do to them. Yes, you slandered us. And killed the forces of the 33 sacred heavens. They will flatten your invincible palace sooner or later. Godly Blade sect's elder Dao Wufeng said coldly. Right now, the ones who hated Di Tian the most were the two elders in front of him. When this matter spread back to the 33 sacred heavens, it would be hard for them to defend themselves. That was the sword will and blade will that belonged to the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. They were the real deal. Aside from them, no one else could master them. They would never know that Lin Fei had a system in his hands. Through a drop of blood analysis, the clone was exactly the same, and no one could see through the mystery behind it. Keeping you here was actually for the sake of acting. Now, I can send you to hell. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath and snapped his fingers. The saber intent and sword intent that filled the sky blasted towards the people from the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Saber faction. Without any struggle, these people were all killed in the blink of an eye. Even if there were peak-level War Emperor rankers among them, they would not be able to withstand the familiar attack method. The increase in power is too little. Lin Fei shook his head. After becoming a 10-star combat queen, the increase in strength began to decrease. Although he had killed over 1,000 experts, the increase in strength he had obtained was still not enough to satisfy Lin Fei. For others, this little bit of strength was enough to make them laugh. I believe they won't come after killing such a huge wave of enemies. I can also clone a batch of curse mages first. In front of the Invincible Palace, the news of the heavy casualties of the various forces spread. The demonic rainbow opened a screen in the sky and reported the news to a phantom. Master, the situation is like this. We were caught off guard. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction have collaborated with DTon. All of us have underestimated this DTon. After the demonic rainbow left, it first sent the news back. This was a huge matter. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction were not top forces. But with their strong attack power, they were very popular in the 33 Sacred Heavens. But who would have thought that DTon, who was in the sealed world, would secretly collude with these two forces? What was even more terrifying was that the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction had hidden themselves deeper than expected. In that case, we have really underestimated this DTon, and the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. They want to snatch the biggest share of the origin fruit this time. The phantom's voice was emotionless, as if it was above the mortal world. Master, then what should I do? You don't have to do anything for now. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction actually plotted against our demonic palace. Master will definitely avenge you. Moreover, the two forces have hidden themselves so deeply. I believe that the other forces will not allow them to rise to the next level. The demonic rainbow was not satisfied. But I am not satisfied. The demonic rainbow, who had always been competitive, really could not accept that it had suffered a loss at the hands of an aboriginal. Wait a few days. This young man DTon has shown off his abilities. The other forces will definitely see him as their number one competitor. At that time, someone will naturally come out to suppress him. Young Master Curse, Bai Yi, Chen Hao, and other prodigies all sent the news back. This concerned the situation in the 33 Sacred Heavens. And this aboriginal DTon had once again displayed terrifying strength, becoming the strongest opponent in the fight for the origin fruit. The tens of thousands of sword and saber slaves were definitely a force that could not be ignored. And if they wanted to send experts down from above, without a certain number, they would definitely not be able to contend with DTon's people. At the same time, they bore a grudge against the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. They were now certain that the two forces were working with DTon. No wonder the news had spread so quickly. Perhaps the two forces had secretly manipulated it. After the 33 Sacred Heavens received the news, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Saber Gate, which did not seem to be very threatening on the surface, had actually secretly cultivated such a group of experts. Who knew how many more experts they had in their sects? This was very displeasing. In particular, the two masters of the sacred sky of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction were both infuriated. Who would want to have two more ticking time bombs in their control? If they could work with DTon, who knew if they would have any thoughts about their own forces? They had to be taught a lesson. The two masters of the sacred sky met secretly to discuss how to teach the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction a lesson. The other forces that had been destroyed in the Invincible Palace also placed their hatred on the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. If not for them, would their people have died? What kind of trouble could a mere aboriginal like DTon cause? Among them, the biggest culprits were these two forces. When the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction received the news, the master of the sacred sky personally paid them a visit and demanded that the two sects confess and be lenient. The two sects were dumbfounded. Someone recorded the saber intent and sword intent at the scene, including the sword techniques and saber techniques of the two sections. They were exactly the same, causing people to insist that the two sects were the ones who did it. Chapter 2190. The two masters of the sacred sky personally came to the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. This was definitely a big deal. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect did not receive the news. After all, even the master of the Sagely Sky was dissatisfied. Who would dare to inform them? The two forces were being suppressed by the Lord of the Sacred Sky. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect were dumbfounded. Many of their experts were killed on the spot. No one wanted to have an uncontrollable force under their command. The scariest thing was that the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Divine Knife sect had such strength in secret. If he didn't know, he wouldn't even know when his lower part would be flipped over. This is unforgivable. The arrival of the two masters of the Elysium had resulted in the deaths of many experts from the two superpowers. Even the sect leader was heavily injured by the master of the Elysium. Colluding with D. Tian, a native of the lower realm, is unforgivable. With just one sentence, the Lord of the Sacred Sky had pushed the blame onto the two sect masters. The master of the Sacred Sky was a powerful figure. The patriarchs of the two factions had no choice but to show themselves. However, they were no match for the Lord of Holoski's strength. After a fierce battle, they were completely defeated, and their patriarchs were injured. Since they won, it was naturally time to split the spoils. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Divine Blade sect were so angry that they spat out blood, especially after hearing the news. They cried out that they were innocent, but in front of the evidence, they were speechless, not knowing how to explain themselves. It was hard to explain. The saber art and the sword art were the secrets of the two factions. Only those with a certain status could learn them. How could outsiders learn them? The two grandmasters wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Even their old master did not know how to explain this. It was obvious that the Lord of the Sacred Sky wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take a bite out of the two forces. At the same time, the disciples of the forces that were killed also vented their anger on the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. These forces might not be afraid in a one-on-one fight, but once they joined forces, that was definitely a powerful force that could not be ignored. Even they would not be able to withstand it. Under the threat of the Lord of the Sacred Sky, he had to explain what was going on. Otherwise, they would be surrounded and attacked. The Lord of the Sacred Sky would definitely not interfere and would allow them to attack. This was the same as placing them on the stage and placing them in a dead end. Helpless. After the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber sect suffered great losses, they could only compromise. Invincible Palace. Lin Fei did not know that the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect were being suppressed by the Master of the Sagely Heaven, who was a powerhouse. Invincible Palace quietened down after a round of cleaning. The prodigy had also disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei wasn't interested in where they were going as long as they didn't come up to harass him for the time being. In fact, after the Dao slaves and sword slaves were dispatched, the various factions stopped their actions and did not dare to act recklessly. The Dao slaves and sword slaves were extremely powerful. Once trapped, it would be a nightmare. Success. Under Lin Fei's anticipation, the Curse Mage was finally born. The first batch of spellcaster was cloned. Lin Fei felt that the word wizard sounded better than slave, so he changed his name to Wizard of Incantations, which sounded more superior. The materials are too little. 5,000 Curse Mages, if used well, can be a deterrent. 5,000 spellcasters. This was the first batch that Lin Fei had cloned. Initially, he thought that cloning a Curse Mage wouldn't require too many materials. Later, he found out that it was much more deceptive than cloning a Dao slave or sword slave. Apart from the large amount of materials, the mysterious energy was also 3 times that of the Dao slave. Let me try the curse mage's attack. Lin Fei pointed at one of the curse mages. Although without young Master Curse's curse god altar, the power of the curse was limited. However, it was not something that an ordinary combat emperor could withstand. Curse mage, numb. Curse mage, great prophecy technique. Curse mage. Weak. The curse cast by the curse mage was almost the same as the one cast by young Master Curse. The only difference was the power. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. To be able to clone such a perfect curse mage, Lin Fei had to thank young Master Curse. If it was an ordinary curse mage, they would not have mastered many curse mage attacks. However, young Master Curse was different. His status was different and he had mastered many curse mage attacks. This time, Lin Fei was lucky. Alright, now that the first batch of curse mages has been cloned, with the help of the curse mage and the powerful Dao slave and sword slave, I should head to the mountain god emperor. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. There was a large amount of power waiting for him to reap. Mountain god emperor. This place was now occupied by various forces. After the various forces suffered losses, no one went to the profound sky world. Now, no one knew what Di Tian's trump card was. Di Tian is a shameless bastard. He caused our Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect to become the target of everyone. At a remote location in Mountain God Emperor, the disciples of Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect gathered together and scolded. Whenever Di Tian was mentioned, their resentment would soar and their killing intent would be revealed. Ever since Di Tian killed all the forces that surrounded them, once the news reached the Mountain God Emperor, Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect were immediately besieged. It was their fault for not being able to explain the origins of those combat emperors. More than half of the disciples of Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect were killed on the spot. The remaining ones fled in panic and hid in all directions. We can't continue to hide. Everyone, we have to think of a way. An elder of Myriad Swords Villa said with a frown. The remaining 4 elders all had a trace of exhaustion between their brows. Being chased here and there with their lives hanging by a thread was not an easy task. This is all because of that Di Tian. An elder of the godly Saber Gate said sternly with a lot of resentment in his tone, "If I see him, I'll torture him until he's hovering between life and death. I'll teach him the methods of the godly Saber Gate." Now, they only knew that Di Tian had set them up and turned them into stray dogs. Those people were complimenting them before, but who would have thought that they would attack them from all directions? Is that so? As you wish. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. From the void, a man in black appeared and swaggered in front of them. Everyone, be careful. He is Di Tian. The remaining people stood up and stared at him angrily. Everyone knew that they had become stray dogs because of Di Tian, and they had almost died in the pursuit of Huiyuhao. Di Tian, come and die. The elder of the Divine Blade sect's eyes flickered coldly. He took out a black long saber and swung it. A saber radiance swept towards Lin Fei's family. It was the hand swing saber of the Divine Blade sect. Why are you so angry? You need to calm down. Lin Fei shook his head. The muscular elder of the Divine Blade sect screamed in pain. His entire body was set ablaze. In an instant, not even his bones were left. This is the curse fire. Impossible. Chapter 2191. This time, Lin Fei did not come to the Mountain God Emperor alone. He brought an army with him. With the system, it was effortless for Lin Fei to find people in the Mountain God Emperor. It could be said that everything was under Lin Fei's control. Curse fire, this is the curse fire. The elders of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the godly Saber Gate were terrified. The curse fire was something that could only be mastered after one had cultivated the curse Dao to a certain level. At the same time, it was extremely difficult to defend against. Those who were hit by it would die for sure. Rumor had it that a magnate could kill a magnate of the same level. They had no idea how the curse fire landed on them. This kind of unknown death was unbearable. In a short period of time, fear filled the air. If you don't want to die, shut up. I don't mind killing all of you. Lin Fei laughed. As soon as the curse fire appeared, they lost the will to fight back. Who could defend against the curse fire? Even the 3 combat emperors were helpless. They were afraid that the curse fire would land on them and cause them to follow in the footsteps of their opponent. That's the way. Lin Fei was shocked. The curse fire attack of a dozen spell masters was able to kill an elder without anyone noticing. This was too cruel. The sword slaves and saber slaves were powerful, but compared to the spell masters, the difference was huge. The attack of the spell masters was even more unpredictable. Lin Fei used the system to analyze the attack and came to a conclusion. The attack of the curse fire was another way of using energy. It was more unpredictable. It was impossible to defend against. Di Tian, what are you trying to do? An elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa asked. As long as one was not an idiot, they could tell that this Di Tian was very mysterious. He might even be working with someone else. This was too scary. It's nothing much. I just need something recently. I heard that the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber Gate are powerful forces with deep foundations. I don't think I would mind using something to exchange for you. What do you think? If Lin Fei could kill them, it couldn't be any easier. However, the benefits were too little. Right now, Lin Fei lacked all sorts of resources to create his own army. There were plenty of resources in the immortal world. However, this was only temporary. Lin Fei had to accumulate strength for himself, and the best way to do so was to plunder from others. Limiting himself to his own territory was not a long-term solution. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. Plundering resources was the most suitable method. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction were undoubtedly good choices. That's impossible. The 10,000 Swords Villa elder shouted angrily. This is extortion. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the elder's body was also engulfed by the curse fire, and he instantly lost all signs of life. I don't want to say it a second time. Send the news back now. Lin Fei wasn't willing to give them time to consider. If you don't pass it on, all of you will die. 2 elders had died consecutively, both of whom were war emperor rankers. The rest of the people lost their temper and looked at Lin Fei with even more fear. We are willing. We are willing, don't kill us. He resolved the issue between the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife Gate. Lin Fei placed his gaze on the other powers. With the elders of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction here, Lin Fei could begin the next step. For example, capturing people. In a valley within the Mountain of God Emperor. That native is too shameless. He plundered the entire Mountain of God Emperor, causing us to come here for nothing. He plundered everything. I really can't accept this. Of course, when I came down, it was to plunder the prophets. Rumor has it that the Mountain of God Emperor space is a fragment of the essence of the Nishti savage world, which contains a large amount of treasures. Even the treasures of heaven and earth, but now, this place has become barren. It's all that Di Tian's fault. How can a native be so powerful? In the valley, a few young people dressed in brocade clothes gathered together. They were all disciples from several forces, and their statuses were not low. This time, they could only watch helplessly. They could only curse Di Tian for not being a good person. Now, they knew that Di Tian was not to be trifled with. Even if he was a genius, he would return in failure. Even if they were capable, they would not dare to find trouble with Di Tian. It's not good to speak ill of me behind my back. A cold voice enveloped the valley. Who? There were more than 100 people in the valley, and all of them were furious. Their background was not something that ordinary people could go against. Hua hua hua. Flames shot out from the bodies of the disciples in the valley, and in an instant, they turned into flaming people and disappeared from this world. Curse fire, this is curse fire. You people from the cursed Daoist sacred palace, how dare you? Do you know who we are? Stop it. Experts died one after another. In a short period of time, there were only 10 young people left in the valley, and their eyes were filled with fear. Lord, this is Fengyan Sha. The one in yellow is Nangong Shao, his father is a half-step magnate expert. And this is the deputy sect leader of a first-rate sect, he has great authority. At this moment, a fluctuation came from the void, and Lin Fei quietly appeared with 2 elders standing beside him. They were the elders from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect. The elders from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect had helpless expressions on their faces. If they did not want to live, they would not be willing to help Di Tian by pointing out the direct descendants of the major forces. Great, the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect are indeed not good people. Someone recognized the 2 at a glance. After all, they were one of the leaders this time, who did not know them. Long-winded. That person let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was green, and large pieces of flesh were corroded, revealing his white bones. It was a tragic sight, and he died in despair and pain. Instantly, it became quiet. You should know who I am. Now, you only need to do one thing. Of course, you can choose not to do it, the choice is in your hands. Of course, the outcome of not doing it is death. Lin Fei said indifferently, the God Emperor Mountain is beautiful, and it is the most suitable place for you to be buried. Who knows, after hundreds or thousands of years, you might have a chance to be resurrected. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Just now, they had seen someone die in front of them, and they did not have the confidence to defend against Di Tian. Lin Fei gestured to the 2 elders, and the 2 elders had sullen expressions. They passed the list to them and briefly explained the situation. Everyone's faces were filled with anger. This was robbery. You can choose not to do it, and I will send you to hell immediately. Everyone shuddered again. My father is a half-step magnate, and you dare to rob and extort? You are courting death. A stubborn person glared at Di Tian and brought out his background. Lin Fei was very simple with these idiots. He would kill them all and turn them into a part of his strength. Threat? Chapter 2192. The World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. The Thousand Swords Villa and the Godly Blade faction received a message from their elders. After seeing the message, his face darkened on the spot. The other elders also had the same expression. Shameless bastard. Ancestor, please let us go down and kill this shameless bastard. The Thousand Swords Villa and the Godly Blade faction had just been suppressed by the Master of the Sacred Sky and suffered great losses. If they had not paid a huge price, the entire sect would have been massacred. His hatred for Di Tian was so deep that he couldn't even fill up his 5 lakes and 4 seas. Now, they were extorting him. This was clearly bullying. The current sect master was also filled with hatred. An indifferent native had caused their myriad swords mountain villa to suffer a great loss. He wanted nothing more than to cut him into 8 pieces to vent the anger in his heart. The elders looked at Ancestor Thousand Swords. He was the strongest ancestor of the Thousand Swords Villa and also their strongest trump card. Like Ancestor Divine Blade of the Godly Blade faction, he was also a half-step magnate and was very close to the final step. Half-step magnate was powerful, but there was still a gap between them and a magnate. For example, the right to speak. It was the difference between heaven and earth. You're all muddle-headed. Ancestor Thousand Swords harumphed and glanced at everyone. It's not suitable for the Thousand Swords Villa to make any more enemies. It's just some materials. So what if we give them to him? Furthermore, can you deal with Di Tian and the Mountain God Emperor? Don't forget the tens of thousands of sword slaves and saber slaves around him. All the elders fell silent. Tomorrow, I will go into seclusion to become a magnate. Before I come out, the Thousand Swords Villa will not receive any guests. On this day, Ancestor Divine Blade went into seclusion. The next day, Ancestor Divine Blade went into seclusion too. In the Mountain God Emperor. With the guidance of a specialist, Lin Fei captured the disciples of the major forces. As for having no background? I'm sorry, you'll have to provide me with a portion of your strength. 50,000 sword slaves and 50,000 saber slaves passed by. A black torrent crushed everything in its path. Lin Fei made up for the loss of the saber slave and the sword slave, making up the numbers again. Now, he had another 100,000 combat emperor slaves. The spell master was another trump card. In the space of Mount God Emperor, there were enough saber slaves and sword slaves for the time being. Once they appeared, they were successful in every endeavor. The world of sword intent and the world of sword intent formed by light. This was enough to make people feel unprecedented terror. Lin Fei caught more and more people. They extorted large amounts of resources according to the size of their forces. The God Emperor Mountain's forces were thoroughly enraged. Especially after the news spread. Preposterous. That Di Tian is clearly looking down on us. We haven't gone to look for him, but he has come to act violently. We can't let this go. If outsiders see this, they will really think that we are afraid of him. Thousands of people were gathered on one of the peaks of Mount God Emperor. Dozens of people clustered around one person. It could be seen that these people were not ordinary people. Young Master Cursed was the one who shouted the most fiercely. Back then, young Master Curse wanted to show off, but in the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. He hated Di Tian very much, and once he heard that he had come, he bewitched the geniuses present. There were also some old acquaintances on the mountain peak. For example, the demonic Raiment. For example, Lord White Knight. For example, Chen Hao. There were quite a few other geniuses as well. Those who could stand here were all geniuses of the same level, and they all had strong backgrounds and forces behind them. The crowd did not have much of a reaction to young Master Curse's words. Young Master Curse. It's your problem that you suffered in the hands of Di Tian. Don't drag us down with you. Someone on the opposite side retorted. Now, who doesn't know that Di Tian is ruthless? He has a group of saber slaves and a group of sword slaves by his side. Whoever dares to go will die. Young Master Curse was used to being arrogant. Naturally, there were some people who were unhappy. Han Fei was one of them. He was also the son of a half-step giant. At the same time, he was also a powerful genius. He brought over 30 experts from his clan with him, and he was very confident in the space of Mount God Emperor. That's right. Why should we listen to you? Anyway, we have no enmity with Di Tian. He won't look for us. Many people chimed in. Young Master Curse's face turned gloomy, and a cold light flickered. He thought to himself, a bunch of idiots. I will kill all of you sooner or later. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Young Master Curse mocked them. I don't think you can say that. Chen Hao also had a lot of resentment towards Di Tian. His father was the master of sacred heaven, but he was forced to retreat by a native. This was simply a humiliation. Di Tian isn't a simple native. He is a native who has obtained a great opportunity. He even has a great treasure in his hands. Now, he even has a sword slave and saber slave. All of them are comparable to 9 stars combat emperors. Who knows what other trump cards that native Di Tian has? If Di Tian obtains the origin fruit and advances to the realm of a giant, us geniuses will have to live under his shadow in the future. Are you all willing to do that? One had to admit that Chen Hao still had some prestige. As one of the geniuses present here, they didn't wish for anyone to stand above them. It was already so difficult to deal with someone who wasn't a giant. Moreover, they couldn't think of any way to deal with Di Tian when they advanced to the realm of a giant. I also feel that this Di Tian must be eliminated. We can't let him live. Otherwise, he will definitely become a strong enemy for us geniuses. The demonic Nikhang also chimed in with a cold expression. Chen Hao's words weren't a threat. In the future, things would really develop in this direction, so they had to be careful. I also agree with Child Chen. Miss Demonic and Child Chen are both right. We have to work together to deal with Di Tian. There's strength in numbers. A few of the sons of the Lord of Holiness agreed. None of the sons of the Lord of Holiness's sons were easy to deal with. They all knew to work together to deal with Di Tian. Child Curse was powerful, but he still ran away in panic. We still have a lot of people now. We have to work together with others. Shen Hao invisibly gained prestige. As the initiator, he received everyone's support. Everyone, there's no need to work together. I'm coming. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All of a sudden, a storm of sword will and a storm of saber will crushed towards the crowd. Oh no, Di Tian is here. The thousands of people who gathered all took out their treasures to protect themselves. The storm of sword will and the storm of saber will were extremely domineering. As soon as they came crashing down, the sky darkened, and all they could see was a black torrent. Swords and sabers were everywhere, turning the crowd into beehives. Corpses were everywhere, and there were countless casualties. Before they even worked together, only about a third of the thousands of people were left. Lin Fei, surrounded by a group of sword and saber slaves, watched coldly from the side. Chapter 2193. A total of 100,000 war emperors came crashing down like a torrent. There were more than 1,000 experts gathered at the scene. In the first round of attacks, there were heavy casualties. A wave of sword intent and blade intent had killed at least 100 experts, and the number of casualties was still rising. In the face of the black torrent, they were simply too weak. Apart from a limited number of prodigies, no one else could withstand such an attack. Everyone, come to me. Let's activate our treasures together and block Di Tian's attack. Bai Yi had suffered a small loss last time, so he was still shocked when he saw the sword slaves and saber slaves again. Especially in terms of numbers, they were exactly the same as last time. It was definitely uncomfortable. Among the prodigies, Bai Yi had a strong background and a certain amount of prestige. Dozens of figures flew over. Bai Yi waved his hand and took out a battleship. The battleship was pitch black and gave off a terrifying aura. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Blood Heaven seal, it wasn't too far off. This was a treasure of a pseudo-magnate. Great, this is young Master Bai's eternal warship. With the eternal warship, we'll be able to block the attacks and even kill Di Tian's subordinates. Everyone was delighted to see the warship. Bai Yi was a member of the Eternal God Palace, a force that had existed for a long time. No one knew exactly how strong it was, but it was known that there were several giant experts guarding it. The power of the Eternal Divine Palace was unimaginable. The Eternal Warship was one of the most famous treasures of the Eternal Divine Art. It possessed a powerful defense and combat strength. A single Eternal Warship was enough to crush a Battle Emperor. Even a 10-star Battle Emperor would have to be wary of it. Everyone boarded the warship. At this moment, no one had any objections. After boarding the warship, they followed White Knight's instructions and placed their energy into the Eternal Warship. The huge Eternal Warship shone brightly. It was like a blazing sun. The saber slaves and sword slaves that surrounded Jiangchen were shot to death by the splendor as soon as they got close, and they fell from the sky. What a great warship! Its quality has actually reached the level of a pseudo-giant treasure, and the power it emits has also reached such a level. This White Knight has a mysterious background. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He had underestimated the foundation of the geniuses. This was definitely something that could only be taken out by those inherited forces with deep foundations. Di Tian, you want to kill us all in one go, but you're still one step behind. Yes. We're not that easy to bully. As long as you kneel down and hand over all your treasures, we will spare your worthless life. The Eternal Warship displayed its might, killing hundreds of saber slaves and sword slaves. All the outstanding talents saw hope. He shouted angrily at Di Tian. Bai Yi was not as optimistic as them. His eyes were flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. No one has the right to take my life, not even you Sky Prides. Lin Fei shook his head and laughed. It's just a warship. If I want it to be destroyed, it will be destroyed. Lin Fei strode over. The blood heaven seal descended from the sky, and a faint blood color spread out. With a loud bang, it landed on the eternal warship. This emperor wants to see how long you can last. It's merely a treasure of a giant. You don't have the qualifications to act fiercely before this emperor. The blood heaven seal came with a fierce momentum. The bodies of the people on the eternal warship shook violently, and their blood chi surged. Those who were slightly weaker began to vomit blood. Bang! 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 Lin Fei was like a supreme emperor. With the blood heaven seal in his hand, he unleashed the most domineering attack. Every time he attacked, the eternal warship would flip up and down, and cracks would appear on the body of the warship. The people on the eternal warship were also struggling. Not good. The blood heaven seal was indestructible. After landing on the eternal warship again, Bai Yi cursed inwardly. The eternal warship's defense began to show flaws under the relentless and tyrannical attacks. It was broken in one go. The saber slaves and sword slaves charged in with covetous eyes. Dozens of saber slaves attacked Bai Yi. Bai Ye's expression turned grave. A bright armor appeared on his body, and he released his aura to send his enemies flying. Time slow. Lin Fei executed time slow. It enveloped the heads of the outstanding talents. Spatial compression. The eternal warship became a battlefield. Countless saber slaves and sword slaves charged in, forcing the outstanding talents to retreat. Although Lin Fei's time slow and spatial compression couldn't suppress them completely, it could at least affect them by 20 to 30%. Curse Dao, Great Prophecy. After young Master Curse suffered a loss previously, he still couldn't accept it. He looked for an opportunity and launched another attack when the other party was unprepared. It was a fatal attack. Lin Fei had long since disregarded this. The system's mysterious energy could completely disintegrate such attacks. It could be said that no matter how many such attacks came, they would all be disintegrated. After cloning the Curse Dao Mage, the system analyzed the Curse Dao attacks and studied them in detail. The mysterious Curse Dao in the eyes of others was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. You know the Great Prophecy, so do I. After the system finished analyzing the Curse Dao, it wasn't impossible for Lin Fei to execute it. Boasting shamelessly. Young Master Curse sneered. The Curse Dao was a peak existence that had disappeared for an era. Now, only a few people grasped it, and no one else had the chance to see it. Watch carefully then. Lin Fei allowed the Great Prophecy to land on him. Great Prophecy. Lin Fei's voice became especially sacred. It was different from the way young Master Curse cast it. It was simpler. Go. Young Master Curse originally wanted to mock him. How could a native like him learn the Curse Dao of their Curse Palace? He was too presumptuous. The other prodigies split a trace of their divine sense to pay attention to the movements here. They also didn't believe that Di Tian knew the Curse Dao. The moment the mystic seal appeared, the sneer on young Master Curse's face suddenly disappeared. His pupils constricted, and from his feet up, half of his body instantly turned into nothingness. Cough, cough, cough. This Curse Dao impossible. Young Master Curse wanted to say why Di Tian's Great Prophecy was more terrifying than his, and he didn't even know when he was hit. The prodigies on the eternal warship who were still fighting were all dumbfounded. This was because they saw young Master Curse's body turn into nothingness under the corrosion of the Great Prophecy. He disappeared in front of them without even a moment of support. Is young Master Curse dead? Doubt, confusion. All kinds of emotions could be seen on everyone's faces. F***ck, the strengthened version of the Great Prophecy is so powerful. He killed young Master Curse with a curse? Lin Fei looked at the strength bonus. Indeed, it was more than usual. System, you're really awesome. What Lin Fei had cast previously was the strengthened version, which was the most suitable to be used. He underestimated its power and killed young Master Curse with a curse. This was too domineering. Lin Fei originally thought that it would be good if he could severely injure young Master Curse. Now, it was completely beyond his expectations. Everyone, if you don't want to die like young Master Curse, the best choice is to surrender. Chapter 2194. The Great Prophecy spell itself was strange, and its power was exceptionally strong and terrifying. The enhanced version of the Curse Dao was still more than 10 times stronger than expected. A single Curse Dao killed young Master Curse mercilessly. As the person who did it, Lin Fei was also shocked. The system was too awesome. Most terrifying of it all was that this ultimate attack of the Curse Dao was mysterious and unfathomable, and it was impossible to guard against. It was like a sharp sword above one's head that would descend at any moment. Young Master Curse is dead. The frown on Bai Ye's face was so deep that it almost formed a Chuan character. Mr. Cursed was killed, and he was killed in one move. What is Di Tian's background? How can he master such a terrifying curse like the Great Prophecy spell? Bai Ye's mind raced, but he couldn't figure out the connection. Could Di Tian be from the Cursed Palace? This is important news. In the beginning, the appearance of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Knife sect by Di Tian's side made everyone feel uneasy. No one knew when Di Tian had colluded with them. If that was all, no one would feel much about it. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Divine Knife sect were not weak, but in the world of the 33 Holy Heavens, they were at most first-rate forces. In front of the super forces, they could not withstand a single blow. Any one of the major powerhouses was enough to wipe out the two forces. Now it's getting troublesome. Ever since Di Tian used the curse technique, everyone had a headache. Not only was it difficult to deal with, but it also involved the 33 Holy Heavens. Bai Yi, the demonic Nikhang, Chen Hao, and the other chosen saints all revealed grave expressions after young Master Curse was killed. Especially the last sentence, coupled with the encirclement of tens of thousands of battle emperors, they gradually felt powerless. We've underestimated Di Tian. Heavenly Devil Rainbow said with a bitter smile, Di Tian has grasped a curse technique, and it's a killer move like Great Prophecy technique. No one knows if he also has curse techniques, damn it. Damn it, an unremarkable sealed world. How did such a freak appear? Shen Hao was a holy son, but he had to admit that Di Tian had become even more terrifying after mastering curse techniques. Breakthrough? They were no longer confident. The Curse Palace was a force that struck fear in the hearts of others. Even a powerhouse would not be willing to offend any disciple of the Curse Palace. That was because the Curse Palace was famous for shielding their own. 100,000 War Emperor rankers, and they were still at the 9 Stars realm. This was undoubtedly a chasm that could not be crossed. They could easily trap them to death. You want us to surrender? Who do you think you are? One of the Heavens Chosen let out a cold snort. His fist technique shook the heavens and sent more than 10 combat emperors flying. At the same time, he waved his hand and released several puppets to shield his back. His silhouette turned illusory, creating layers of afterimages. They were about to break out of the encirclement. Bang! The sky was filled with afterimages as the prodigy fell out of the void. The curse fire wrapped around his body, and he screamed miserably as he turned into nothingness before everyone's eyes. Everyone, feel free to break out. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. After the previous incident, Lin Fei was prepared. He could not wait for them to break out of the encirclement. He would kill as many as they broke out of the encirclement. He did not believe that they could escape from the spellcaster. Putting everything else aside, just the various curses and attacks were enough to give everyone a hard time. Cursed fire. The rest of the prodigies who wanted to break out of the encirclement shuddered. The cursed fire was a terrifying attack that was not inferior to the Great Prophecy spell. Other than the treasures that were specially refined for curses. Outsiders could not withstand the attack of the cursed fire and would be burned into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. 2 types of curses had appeared consecutively, and they were both top-notch existences. It was no different from dropping a heavy bomb. Don't act rashly. Bai Yi did not want to send everyone to their deaths. This time, they are already prepared. It will be difficult for us to break out of the encirclement. Chen Hao said dryly. With the great prophecy spell and the cursed fire, I believe that there are people from the cursed palace hiding in the void. It will be even more difficult to break out. Everyone, give up resisting. Even Bai Yi. There was no way to break out of the encirclement. This Di Tian was too terrifying. When the rest saw that Prince Bai Yi had given up resisting, they also gave up. Instead of dying in vain, they might as well see what Di Tian wanted to see. With their background, Di Tian should not dare to kill them. They were also skeptical about the latter's idea. Even Prince Bai had killed Bai Yi, let alone them. Prince Bai, you have made a good choice. Lin Fei smiled. I will not kill you. I am only making a deal with the forces behind you. I am a very easy person to talk to. Easy to talk to? Everyone did not believe this. It was easy to talk to 100,000 battle emperors surrounding them. This is a small toy that I have refined. If you stay here peacefully, it will naturally protect your lives. If you have other thoughts, this small toy will give you a perfect gift. You will definitely be satisfied. Many small toys were sealed on the bodies of the geniuses. It was a blooming flower. The color of the flower was pitch black, but it gave off a dangerous aura that made one's heart palpitate. Everyone, don't move. This flower should be augmented with the cursed fire and other cursed secret techniques. Once it explodes, our bodies will definitely not be able to withstand it. Bai Yi was experienced and knowledgeable, so he was aware of the danger. Prince Bai, you have good eyesight to be able to recognize it at a glance. This emperor is impressed. Lin Fei clapped his hands. Since you know, this emperor will not say any more. The geniuses who had given up resisting were all guarded by the Dao slaves and sword slaves. The eternal warship, a pseudo-giant level treasure, was also taken away by Lin Fei. It could provide some help for the Blood Sky Seal's advancement. Prince Bai, where are the other people from the 33 sacred heavens? Please tell me. This will save me the trouble of looking for them. Lin Fei smiled at Bai Yi. Bai Yi smiled bitterly. I don't have a choice. What do you think? Bai Yi had become a prisoner. Coupled with the fact that he had not figured out Chu Ditian's background, he naturally would not offend him at this time. A treasure that could combine the cursed fire and other secret techniques to form a unique threat was not something an ordinary person could create. Before the danger was resolved, no one was willing to offend Di Tian. No matter what, they had to survive first. They could not wait for Di Tian to offend all the 33 sacred heavens forces. When that happened, even if they had countless battle emperors, they would not be able to withstand the fury of the giants. Di Tian, this native, was now walking on the path of death. He had captured the geniuses. Lin Fei led the Dao slaves and sword slaves straight to the camps of the various forces. Kill. On a plain, several forces had joined together to form a base camp. A black torrent rushed in and broke open the camp. The Dao slaves and sword slaves rushed in like a flood and started a massacre. The plain was filled with the stench of blood. Lin Fei did not need to do anything. The Dao slaves and sword slaves had become the most terrifying warriors on the battlefield. Bai Yi and the other geniuses were being held at the back. Unless a giant expert comes, these people will not be able to withstand Di Tian's power. Bai Yi sighed softly. This is too terrifying, especially since they have mastered the sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the top-notch saber techniques of the Divine Saber Sect. Their killing power is too terrifying. They are not afraid of death. They could clearly see the battle on the battlefield. Chapter 2195. Mountain of God Emperor. This is bad. Run. This is too scary. His cultivation level is so high, and he has mastered high-level blade and sword skills. We can't stop him. Don't kill us. We surrender. Following the invasion of the Black Torrent, even the 10-star battle emperors felt their scalps go numb. No one wanted to experience the feeling of being surrounded by waves of enemies. One by one, the forces were wiped out. They're finished. Prince Bai Yi, who was being watched by the battle emperors, sighed. Along the way, Bai Yi experienced the terror that Di Tian's subordinates brought. I didn't expect Di Tian to be so ruthless. He killed everyone except the genius disciples. Saint Shenhao said coldly. Their group was expanding. Being watched by the battle emperors and the treasures they had, they didn't have the heart to resist. You've been caught too. Sigh, who knew Di Tian's underlings would be so powerful? They're like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. This is too scary. The geniuses who were familiar with Di Tian were captured one by one. It was inevitable that someone would point out the culprit. In the group, the geniuses were dejected. The prodigies who were usually arrogant about their strength and could kick the various major forces around were all defeated in front of Di Tian and captured alive one after another. If they wanted to die, Lin Fei didn't mind sending them on their way. In fact, there were only a few geniuses who wanted to die. They chose to surrender when there was no hope. Bai Yi and the rest were the best proof. At least they didn't kill the geniuses. After wiping out one force after another, all the major forces in the Mountain of God Emperor were wiped out. Only a few powerful top forces were left. No one could stop Lin Fei's human wave attack. Most importantly, they were battle emperors, 9-star battle emperors. There were more than 100,000 of them. No matter how many came, they would die. It's time to attack the other top forces. Lin Fei squinted his eyes as he looked at the captives behind him. With a wave of his hand, the mighty army of battle emperors headed towards a direction in the Mountain of God Emperor. Di Tian, if I were you, I wouldn't look for trouble with them. Bai Yi suddenly said. You don't know how terrifying they are. This is my territory. No matter how powerful you are not as powerful as me. Lin Fei didn't even turn his head as he threw out a domineering statement. In the Mountain God Emperor space, there were only 4 top forces left. These 4 top forces. In the world of the 33 holy heavens, without exception, they were all top-notch existences. There were powerhouses at the level of giants, and at the same time, there were even stronger existences. Unlike the others, they didn't attack Di Tian from the start. They disdained such behavior. Therefore, no matter what happened, they still occupied a spot in the Mountain of God Emperor and waited for the origin fruit to appear. This was also a display of their confidence in their own strength. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of soldiers gathered their spirit, energy, and spirit together. Breaking through the clouds, domineering and invincible. Interesting, that Di Tian is here. Within a mountain valley, at the peak sat an elder with a head of white hair. His gaze was like lightning as he passed through layers of space and saw the mighty flood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several prodigies came up from the foot of the mountain and appeared beside the old man. Elder Chen. This should be that Di Tian. Rumor has it that he has tens of thousands of 9-star battle emperors by his side. A prodigy with black and white eyebrows stared coldly in front of him. What a good aboriginal, thinking that he is invincible after destroying other forces. He thinks too highly of himself. Does he really think that our ocean god city is easy to bully? Elder Chen, let us teach Di Tian a lesson. It would be best if we can capture him alive. At that time, we can see what treasures he has on him. By then, whatever treasures he has will belong to our ocean god city. Another prodigy requested to fight. Ocean god city was one of the top forces in the world of the 33 holy heavens. You are not allowed to fight. The old man stood up. This Di Tian is not easy to deal with. If anyone underestimates him, they might die here. Several prodigies had unnatural expressions on their faces. Elder Chen, you are helping others' morale and diminishing your own. He is just an aboriginal. If not for the opportunity, how could he be our opponent? A prodigy was unconvinced. They were born into nobility. How could someone from the sealed world compare to them? Elder Chen's words were undoubtedly a provocation to them. Chen Wanyan shook his head in disappointment. Can't you see how powerful Di Tian is? Tens of thousands of 9-star battle emperors. How many forces could do that? Can you do it? Of course, Chen Wanyan would not say these words out loud. Your Majesty Di Tian, what is the meaning of you bringing so many people here? A loud rumbling sound spread. The entire mountain god emperor was spread out. Everyone heard the sound. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. What a great ocean god city elder. He is indeed not simple. Sea god city, from what he heard from others, was a top-notch power. If he was in the world of the 33 sage heavens, Lin Fei might have some reservations. But now that he was in the mountain of god emperor space, where powerful experts could not come down, he had nothing to worry about. The mountain god emperor is my territory. Where can I not go? Elder Chen, don't you think so? Lin Fei took the initiative and emphasized the ownership of the mountain god emperor space. In fact, he gave him a reason to attack. Let's see if you are convinced. Lin Fei did not want to offend such a top force for the time being. Chen Wanyan realized that Di Tian did not come with good intentions. Di Tian, the mountain god emperor space is yours just because you said it's yours. Who do you think you are? A prodigy sneered. I also said that the mountain god emperor space is mine. In front of me, a junior like you is not qualified to speak. Lin Fei glared at the prodigy. The prodigy let out a miserable cry. The curse fire burned fiercely and instantly turned him into ashes. Curse fire. Chen Wanyan was shocked. What relationship do you have with the curse palace? Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Elder Chen, your prodigy is too unruly. It's best if you take care of him. I don't like people who talk nonsense. Chen Wanyan thought that Di Tian was cunning. The prodigy's death was in vain. He turned back and glared at them. All of you shut up. A single curse fire made the prodigy fearful. After being reprimanded, he could only glare at Di Tian angrily. This was the hardest attack to defend against. Your Majesty Lin Fei, the prodigy is insensible. You have already vented your anger by killing him. Chen Wanyan looked at Lin Fei. Can you tell me why you are here? Chapter 2196. Kill without mercy. The last 3 words resounded in the sky above Mount God Emperor. So domineering. A bumpkin dares to say such words to an elder of Sea God City. I'm in awe. Illegal invasion? How dare he say that? Although Di Tian has more than 90,000 battle emperors, Sea God City is not a force to be trifled with. Di Tian is seeking his own death. The captured prodigies clapped their hands in their hearts, hoping that Di Tian would suffer a huge setback at Sea God City. Everyone knew the strength of Sea God City in the 33 sacred heavens. Now, Di Tian was not afraid of anything. Provoking Sea God City was equivalent to finding trouble for himself. At the same time, several powerful divine senses swept across the entire space of Mount God Emperor. They were the elders of the other 3 factions. The divine senses transformed into a clear figure that appeared in the sky. Their appearance immediately drew gasps of surprise from the prodigies. They're here. I've seen the one on the left before. That's Elder Fong from Horizon Mountain. He was a powerful prodigy 1,000 years ago. The one at the top, I've seen him once from afar. He's an extremely shrewd and calculative elder, Elder Lin from Flame City. The one in black is known as the Blade of Death. He's an expert in saber techniques, Elder Yu from Sky City. In the sky, 3 figures exuded an invincible aura. Kill without mercy? You're that arrogant Di Tian? Fang Wang, a middle-aged man in embroidered robes, said coldly. They all say that there's an arrogant guy in the sealed world. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it. What do you think, Elder Yu? Lin Yijian from Flame Mountain squinted his eyes. His gaze flickered as if he was calculating something. Yu Lin did not like this Elder Yijian. This guy was too calculative. Who knew what he was calculating? He liked to use force to destroy everything. I don't know if he's arrogant or not, Yulin said. I only know that this D Tian is interesting. This D Tian is interesting. I wonder how many strikes he can take from me. Chen Wanyan's expression darkened. No one dared to say such words, especially in front of him. That would be a provocation to see God's city. Chen Wanyan narrowed his eyes when the elders from the other three factions appeared. That's impossible. Lin Fei was not surprised by the appearance of the elders of the three factions. He had been monitoring the space of the mountain god emperor ever since he came here, so he would be notified immediately if anything happened. You're just three divine sense afterimages. How dare you put on an act here? Lin Fei snorted coldly, which was like a bolt from the blue. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The saber slaves and sword slaves formed a sword formation and charged over without any warning. Three divine senses materialized. Evidently, they hadn't expected Di Tian to be so violent. He didn't even give them a chance to display their strength. Instead, he pressed down on them with his army and attacked them from all directions. Di Tian, how dare you? You're rebelling. How dare a native like you attack us? The army pressed on, drowning the three shadows in the sea of people. Even though the three divine sense shadows had extraordinary combat power, they were instantly destroyed by the sea of people. He couldn't even hold on for a little longer. Even if it's me, I will still kill him without hesitation. Lin Fei was very calm about the situation before him. Elder Chen, don't you think that's reasonable? Chen Wanyan decided to wait and see. It would be best to let them test Di Tian so that he could figure out something. After all, tens of thousands of 9 stars battle emperors who were not afraid of death were extremely terrifying. If it was a giant powerhouse, there was nothing to be concerned about. However, Chen Wanyan wasn't one. He was merely a 10-star battle emperor. Even if he had treasures in his hands, he didn't have much confidence. This Di Tian really doesn't play by the rules. Chen Wanyan was also shocked. Di Tian had destroyed the divine senses of the three elders just because of a few words. Is he going to attack me? Chen Wanyan wasn't sure what Lin Fei was thinking. Even though Chen Wanyan had a trump card, if he really went all out, the other three factions would benefit from it. If he couldn't get the origin fruit, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Then how much does your Majesty Di Tian want for this entrance fee? Chen Wanyan thought for a while and immediately came up with an idea. Based on Chen Wanyan's understanding of the other three, even though it wouldn't affect them much after their divine senses were destroyed, they definitely wouldn't be able to take it lying down. They would definitely find trouble with Di Tian. This was something that Chen Wanyan could think of even if he closed his eyes. Elder Chen is really straightforward. This is the entrance fee, you can take a look. A jade slip flew over. Chen Wanyan grabbed it in his hand. He didn't think that the other party would ask for too much. As soon as his divine sense entered the jade slip, his expression instantly changed and his whole face darkened. The origin fruit is formed from the essence of the wasteland world. One origin fruit can create a powerhouse. No matter what, it will be a giant realm. In the eyes of a top force like Sea God City, this entrance fee is not worth mentioning at all. Lin Fei smiled. Chen Wanyan's words were rebutted by Lin Fei. His heart was filled with anger. This damn guy, a backward country bumpkin, how dare he ask for such a condition? This is blatant robbery. Some of the materials on the jade slip were ordinary, but some were priceless. This was an exorbitant demand. This put Chen Wanyan in a difficult position. How should he answer? The Black Army gradually closed in. As an elder of the Sea God City, Chen Wanyan had never encountered such a situation. It was really displeasing. This is impossible. You are asking for an exorbitant demand. After some thought, Chen Wanyan still rejected. He didn't want to be perfunctory anymore. At most, he would just fight. Moreover, the experts of the other three factions had appeared. Together with him, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy D. Tian. Giant-level treasure? What was that? All 4 major factions had it. It was just a small toy. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Why do you have to do this? Actually, I really don't want to kill you. Kill. Chen Wanyan thought that Di Tian was afraid. In the next second, the surrounding disciples, deacons, and prodigy elders of the sea god city were all attacked by curse techniques. Elder, not good, I've been hit by the weakening technique. I've been poisoned. This is too terrifying. The Dao slave and sword slave charged over and slashed at the disciples and prodigies present. Almost none of them had the ability to fight back. Your opponent is me. Lin Fei took out the blood sky seal and suppressed it with a rumble. Time and space enveloped them, and everyone's speed slowed down. They were instantly killed. Heart of the ocean. A torrential ocean pressed against Chen Wanyan's head. Chapter 2197. As soon as the heart of the ocean appeared, monstrous waves formed a barrier. This was only one of the treasures of Ocean God City's elder Zhang Wanyan. Ocean God City was the epitome of wealth. In the eyes of others, it was impossible to obtain a magnate-level treasure. However, in the eyes of Ocean God City, a magnate-level treasure was nothing at all. This was the difference between them. Di Tian, you will regret ignoring our Ocean God City like this. Zhang Wanyan activated the crystal blue heart of the ocean, raising monstrous waves that crushed over. Half of the sky was filled with water. Elder Zhang is right. He's just a native. How dare he threaten us? In the distance, Yulin of Sky City came alone with a black spear in his hand. With a shake of the spear, the void collapsed. A total of 18 dragons roared and shot towards Lin Fei in the sky. Flame Divine Pearl, burn 10,000 miles. Lin Yijian of Flame City was not willing to be outdone. With such a good opportunity, he had to kill Di Tian. If he did not kill this kind of person, he would definitely become a huge threat in the future. With this thought in mind, his killing intent became even stronger. Lin Yijian was born with a kind of intuition. As long as someone was dangerous, he would be able to see through it with a single glance. He had never made a mistake before. From the first glance, Lin Yijian felt that this Di Tian would be a strong enemy in the future. If he did not kill him now, when would he? Not to mention that there were 4 top forces involved. The monstrous flames instantly engulfed all the enemies in the sky. The entire world became a sea of red flames. Even from afar, everyone could feel the heat waves surging towards the sky. The red flames burned their bodies and they all circulated their energy to resist. What a good treasure. I'm afraid Di Tian is in trouble. Bai Yi said indifferently. Flame City's Flame Divine Pearl can burn 10,000 miles. Even a War Emperor expert will be burned to death. Di Tian's subordinates probably won't be able to resist this kind of red flames for long. Flame City was known as the Grandmaster level of fire. This flame was naturally powerful beyond imagination. Especially now that it was a magnate-level treasure that was used. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the red flames appeared, hundreds and thousands of blade and sword slaves were instantly burned into nothingness. There was basically nothing that could resist it. Even though Flame City's Lin Yijian was not a magnate, he could still kill a War Emperor expert with this pearl in his hand. He could still kill War Emperors. Within these flames, he was an omnipotent existence. You will definitely die today. Lin Yijian laughed and pushed the divine flame bead to the limit. Your flames are indeed powerful. This Emperor's flames are stronger than yours. Lin Fei's lips curled up as he lightly spat out 2 words. Cursed flames. Without warning, Lin Yijian's body soared into the air and a ball of cursed fire appeared. Not far away, Yulin and even Zhang Wanyan were the same. Cursed flames emerged from their bodies. Once the cursed flames appeared, they were unparalleled under the heavens. Dao of Spells, weaken. Dao of Spells, paralysis. Lin Fei continued to cast curse techniques. His entire person became incomparably mysterious. They all cried out in alarm. As the curse flames burned, Lin Yijian's expression changed greatly. One of his arms was burned off, and the divine flame orb fell to the ground. Just as he was about to retrieve it, the curse attack came again, and he was out of strength. How do you know how to cast spells? You are from the spell palace. Lin Fei suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yijian. With a single grab, the divine flame bead fell into his hand. This thing is not bad. I will gladly accept it. Whoosh! Lin Yijian was entangled by the curse flames. Coupled with the paralysis effect, he could only watch as the divine flame bead was snatched away. As soon as the treasure fell into his hand, the flames that filled the sky were retracted. Dao Nu and Sword Nu besieged him. There were more than 20,000 of them, drowning Lin Yijian. To Lin Fei's subordinates, other than the threat of the flames, there was no threat to them. After losing the treasure, the divine flame bead, Lin Yijian did not hold on for long before he was killed. In fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Yu Lin did not have a good ending. His combat strength was not bad, and the treasure was not a large-scale treasure. A dense number of war emperors surrounded him and closed in on him. Wave after wave, they paid the price of 8,000 to kill him in one fell swoop. The black spear also fell into Lin Fei's hands. Kill all the people from Blazing Mountain and Sky City. Since he had killed them, Lin Fei might as well go all out and kill them all first. 50,000 subordinates went straight to two places to kill. Fang Wang of Sky Cliff Mountain, how long are you going to hide? Lin Fei's eyes were like lightning as he shot towards the void. Your Majesty Di Tian, don't attack. Fang Wang came out from the void. He couldn't help but be shocked. Zhang Wanyan watched as two experts were killed one after another, and he became uneasy. The divine flame bead was a powerful treasure, but it was still defeated by Di Tian. His mind quickly turned. I am willing to pay the entrance fee. Fang Wang added, afraid that Di Tian would attack. From the beginning, Lin Fei was prepared to kill one or two to show them who was the boss. Only then would he be able to continue his act. Now, everything was under control. Our sea god city is also willing. Zhang Wanyan put away the ocean's heart. The unstoppable cursed flames were too terrifying, and they were even more powerful than the cursed palaces. Lin Fei's face darkened. I was polite to you before, but you didn't know what was good for you. I even dared to kill people from Sky City and Blazing Mountain, let alone the two of you. The two of them could hear the cold killing intent in Di Tian's voice. He was really going to make a move on them. At this moment, the two of them could only smile bitterly and helplessly. They had planned to work together to kill Di Tian, but who would have thought that he would be so powerful? Once the cursed flames were released, he killed the two of them. The scariest thing was that this Di Tian had some kind of relationship with the cursed palace. That was the scariest thing. If they knew that the cursed palace's terrifying cursed flames were here, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. They didn't have such a hobby. We are willing to pay double the price. The two of them didn't dare to fight Di Tian now, and they would rather pay the price. Lin Fei said coldly, even double the price is not enough. I feel that it is better to kill you first and end everything once and for all. Whoosh! 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 The saber slave and sword slave who had left earlier quickly returned. Their killing intent soared into the sky, and at the same time, they reeked of blood. Your Majesty, Sky City and Blazing Mountain have been killed. A saber slave covered in blood walked in front of Lin Fei. Not bad, well done. Fang Wang and Zhang Wanyan's hearts sank. Sky City and Blazing Mountain were completely finished. The two of them knew their strength very well, and they had lost too quickly in front of Di Tian. It was a complete defeat. The saber slave and sword slave surrounded Di Tian. The pressure on the two of them multiplied. At this moment, they had no confidence. So what if they had a magnate-level treasure? They couldn't block the curse technique. Once they were hit by the curse technique, it would be fatal. We will pay triple the price. The saber slave and sword slave continued to advance. A sky full of killing intent welcomed them. 4 times. 5 times. The two of them could only tempt Tian with this. As long as they kept their lives, they would have plenty of chances to take revenge in the future. Lin Fei didn't relent. You want to let you go with 5 or 6 times? Dream on. 6 times. 7 times. Sweat appeared on the 2 of their foreheads. If these people rushed over, they would be killed. 8 times. Don't kill us. This was a huge price to pay. The 2 of them gritted their teeth. Lin Fei's system was also analyzing the 2 of them. It would be best if he could take a big bite out of them. That way, he wouldn't have killed the people of Sky City and Blazing Mountain in vain. Chapter 2198. 8 times the price. Both Fang Wang and Zhang Wanyan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Lin Fei said. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They had never been afraid before, but this was the first time they were afraid in front of Tian. They were afraid that the curse technique was too powerful. Hand over your treasures and stand aside obediently. Some saber slaves came out and demanded them to hand over their treasures. Lin Fei would not be merciful to his enemies. If he did not control the system and had the ability to convert the mysterious energy into secret techniques, he would have become a dead soul in their hands. The surrender of Tianya Mountain and Oceanic God City announced that the Mountain God Emperor space was once again in Lin Fei's hands. Even though some of them were not convinced, Lin Fei's method was simple: kill them on the spot. After killing some of them, the rest became obedient. In their eyes, Lin Fei had become a demon king. The forces of the Mountain God Emperor were soon wiped out. Lin Fei did not capture any captives and chose to kill them all. He was a step closer to becoming a giant, and the forces of the Mountain God Emperor were wiped out. Some forces also escaped into the immortal world. Lin Fei did not go and deal with them for now. The most important thing now was to occupy the Mountain God Emperor space. The origin fruit was very important. The Mountain God Emperor was also heavily guarded, and the system started to monitor it. If any forces tried to invade, the saber slaves and sword slaves would kill them on the spot. For a moment, no one dared to enter the Mountain God Emperor space. Lin Fei arranged for the soldiers to stay at the important positions. They would be killed as soon as they showed themselves. When the news spread, the world of the 33 sacred heavens was in an uproar. Everyone was silent. So many powers were sent down, yet they all fell to Tian's hands. What was going on? When did such an expert appear in a sealed world? The 4 top forces were defeated one after another. There were even rumors that the 4 top forces would roar from time to time. The news came back one after another. All the forces were dumbfounded again. The first time, the interference of the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect had already made everyone unhappy. Then, the 2 sacred masters brought people to settle the scores with the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. He bit off a large piece of flesh from their mouths and barely let them go. Before they could figure out why the people from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Knife sect would appear next to Tian, they received even more unacceptable news. Tian seemed to be from the Cursed Palace. As soon as the news spread, no one could remain calm. Who didn't know how powerful the Cursed Palace was? Even their cultivation art was ranked among the top 10 cultivation arts. Compared to the 10 great cultivation arts, incantations were even more bizarre and impossible to guard against. There had never been anyone who dared to offend the Cursed Palace because the Cursed Palace's vengeance was extremely crazy. Now that such a piece of news had come out, it was definitely not good news. Soon, all kinds of rumors spread. Tian is from the Cursed Palace. Tian is the illegitimate son of a giant of the Cursed Palace. Tian is a pawn of the Cursed Palace. The news spread like wildfire. As for those who wanted to find out the truth, not a single one of them dared to do so. The leader of the Elysium was extremely anxious. Could it be that Di Tian was really a pawn of the cursed palace? No one was sure. However, Di Tian had used the curse fire within his curse arts to heavily injure Blazing City's Lineagean in a single exchange. How could that be explained? Pressure? If it was any other power, it would be fine. However, this was the cursed palace. That was not something they could easily pressure. Other than that, Di Tian's exorbitant demand had shocked everyone. When they saw that there were precious and ordinary materials on the list, they were all confused. What was this Di Tian trying to do? The news about Di Tian continued to spread in the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. In the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. In a dark abyss without any daylight. There were huge cities floating in this place. Endless black winds whistled, and huge flying beasts flew across the sky. They swallowed the howling black winds. At the same time, a huge black river surrounded the city. This black river had a terrifying name. It was called the Curse River. The Curse River was a river where incantations gathered. It was a mysterious thing that was born in the world. Every once in a while, a secret technique would be born. The secret techniques of the entire Cursed Palace originated from this Curse River. Today, all the giants of the Cursed Palace were gathered together. There was no choice. Something big had happened in the Cursed Palace. The security of the Cursed Palace had also been strengthened. In the eerie palace, many shadows landed on the thrones. Every one of them was a giant expert. These giants had not been feeling well recently. It was because of Di Tian's Cursed Palace. Now, all the disciples in the Cursed Palace were guessing which giant's illegitimate son Di Tian was. The Cursed Palace had always been very strict with incantations. Normally, incantations would not be leaked out. If they were leaked out, outsiders would not be able to successfully cultivate them. Which one of you has admitted that Di Tian is the illegitimate son of one of you? The one sitting at the head of the table was the Cursed Palace's palace master. He was dressed in white and looked at everyone with a sharp gaze. It would be a lie if he wasn't angry. As the palace master, he actually didn't know about such a big thing. Whenever this matter was brought up, the palace master was filled with anger. He really wanted to catch the culprit. The Cursed Palace was swept into the center of the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. Everyone thought that this was done on the orders of the Cursed Palace. Even the Lord of the Sagely Sky was unhappy. The Cursed Palace was taking everything for itself. Wasn't it too overbearing? Weren't they afraid of burying themselves? In fact, the Lord of the Sagely Sky had even told the Cursed Palace to release the slots so that they wouldn't take everything for themselves. This made the palace master of the Cursed Palace speechless. Even though the Cursed Palace was very powerful, they didn't dare to offend the Lord of the Sagely Sky and the other major powers. After all, the Cursed Palace wasn't as glorious as it had been in the past. Right now, they had to find out whose subordinate Di Tian was. The giants all remained silent. They really didn't have an illegitimate son. Palace Master, they're deliberately slandering us, a giant said. Don't fall for it. The Palace Master's expression darkened. He roared, Bullsh**T. What slandering? Then who can explain why Di Tian has cursed flames and why he is paralyzed? These are all secrets. If anyone tries to explain it, I will think that they're Bullsh**Ting. Everyone fell silent again. This matter was extremely vexing. The giants all cursed Di Tian in secret. They had just been laughing at the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect, but in the blink of an eye, the Cursed Palace had become the scapegoat. The scariest thing of all was that Di Tian had killed all the people from Flame City and Sky City. This was the start of a feud. This was something that was going to be a huge headache. What, you have nothing to say? Chapter 2199. And Di Tian had appeared in the Mountain of God Emperors. Hence, the entire 33 Sage Heavens were unhappy. Many of their disciples and prodigies were in Di Tian's hands. This was no small matter. They had to redeem them. Take revenge again? Send experts down? Who knew? They weren't confident. If they lost more experts, it would be a slap to their faces. Everyone could only choose the second option. They had to pay a price to redeem their disciples. They couldn't allow their disciples to remain in Di Tian's hands forever. If Di Tian was unhappy and killed all their disciples, they would be the ones to suffer losses in the end. Mount God Emperor. Lin Fei's temporary residence was on the highest mountain peak. You can leave now. After receiving another gift, a saber slave would immediately take the prodigy out and release the seal on his body. The prodigy would then run away without looking back. This was a painful time for this prodigy and the Mount God Emperor. Apart from that, he would have to face his senior and junior brothers when he returned. This wasn't a matter of pride. He would have to learn how to conceal himself for a period of time. Master, this is the 20th prodigy. In the palace, Lin Fei sat on the throne and played with the storage ring on his hand as he listened to his subordinates' reports. They are quite obedient. Ever since he destroyed Sky City and Flame City, no one dared to come down from above. Mount God Emperor was also in a state of panic. Various forces sent over ransoms to redeem the prodigies. Lin Fei was a man of his word. He would release the prodigies as soon as the ransom was paid. In less than 2 days, he released over 20 prodigies. However, Lin Fei still had over 100 prodigies. As for the worthless prodigies, he killed them all. Lin Fei let the system absorb all the ransom money that was delivered. This was his future strength. If they knew about this, they would be supporting the enemy. This is an act of supporting the enemy. I believe that their faces will definitely be very ugly. Lin Fei laughed, this is just the beginning. Those people will not be able to sit still. The day of the origin fruit was getting closer. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. Just as the cursed palace was explaining to the outside world about Di Tian. Another group of people brought ransom money to redeem the disciples of their sections. This was because the Sea God City and the Horizon Mountain had both reacted, paying 8 times the price. Redeem all of their people. Even though the two families were sneakily coming here. How could Lin Fei miss out on such an opportunity? He spread the news that the two factions had come to redeem their people. In reality, he was telling those factions that even top-tier factions were willing to redeem their people, let alone them. With them taking the lead, the other forces could no longer sit still. He was willing to pay any price to redeem her. Lin Fei had a smile on his face every day. He was overjoyed. In secret, the saber slave and the sword slave were being cloned. At the same time, there were also curse mages, which would play an important role in the future. In just 2 days, Lin Fei had cloned over 20,000 sword slaves and saber slaves through the system. This was already very fast. In less than 5 days, Lin Fei released all the captives he had captured. Bai Yi, Qin Hao, Demonic Nikhang, and the other geniuses were all brought back. The God Emperor Mountain was temporarily quiet. The system is not doing well. With a large amount of resources in hand, the speed of cloning did not increase. He only had 50,000 more subordinates, 20,000 of which were curse mages, and 30,000 were left. The other half were sword slaves and saber slaves. For the time being, Lin Fei cloned these 3 types of subordinates. Master, actually, you can build a cloning base. At that time, the production will increase, and you won't have to worry anymore. Little Evil Demon gave a good suggestion. You're forcing me to spend money. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. A cloning base was not cheap. This was also the reason why Lin Fei had not started yet. He did not have a lot of mysterious energy on hand. I can only wait for a while more. Lin Fei did not leave the God Emperor Mountain. According to the system's analysis, the origin fruit would be ready soon. There was another reason why he did not leave. In fact, it was to plunder the destiny energy. The God Emperor Mountain was much stronger than the outside world. This place was formed by an essence fragment. Lin Fei had to make use of the time to plunder the destiny energy. Now, Lin Fei's goal was to create an army of 400,000 to 500,000. At that time, even if he had to use the human wave tactic, he would not be afraid of exhaustion. Hua! Suddenly, in the palace, a light screen fell down and formed a human figure, appearing in front of Lin Fei. Your Majesty D. Tian, you're so relaxed. As soon as the figure appeared, it spoke in a mocking tone. People from the Cursed Palace, what's your purpose? Just say it. Lin Fei said. Don't beat around the bush in front of me. I don't like it. Impressive, impressive. You can even see through this. Lin Fei laughed, I have the system. What can't I analyze? Even if you're a projection, I can still calculate it. What's the point of acting mysterious in front of me? With the system around, nothing could escape Lin Fei's eyes. Although the person had expected Di Tian to be extraordinary, he didn't expect him to be so direct. He didn't seem like a scheming person at all. Could he be someone from the Cursed Palace? Moreover, he was in existence with an extremely high status. Everyone in the Cursed Palace was speculating about this. They didn't believe that Di Tian's mastery of cultivation techniques would be leaked out. In that case, it must have been leaked by a certain powerhouse. If he wasn't powerful, I wouldn't be sitting here. Lin Fei smiled. You came earlier than I expected. If you don't tell me the purpose of your visit today, my guards won't mind tearing you into pieces. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Curse flames filled the sky, followed by endless killing intent. Facing someone from the Cursed Palace, Lin Fei had to show his toughness. Wait. The person revealed a look of shock. Once the curse flames were unleashed, experts would be able to tell if it was real or not. What a powerful curse flame. It's clearly the same curse flame, so why is its power increased so much? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that a powerhouse had a new breakthrough in his research? Of course, this expert from the Cursed Palace wouldn't know that the curse flames had been enhanced by the system. Fortunately, I'm here. Even a powerhouse wouldn't dare to underestimate a curse flame of this level. I'm here on behalf of the Cursed Palace to discuss a cooperation with His Majesty. With this understanding, the other party restrained his attitude. What kind of cooperation? Tell me. Lin Fei didn't kill the projection directly. In fact, he was laughing in his heart. From the moment he unleashed the curse flames, Lin Fei believed that someone from the Cursed Palace would come. If they didn't, they wouldn't be the Cursed Palace. Our Cursed Palace would like to purchase the origin fruit from His Majesty. Chapter 2200. By the origin fruit. The meaning behind this was completely different. Lin Fei had a certain amount of influence in the world of the 33 sage heavens. Even the Cursed Palace, which had obtained the inheritance of the era, started to pay attention to Lin Fei. They even mentioned the word buy. Actually, Lin Fei had a rough idea of why he had come. It was because they didn't know his background. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel proud. He finally had some influence. Although the methods he used were too bloody, at least it was effective. You guys want this origin fruit? That's easy. Lin Fei smiled. However, you guys have to pay a deposit. That means you guys have the right to bid for the origin fruit in the future. After killing the prodigies of several factions, Lin Fei treated the Mountain of God Emperor as his territory. The origin fruit would be his. Lin Fei didn't have the intention to eat it all in one go. He wanted to fool these people first. For example, the representative of the Cursed Palace. The person who came did not say much. Unexpectedly, he chose to agree and took the deposit slip back. From beginning to end, he did not say another word. As long as I have a large amount of resources, I can create an endless human army. No matter what schemes you guys have, don't think of using them on me. Lin Fei didn't believe that the Cursed Palace would be so kind. Little devil, how's the analysis of the origin fruit? When will it appear? Lin Fei asked. According to my calculations and the system's analysis, it should be in 3 days. As for the exact location, I still need to calculate. 3 days? There's still time. World of the 33 Sage Heavens. Cursed Palace. In a secret chamber. Giants gathered. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. The overall strength of the Cursed Palace was indeed very strong. Any of the giants here would be an invincible existence among those of the same level. Everyone was waiting for news. In the past few days, the Cursed Palace was having a hard time. The Cursed Palace's palace master, Zhou Wuhuan, was under a lot of pressure. He cursed Di Tian countless times. All the major factions were eyeing them. If not for the fact that the Cursed Palace had a strong foundation, some of the other factions would have joined forces to attack them. After all, this was a perfectly justifiable excuse. How is it? One of the leaders sitting in the middle opened his eyes. The surrounding magnates became spirited. Should we kill that Di Tian? This trip. All of them knew their goal. Firstly, they wanted to test Di Tian. If they could kill him, that would be for the best. But even if they couldn't kill him, they had to at least achieve some sort of objective. Everyone had the thought that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Di Tian is very mysterious. At the same time, he grasped an even more terrifying curse technique. I suspect that this Di Tian might have inherited the essence of the curse path. As soon as this big shot's words came out, everyone could no longer remain calm. Impossible. The legacy of our curse palace is the most complete. That's right. He's just Di Tian, and he's in the sealed world. How could he have obtained the legacy of the curse Dao? Moreover, it's even more powerful than the curse techniques of our curse palace. One by one, the magnates asked. This was something that would affect the future of the cursed palace. Everyone, quiet down and wait for Elder Mu to speak. Chu Wuhuan shouted, and everyone quieted down. Elder Mu, one of the magnates, projected himself. He was more experienced and reliable. He wasn't an impatient person. Everyone, please take a look. A light screen shot out from Elder Mu's eyes. The light screen showed the scene of Di Tian unleashing the curse fire. It was clearly displayed in front of everyone. The secret chamber was instantly in an uproar. The layman watched the show, while the experts saw the artistry. Everyone understood what was going on when they saw it. Even the palace lord, Chu Wuhuan, had a solemn expression as he stared at the light screen. It was a deep sense of helplessness. The others were also dumbfounded. Even they could feel the power of the curse fire. But why was it stronger than their cursed palace? This didn't make sense at all. Inside the mountain of God Emperor, the Dao slave and the sword slave were patrolling non-stop. However, everyone in the 33 sacred heavens would be killed without mercy. They would all be turned into a part of Lin Fei's power. It was unknown if everyone knew that the origin fruit was going to appear. Or if they were frightened. For a moment, no one appeared in the mountain of God Emperor. Apart from the patrolling guards, there was no one else. Have you calculated the exact location? In the blink of an eye, it was time for the origin fruit to appear. Lin Fei didn't dare to let his guard down for even a moment. There was a limited number of origin fruits. Lin Fei wasn't willing to lose the origin fruit. The origin fruit, which was born from absorbing the fragments of the wilderness world, contained unimaginable power. Perhaps, with the help of the origin fruit and the system, Lin Fei could create even more powerful slaves. Almost there, almost there. The mysterious energy was also being consumed. This was also the reason why Lin Fei didn't want to make a mistake. He could use the mysterious energy to analyze the situation. 2 hours later, Lin Fei finally heard a beautiful voice. Master, I have already calculated the location. You can rush over now. The little devil said. Moreover, I have also detected that there were countless energies that covered the mountain of God Emperor. Although the traces were hidden, they couldn't escape my detection. Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. Good job. The last 3 days were peaceful. Lin Fei didn't believe that they would give up. They were waiting for the origin fruit to appear. When the time comes, they would fight for it in the Mountain of God Emperor. Lin Fei immediately obtained the exact location. When he found out, he couldn't help but be surprised. It's actually here. Interesting. At the same time, all the major powers in the 33 Sage Heavens had their eyes on the Mountain of God Emperor. Who asked the origin fruit to be so important? All the powers that had reached a certain level knew one thing, and that was that the origin fruit brought great benefits. Now that the origin fruit was about to mature, everyone was staring at it. The ancestor has calculated that the origin fruit will appear after midnight. All the elders, stay alert. Don't let anyone beat you to it. As soon as the origin fruit appears, make your move. In the void, a treasure opened up, hiding a person inside. This was a wave of forces. What about D. Tian? He has 100,000 combat emperors with him. They are all 9 stars. They are extremely powerful. If you are trapped, your life will be in danger. The appearance of D. Tian in the Mountain of God Emperor was very worrying. Especially the Combat Emperor army. Until now, they still couldn't figure out how this D. Tian was related to a force like the Cursed Palace. Everyone felt quite pressured to go to the Mountain of God Emperor. After all, the Mountain of God Emperor was formed from a piece of desolate world fragment. The stronger one was, the greater the suppression. However, in order to get one origin fruit, everyone used all their trump cards. Chapter 2202. It's actually here. Mountain God Emperor. There was a sinkhole in the center. This was also the only sinkhole in the Mountain God Emperor. The sinkhole was unfathomably deep. Someone had tried to enter it before. There was a mysterious energy in the sinkhole that was constantly whistling. Anyone who came into contact with it would die. After knowing the location, Lin Fei was dumbfounded for a moment. For example, Lin Fei was standing at the edge of the sinkhole at this moment. He looked into the sinkhole. It was pitch black inside, and at the same time, there was a dangerous aura. Even Lin Fei felt an inexplicable sense of fear. What a sinkhole. I'm afraid no one would have thought that the origin fruit would appear inside the sinkhole. Lin Fei would never doubt the system's words. Little devil, check the energy in the sinkhole and see what it is. Lin Fei had checked this sinkhole before. At that time, the sinkhole did not have this kind of pressure. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just an ordinary sinkhole. There was nothing special about it, and no one would remember it. Analyze it immediately. It will consume a certain amount of mysterious energy. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Allow. The analysis was quick. Lin Fei did not have to wait for long before the system had a result. Congratulations, Master. There is a mysterious energy in the sinkhole. It is one of the origin fruits of the wilderness world. Although it is very thin, it is a good thing for Master. You can smoothly transform it into mysterious energy. Lin Fei suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. So it is the origin fruit. No wonder I felt a terrifying aura of death. Those who did not know the truth might have died because of the origin fruit. Go in. Lin Fei summoned a Dao slave. Without saying a word, the Dao slave jumped into the sinkhole. The originally peaceful sinkhole was suddenly filled with a black astral wind. The Dao slave, whose strength was at the level of a 9-star combat emperor, was torn into pieces by the black astral wind. It was torn into pieces by the black astral winds, leaving not a single trace behind. It was extremely terrifying. My Dao slave is a 9-star combat emperor, but he did not even have the slightest ability to resist. He was killed just like that. I wonder how long this invincible defense of mine can last. Master, if you jump down from here, even if you activate your invincible defense, you won't be able to withstand the power of the origin. It won't last more than 10 breaths of time before disappearing from this world without a trace. Lin Fei shuddered. That was close. If not for the little devil's reminder, Lin Fei really wanted to try it out. But now, he had completely lost the mood. He didn't want to disappear from this world. In that case, hurry up and help me get rid of the essence power. I am still waiting to go down. Although the space of the mountain god emperor looked calm, Lin Fei knew that many pairs of eyes were staring at the space of the mountain god emperor. Master. You can consume the mysterious energy and activate the invincible defense to reach the bottom of the sinkhole. So simple. Help me isolate my divine sense. I'm going down. Divine sense barrier, activating, consuming energy at every moment. Lin Fei took a deep breath and jumped into the sinkhole. Activate invincible defense. As soon as he entered the sinkhole, the aura of death enveloped him. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that he was going to die. The power of the origin was actually this terrifying. The black astral wind whistled over. Lin Fei's body had an additional layer of power, and this layer of power was constantly changing. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless ocean, and at any moment, he would be thrown to the ground by the huge waves. F***CK. This is too terrifying. Seeing the incoming black astral wind, the energy on Lin Fei's body kept changing, reaching a shocking speed. The moment it was about to land on his body, the energy on his body changed into the same quality as the black astral wind. The violent and terrifying astral wind turned into a warm spring breeze. It blew past his body. This is possible? Imitating the power of the origin? Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. As long as it's energy, the system can analyze it. This is nothing. The little devil said in disdain. Lin Fei wiped off his sweat. The astral wind is so powerful, it can kill everything in an instant. Without the instant kill from the astral wind, the origin fruit will still belong to me. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Fei allowed himself to fall. The terrifying astral wind was like a good friend, passing through him. The moment Lin Fei disappeared, the powerhouses of the 33 sacred heavens were all dumbfounded. Although the space of Mountain God Emperor was formed by a barren world fragment, and the powerhouses couldn't come down, their powerful consciousness could still spy on the space of Mountain God Emperor. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was also in the surveillance, just that he didn't show it so clearly. After all, having someone like Di Tian in the space of Mountain God Emperor was not a good thing. Instead, it was a bad thing. Subordinates that had grasped the sword techniques of 10,000 Swords Villa and Godly Blade Gate were not easy to deal with. Di Tian had to be monitored. Just as everyone looked away, Di Tian disappeared from the space of Mountain God Emperor. Xiao. Divine consciousnesses pierced through the space of Mountain God Emperor. Where is he? Why is he gone? Why is he gone? Almost all the powerhouses had the same thought. Hence, the entire space of Mountain God Emperor was covered by powerful divine consciousnesses. They didn't miss a single spot, hoping to find Di Tian. The powerhouse's divine consciousnesses searched back and forth, but they couldn't find Di Tian. Did they feel unwell? Master, we just discovered a powerful divine consciousness covering the space of Mountain God Emperor from the 33 sacred heavens. According to the system's analysis, they should be searching for you. Lin Fei fell for tens of thousands of feet, but he still hadn't reached the end. There shouldn't be any problem with the divine consciousness barrier, right? Lin Fei asked worriedly. It's fine. Unless the powerhouses themselves come down, they can't see through the divine consciousness barrier. Lin Fei was completely relieved. Just how deep is the sinkhole? It's not the bottom yet. Inside the sinkhole, Lin Fei was still falling. The black astral wind kept howling. Lin Fei didn't dare to move. Any gust of astral wind in the sinkhole could easily kill him. Yes, the kind that could kill him instantly. 100,000 feet. 500,000 feet. 700,000 feet. The sinkhole seemed to have become a bottomless pit. Lin Fei had the invincible defense. Although it consumed mysterious energy, at least it prevented him from being killed instantly. After reaching 900,000 feet, Lin Fei looked down and his pupils constricted. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The sinkhole wasn't considered narrow to begin with. After reaching 900,000 feet, the space below suddenly widened. At the same time, a towering tree opened up like a giant umbrella. A terrifying and dangerous aura spread out from this giant tree. Lin Fei was like an ant in front of this pitch-black giant tree. Origin fruit. Lin Fei looked down again. Under the towering tree, on the pitch-black branches, there were 9 fist-sized black fruits that were devouring the black mist. This was the origin fruit that Lin Fei was looking for. Chapter 2203. The fist-sized origin fruit hung on the origin tree, appearing in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Before seeing the origin tree, one would never be able to imagine how tall it was. Lin Fei was also shocked. However, the most eye-catching thing was the origin fruit on the origin tree. The origin fruit constantly absorbed origin energy. Before it even got close, Lin Fei could already feel the power of the origin fruit. No wonder everyone is interested in the origin fruit. Lin Fei muttered to himself, this really is a unique existence in the world. If I casually digest one, my battle strength will increase explosively. Lin Fei did not approach the origin tree. A powerful aura appeared near the origin tree. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, not daring to approach for a moment, afraid of being torn apart by the terrifying origin energy. Before the wild world shattered, the strength of the entire wild world can be imagined. After so many years, the origin energy of the fragmented world can still give birth to unique existences in the world. The world is really full of wonders. Lin Fei stared at the origin fruit. There were only 9 origin fruits on the huge origin tree. Master, the origin fruit contains endless energy. If Master's blood sky seal can absorb the origin fruit, it will evolve into a hegemon-level treasure, the little devil reminded. There's such a use. Lin Fei thought. Looks like the holy lords and hegemon-level experts of the 33 holy heavens might have such thoughts. The little devil's words made Lin Fei think even further. What are the effects of picking the origin fruit now? Do we have to wait until it ripens? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei completely believed that the moment the origin fruit ripened, the experts of the 33 holy heavens would descend to fight for the 9 origin fruits. There were so many forces in the 33 holy heavens. Any one of them could form a nest here. Lin Fei had some thoughts about the origin fruit. But if he gave it to them, they definitely wouldn't have such good intentions. Letting the enemy become stronger for no reason would be stupid. System analyzing. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Master, according to our analysis, origin fruits grow by absorbing origin energy. The origin tree before us is the pillar of the origin fruit. If we pluck it now, we'll only be able to unleash around 50% of the origin fruit's effects. 50%, not bad. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Master, there's more. Although the origin fruit is pretty good, after the system analyzed it, we discovered a shocking piece of information. This origin tree is even more valuable. It is a fragment of the savage world. Lin Fei was startled, and then he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, no way, the source tree is more valuable? Originally, he was still worried about whether he should draw it now. Suddenly, he heard a piece of news. Lin Fei couldn't be more excited. Yes, very valuable. Little Fiend said, it isn't easy for a big shot to absorb origin energy. The system has the ability to absorb and devour. As long as one absorbs this origin tree, the benefits will be much greater than the 9 origin fruits. Well done, they are eyeing the God Emperor Mountain space, isn't it for the origin fruit? This time, I will make you happy for nothing. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Time passed by minute. The powerful divine sense of the God Emperor Mountain space. After searching the inside and outside of the God Emperor Mountain space, there was still no trace of D Tian. The major forces were all dumbfounded. Where did this D Tian run off to? No one guessed that D Tian had found the location of the origin tree, let alone that he was very close. If they knew, they probably wouldn't be able to calmly search with their divine sense. Instead, they put down their clones and went to the God Emperor Mountain space. Now, Lin Fei released the Dao and sword slaves. The Dao and sword slaves approached the origin tree as instructed. As soon as they approached the origin tree, they were instantly decomposed by the origin energy, leaving not even their bones behind. After sacrificing dozens of Dao slaves, Lin Fei confirmed the situation. The origin energy is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei sighed. With such terrifying power, picking the origin fruit won't be easy. Even a big shot would have a headache. The origin energy had the ability to decompose, and Lin Fei wasn't willing to send the Dao and sword slaves to their deaths. In the face of such a powerful force, even millions of powerhouses wouldn't be able to withstand the decomposition of the origin energy. No matter how many went, they would die. Master, it's easy to pick the origin fruit. Little Fiend said, although the origin energy is powerful, there will always be things that counteract it. As long as there is something that counteracts it, you will be able to pick the origin fruit. The other method is to devour the origin energy. As long as you weaken a portion of the origin energy, you will be able to pick the origin fruit. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and rejected the first method. It wasn't that there weren't things that counteracted each other, but it definitely wouldn't be that easy to find. Although the second method was stupid, it was a good one for him. Alright, I'll devour the origin energy then. Inside the heaven pit, the massive blood heaven seal was taken out, and Lin Fei activated Endless Devour. He would devour as much as he could. As soon as the blood heaven seal's Endless Devour was activated, traces of the origin energy were absorbed into the blood heaven seal. The huge blood heaven seal also began to change slightly. Lin Fei deliberately controlled the speed of the devouring to prevent the blood heaven seal from being unable to hold on. He did not want this treasure to be overloaded by the origin energy. Devour. The system was also activated. Lin Fei's entire body turned into a huge vortex. The terrifying origin energy surged, enough to disintegrate any existence. Initially, he was worried that the system would not be able to hold on. It would be a huge loss if it was disintegrated. Fortunately, this did not happen. System number 2 became an invincible existence, and once the origin energy came, it was all absorbed into the system. Lin Fei's uneasy heart was finally at ease. Once the origin energy was absorbed by the system, it did not turn into an energy unit as Lin Fei had imagined, nor did it turn into a mysterious energy. Instead, there was another energy beside it, the origin energy unit. That works? Lin Fei was stunned and could not help but ask, then what's the use of this origin energy unit? The number of the origin energy unit was constantly increasing. The origin energy unit is very useful. The little devil explained, it's also Master's good luck. There are remnants of world fragments in this alternate space, and it has evolved into a space that can preserve the origin energy. With the origin energy unit, Master can create high-level puppets. As long as there's a suitable body, coupled with the origin energy, you can create a powerful existence that is comparable to a giant existence. That awesome? Lin Fei was very surprised. Then can the current sword and sword slaves be promoted? Lin Fei's mind turned quickly as he thought of his own subordinates. Chapter 2204. P.S. I couldn't write for a few days, so there was an accident. Everything's fine now, I'll start at 2 chapters today. The unexpected appearance of the origin energy unit surprised Lin Fei. An existence comparable to a giant powerhouse? How terrifying was that? Absorb the origin energy as much as you can. Lin Fei roared, also, you must monitor the powerhouses outside. I don't want to be disturbed while the system is absorbing the origin energy unit. A new measurement unit system appeared on the system page. Compared to the previous mysterious energy unit, the origin energy unit's growth was not fast. Instead, it was very slow. Lin Fei was not greedy. The origin energy unit was a powerful existence. It was reasonable that it could not grow quickly in a short period of time. Not far from the origin tree, the majestic origin energy was being plundered by the system. Congratulations player, you have received 1 origin energy unit. Congratulations player, you have received 2 origin energy units. The increase of the origin energy unit was not as difficult as imagined. After the first unit appeared, the second unit appeared. Soon, the third one appeared. While Lin Fei was paying attention to the increase of the origin energy unit, he was also paying attention to the Mountain of God Emperor. Finally, someone is here. Time passed minute by minute. In the peaceful Mountain of God Emperor, people gradually appeared. Most of them were from the 33 sacred heavens. They released a powerful aura. There were also some who were hiding in the void previously. As soon as these people appeared, they began to search frantically. Needless to say, they were looking for the origin tree. Due to the restriction of the origin energy in the Mountain of God Emperor, the giant powerhouses could not come down for a while. Lin Fei did not act rashly. The inside of the sinkhole was shielded by the system's mysterious energy. To find this place, it would take some time. Now, Lin Fei still had time. 1 hour. 2 hours. 4 hours. The time for the origin fruit to ripen was getting closer. Various forces in the Mountain of God Emperor. They could not stay calm. What the hell, why hasn't the origin fruit appeared yet? This doesn't make sense. Didn't the old ancestors say that the origin tree would appear? And that D. Tian, where is he hiding? I can't even find a trace of him. Everyone was very unhappy. They couldn't find him. The origin tree was nowhere to be seen. The forces that were able to come again had arranged for their elite disciples. Every one of them was an existence that had made a name for themselves in the 33 holy heavens, and there was no lack of seniors among them. Although they hadn't broken through to the giant realm yet, they were experts who were infinitely close to it. His explosive power was very strong. Even so, he was still unable to find the origin tree. If not for the old ancestors' warning, everyone would have suspected that they had come to the wrong place. Boom! Just when everyone was at a loss. The entire God Emperor Mountain erupted with a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. As soon as this aura appeared, it engulfed the entire space of the God Emperor Mountain. No matter who it was, they all felt that they were minuscule and would die without a doubt in front of this destructive energy. This is origin energy. Now that the origin tree has appeared, the origin fruit will also appear. Everyone, prepare for battle. Those who stand in our way are all enemies. Kill without mercy. All the forces in the God Emperor Mountain were excited. Even though everyone's faces were pale, their eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. No one had the mood to care about D. Tian anymore. Right now, the origin fruit was the most important. It was related to whether or not a sect could survive in the future. In the center, the representatives of the various forces took out their sect's treasures and charged toward the center while withstanding the pressure of the origin energy. The first to turn into a ray of light was a giant skull. In the world of the 33 ascending heavens, one of the more famous and ruthless forces was known as the Ghoul sect. The Ghoul sect specialized in making all kinds of puppets. They also used all kinds of vicious cultivation techniques. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, they were notorious. For example, right now, they were activating a giant treasure. It was known as the Head of Death. It was made from the head of the Ghoul sect's god of death. It possessed terrifying power. Quick, quick! Inside the Head of Death was an independent space. Countless disciples were activating the Head of Death. The Head of Death was bursting with godly power. It withstood the power of the origin energy. As expected of the energy that everyone fought for back then. Even through the Head of Death, I can still feel the terrifying power. The Ghoul sect elder, dressed in black, exclaimed. The elder ancestor is right. We have experienced the terror of the origin energy before even seeing the tree of origin. No wonder the elder ancestor told us to be careful and not to be careless. It was indeed meaningful. A black giant, burly as the sky, stepped on the ground. With one step, it was not inferior to anyone's treasure. This was the puppet Sky Demon of the Sky Demon Palace. It was also a giant treasure. Elder, the tree of origin has appeared. Perhaps Di Tian is already nearby. We have to be careful. The sky demon Rainbow was still dressed in black. Its veil danced, faintly discernible. Rainbow, since I'm here, it's not up to Di Tian anymore. The sky demon palace elder, also dressed in black, radiated coldness. You bullied the people of the sky demon palace. I will avenge you. The sky demon Rainbow looked into the distance. The enemies are coming. I wonder how you will defend against them this time. The demonic Rainbow was clearer than anyone else about the strength of the demonic palace elder in front of her. Even though she was not famous in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, only those who knew her would know how terrifying this elder was. He was a half-step giant. Moreover, for the sake of fighting for the origin fruit, there were more than 10 half-step giant powerhouses. The sky demon Rainbow could not think of how the conceited Di Tian would deal with it. That Di Tian guy is really unreliable. Another force activated a giant altar. The leader stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. I wanted him to hold back the firepower of the others. At the very least, he should have exhausted a portion of their strength so that we can have a chance to attack. Now, he actually went missing. The leader of the Sky Demon Palace said sinisterly. We can only act according to the situation. No matter how bad it is, we have to get an origin fruit. This was naturally the people of the Cursed Palace. They had inexplicably taken the blame. Whenever the people of the Cursed Palace mentioned Di Tian, they would be filled with anger. They wanted to make use of him, but they did not expect him to go missing. This made them even more unhappy. Everyone was eyeing the origin fruit covetously. Chapter 2205. It was getting closer and closer. Just as they were about to reach the crater, they once again felt the terrifying threat from the origin energy. Everyone was in a daze when they saw it. It was familiar. They had been to this crater a few times and had scanned it with their divine senses countless times, but they found nothing. Now that they felt the origin energy from the crater, they were no longer calm. It was different from what they had seen before. Logically speaking, it was illogical. It was hard to imagine that the bottom of the crater was related to the origin tree. Forces gathered around the crater. At this moment, no one dared to go down. Even if they had magnate treasures, they were fragile in front of the origin energy. There were also some small forces that were completely attracted by the origin tree and relied on their treasures to rush down. The result was obvious. After a few hundred people died, everyone suppressed their excitement. Wait. That was what everyone was thinking. As long as the origin energy weakened, they were confident that they could rush down and find the origin tree and fruit. For a moment, everyone was safe around the crater. No one would make a move at this moment. The origin energy weakened. The half-step magnate stared at it. As soon as the origin energy weakened, the half-step magnate immediately felt it. Go down. Hellgate's head of death turned into a black light and rushed down. Let's go too. Everyone reacted quickly and entered the crater one after another. Without a hegemon-level treasure in hand, he could only watch helplessly. The origin energy's powerful disintegration ability disintegrated everything. Only a hegemon-level treasure could resist it, maintaining the misfortune of not being disintegrated. Everyone went down faster and faster. The origin energy was also weakening. This isn't right. The black-robed elder from the Sky Demon Palace frowned. Even if the origin energy weakened, it wouldn't be this fragile. The Heavenly Devil Palace elder's face turned grave. The thin origin energy only had a slight effect on the Heavenly Devil puppet. It wasn't as terrifying as the old ancestor had warned. Elder, you're not worrying too much. Everyone knows how powerful the origin energy is. It should be normal for the origin energy to weaken. Even the smart Sky Demon Raymond didn't think that there would be a problem. I hope so. Soon. On the other side. Lin Fei was not far from the origin tree. It was only a few thousand feet away. The system was even more awesome than he had imagined. It kept devouring the origin energy. This was also Lin Fei's good luck. If one were to encounter someone who had yet to condense an origin fruit, it would be impossible for them to descend here. Now that the origin fruit had absorbed all of the origin energy from the origin tree, the pressure it released was not as strong as before. This gave Lin Fei an advantage, allowing him to plunder as much origin energy as he wanted. "Master, your enemy is here," Imp reminded. At the same time, the image of the sinkhole appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. Good fellow. For the origin fruit, they sent out more than 20 half-step magnates. On the image, the stronger one was, the color would be different. Therefore, Lin Fei could see it clearly, especially the 20 or so dots. It would be strange if he couldn't see it. An old acquaintance is here too. Lin Fei even saw a few old acquaintances. "Master, absorb the remaining origin energy. You still need time, so you have to make a choice, Master." The little demoness reminded him again. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "It's time. Let the slave army kill to their heart's content. No more hiding." Shio 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 shio. On the way to the bottom of the sinkhole. What's that sound? The disciples of the Ghoul sect felt a great threat approaching. An inexplicable sound came from the front, causing their scalps to go numb. Bam bam bam. Before they could react, the Grim Reapers had encountered a dense barrage of attacks. They were all sword rays and saber rays that seemed to cover the entire sky. The tunnel was filled with enemies. The Grim Reaper's head was indeed a magnate-level treasure. It only shook slightly. "It's Di Tian's men." The people of the Ghoul sect shouted angrily. Now in the entire 33 sacred heavens, everyone knew that Di Tian had a group of terrifying subordinates. They were all at the same cultivation level. Until now, they didn't know where Di Tian got them from. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. Di Tian had also become very mysterious. When they saw the densely packed army once again, the forces that had followed behind were all shocked. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be. Open the defense. Everyone reacted. The advantage of the magnate-level treasure was displayed. The attacks of the Black Torrent only had a small effect on them. At the same time, everyone realized that Di Tian, who had been missing all this time, was at the end of the sinkhole tunnel. "We still miscalculated." The elder of the Sky Devil Palace's eyes flashed. "He should have been here for a long time." Puppet Sky Devil, attack. When Di Tian's men appeared, everyone was sure of one thing. Di Tian was inside. No one hesitated anymore. The half-step magnate personally controlled the magnate-level treasure and charged towards the Black Torrent army. The sinkhole tunnel wasn't very big. When Lin Fei's men appeared, they realized that something bad had happened. Someone had beaten them to it. They didn't expect it to be Di Tian. Everyone was enraged. When the half-step magnate used his strength, the magnate-level treasure in his hands exploded with infinite power. The sword and saber slaves that Lin Fei had arranged to guard the tunnel were immediately injured. Luckily, it wasn't a large area. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the battle in the tunnel. As expected of the half-step magnate. Only they can use half of the magnate-level treasure's power. Lin Fei had already expected the casualties. We can't let them continue. Lin Fei didn't want all his men to be killed. I have to give you another gift. Lin Fei chuckled. Spell masters, attack. At the end of the tunnel, a group of black shadows appeared. Their faces couldn't be seen, but they all looked serious. Spell, paralyze. Spell, corrode. Spell, weaken. This was the first time Lin Fei had shown his ability as a spell master. In the tunnel, the disciples of the Ghoul sect were clapping and cheering. Elder is mighty. Elder is mighty. The half-step magnate elder of the Ghoul sect was called Wuxia Xianxia. His face was cold and gloomy, and a cold wind blew from time to time. No one dared to approach him. So what if there are many of them? I will kill them all eventually. Wuxia Xianxia said coldly. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from behind him. Elder, save me. The disciple closest to him was a combat emperor. However, his flesh and blood had turned into a pool of blood and kept falling from his body. The surrounding was filled with a pungent rotten smell. He kept screaming. Not good, Di Tian has made his move. Wuxia Xianxia had also heard that Di Tian knew spells. He subconsciously thought that it was him. What's going on? I feel weak. I need to rest. I'm dying of pain. Someone save me. In less than a few breaths, all the disciples were attacked by spells. Chapter 22:06. When the curse came, everyone was dumbfounded. The ghoul sect, who was charging at the front, was caught off guard on the spot, causing heavy casualties among their disciples. In front of the terrifying curse, the disciples of the ghoul sect had no ability to resist. Even if it was the War Emperor realm, facing the untraceable curse, the result would be the same. It's a curse. Ah, help. I don't want to die. The moment the curse was unleashed, the sinkhole passageway immediately turned into hell. No matter who it was, even if they took out their treasures, it would be difficult for them to resist the invasion of the curse. Only the half-step giants could barely resist the invasion of the curse. Awesome. Lin Fei laughed proudly. The strengthened curse had become even sharper and more terrifying than before, and at the same time, it was even harder to find traces of it. The curse mage army is truly invincible. Lin Fei knew that once the curse mage appeared, they would definitely be able to suppress the scene. However, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Saber slave and sword slave, move out. Lin Fei gave the order again. Kill. Killing intent gathered, shaking the heavens and earth. With the help of the curse mage, the saber slave and sword slave had the upper hand. The giant treasures could only unleash 70% to 80% of their power in the hands of the half-step giants. At the same time, they needed the help of the disciples. Now that the disciples of the various forces had suffered heavy casualties, the power of the giant treasures had plummeted, and it was difficult for them to suppress Lin Fei's men. The blade intent and sword intent wantonly roared, interweaving into an inescapable net. For a time, the various forces were unable to move forward. Seeing the disciples and geniuses that they brought fall to the curse one after another, the leading elder's face was filled with malevolence. At the same time, there was a trace of fear. Di Tian, this old man will tear you into pieces. The disciples of the ghost sect suffered the heaviest casualties. Almost none of them were left standing, as they were all killed by the curse. The treasure space was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. As a large sect, when had the ghost sect ever suffered heavy casualties in front of their enemies? At this moment, his face was ashen and sinister. He continuously activated his heaven's mandate energy, forming layers of defense around his body. Do you like my gift? Ha ha ha. In the passage, Lin Fei's wanton laughter echoed. Like? Everyone was about to vomit blood. Who would like this gift? This was a slap in the face. The densely packed saber slaves and sword slaves, as well as the incantation experts among them, caused the various forces in the tunnel to be unable to remain calm. They continuously activated their treasures to defend against the incantation attacks. No one had expected such a situation. Curse Palace? How do you explain that? Some of the experts in the lead looked at the people from the Curse Palace in the distance. They also kept retreating. They really couldn't block the densely packed curse techniques. This has nothing to do with our Curse Palace. The one who came from the Curse Palace was also a half-step giant. His name was Shi Yan. His previously high-spirited face was now filled with confusion. How can there be such a powerful curse technique? Its power is even greater than their curse palaces. This is impossible. The moment the curse appeared, Shi Yan sensed a familiar aura. He could smell it even with his eyes closed. After a moment of confusion, he saw that his forces had suffered heavy casualties and that the people of the Cursed Palace were unscathed. Shi Yan's expression became even more unsightly. It's over. We've been tricked by Di Tian. Hence, the words that he blurted out earlier came out. No one believed him now. Nothing to do with it? What kind of joke was this? It was clearly the curse technique of the Cursed Palace. Were they all blind and couldn't tell? This wasn't a curse technique. What was it? Retreat. The saber slaves and sword slaves charged forward. Even the half-stepped giants could only activate their hegemon-level treasures to cover their disciples' retreat. If they didn't leave now, they would really be wiped out. Almost at the same time, everyone chose to retreat. Fight? How could they fight? They couldn't even block the elusive curse techniques. Even the half-stepped giants felt their scalps go numb when they saw the densely packed curse techniques. Some of them were high-level curse techniques. Who could endure this kind of concentrated attack? I didn't expect Di Tian to still have a trick up his sleeve. We're all doomed. The saber slaves and sword slaves are already difficult to deal with. With the help of the curse techniques, they're like tigers that have grown wings. If we go up, we'll just be sending ourselves to death. How many unknown secrets are there behind Di Tian? The half-stepped giants suffered a huge blow. Even though they were half-stepped giants, after seeing the help of the curse techniques, they no longer had the thought of suppressing Di Tian. With such a terrifying group of subordinates, they would probably be killed by Di Tian even if they wanted to charge in. When they entered, everyone rushed forward one after another, afraid to fall behind. It was the same when they retreated. Everyone wished their parents had given them more legs. They threw all kinds of treasures at Di Tian, wanting to leave this damned place as soon as possible. The calm sky prides also lost the thought of fighting. Di Tian, a native of the sealed world, had turned into a tall mountain in their eyes. He was an existence that they had to look up to. Fight? Why should they fight? When the curse technique army moved out, the giants who had been paying attention were completely moved. Because of the barbaric world fragment, they couldn't enter the space of Mount God Emperor. However, this didn't mean that they couldn't pay attention. Their powerful divine senses still enveloped the space of Mount God Emperor. Curse techniques. They're even more mysterious than the curse techniques of the Cursed Palace. Di Tian actually had another trick up his sleeve. Why does he have a group of curse technique subordinates? Damn the Cursed Palace. These giants thought of the Cursed Palace. Other than the Cursed Palace, who else could support Di Tian's troops? Originally, everyone was unhappy that the Cursed Palace was related to Di Tian. They didn't expect the Cursed Palace to arrange for people to be in the space of Mount God Emperor at such a crucial moment. No one dared to underestimate the power of curse techniques. An army of curse technique experts that could use high-level curse techniques. To Di Tian, this was like adding wings to a tiger. Initially, the half-stepped giants were still a deterrent. However, with the appearance of the curse technique army, the half-stepped giants' usefulness became negligible. It was already good enough for them to be alive. Curse Palace. All the giants hated the Curse Palace to the core. They saw the scene in the passage clearly. With the help of the Curse Technique army, their troops lost their ability to fight. They were being chopped up like vegetables. It was a naked/one-sided slaughter. Since when did the combat emperors and half-stepped giants become stray dogs? Now, they were really stray dogs. Curse Palace. It's over. We're dead this time. Chu Wuhuan, the palace lord, was also paying attention to the entire situation. When he saw the appearance of the Curse Technique army, Chu Wuhuan's face turned as black as coal. His body was trembling slightly. This black pot was too big. Especially when they saw that the people of the Cursed Palace were fine. Everyone's anger seemed to be stabbing into their hearts. Chu Wuhuan could already imagine that the giants of the 33 Sage Heavens hated him to the core. No matter how he tried to explain, it would be useless. Chapter 2207. Continue to kill. Kill until nothing is left. Lin Fei did not care what the higher-ups thought. He would kill to his heart's content first. As for the Curse Palace's men, Lin Fei had specially arranged for them. No matter what, the Curse Palace would definitely suffer. At the very least, it would attract some firepower for him. Lin Fei did not believe that the magnates would not hold a grudge against the Curse Palace. Those were genuine curse techniques. They were not low-level curse techniques but mid-level and high-level curse techniques. Only the direct disciples of the Curse Palace and above could cultivate them. In the sinkhole passage. The saber slaves and sword slaves occupied the passage, and the curse sorcerers supported them from the rear. The end of the passage had almost become a fortress. Unless the magnates made a move, those half-step magnates would not be able to enter. If it were not for the magnates' treasures, Lin Fei would not mind leaving a few half-step magnates behind. They were good targets for modification. But now, it was better to absorb all the origin energy first. This is too terrifying. We are finally safe. They did not catch up. After exiting the sinkhole passage, the remaining forces heaved a huge sigh of relief. The pitch-black entrance to the sinkhole had become the entrance to hell in their eyes. They had never thought that they would suffer a crushing defeat. After being affected by the curse techniques, they saw their good friends, deacons, and others being swarmed by the saber slaves and sword slaves and dismembered into pieces. They did not want to recall that scene a second time. Some of the half-step magnates had been affected by the curse techniques and were only suppressing it with treasures and powerful strength. One could imagine how terrifying those people were. After confirming that there was no danger, the half-step magnates did not leave. Instead, they stopped near the sinkhole and took out their voice transmission treasures to report the news. This was not something they could deal with. A few half-step magnates were careless and were affected by the curse techniques. It was a tragic sight. They did not have the guts to enter now. This is too tragic. The demonic rainbow could not believe it either. In a short time, more than 70% of the Sky Devil Palace's disciples had died. Among them were elite disciples and some geniuses. In the face of powerful curse techniques, whether they were elite disciples or geniuses, they became extremely vulnerable. We have all died. We were all defeated. Who would have thought that D. Tian would be so capable? The Heavenly Devil Palace's half-step powerhouse sighed. First, help them suppress the curse. That's the most important thing. For the time being, only a half-step giant could suppress a War Emperor Ranker who was cursed. He knew that this was a strategy. The half-step giants had no choice but to do so. D. Tian. A furious roar rang out. This voice was filled with endless hatred, and it turned into endless killing intent as it attacked. A mere divine sense dares to act violently in front of me. Lin Fei laughed and pointed at the void. Curse, Great Slicer. An arc of light flashed past like a full moon. Great Slicer? You know it too. A bottomless crack was left in the void. Chu Wuhuan appeared on the other side of the crack, glaring at Di Tian. The Curse Palace was in deep trouble because of Di Tian. Regardless of the danger, Zhou Wuhuan went to the mortal world in person to figure out what was going on. It's just a mere curse. Why wouldn't I know it? Lin Fei laughed. If it wasn't for your Curse Palace's inherited curse, I wouldn't mind killing all the people of your Curse Palace just now. Fortunately, it's the Curse Palace's inherited curse. Zhou Wuhuan's heart sank. Di Tian, you're talking nonsense. You stole the curse from our Curse Palace and deliberately framed us. You have the nerve to say it out loud. Being able to become a palace master, how could Zhou Wuhuan not understand the meaning behind his words? If he admitted it, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Moreover, the people above must be paying attention to this place. The ability of a giant powerhouse wasn't that simple. Lin Fei laughed even more happily. He shook his head slightly. Wrong, wrong. I really feel sad for you. After so many years, the curse is in your hands. There's no light, and you still have the nerve to say that it's an inherited curse. I will let you see what a real curse is. Lin Fei's aura suddenly changed. Curse, numb. Curse, great prophecy. He pointed at Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense phantom. The disapproval in Zhou Wuhuan's heart disappeared without a trace. An inexplicable crisis from the bottom of his heart shocked him. It's moving. Damn it. With a bang, Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense vanished into thin air. You can't even block my curse, and you still have the nerve to question me. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. Using the origin energy to cast a curse, the power is really amazing. Just now, Lin Fei tried to cast a curse with the origin energy. The result was like this. Preposterous. In the secret chamber of the cursed palace, Zhou Wuhuan opened his eyes, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He roared. Palace Master, how is it? Has Di Tian, that little bastard, been subdued? In the secret chamber, the giants were all present. Zhou Wuhuan's roar was ignored by the giants, which made Zhou Wuhuan feel very aggrieved. Can't they see that I'm bleeding? I wasn't able to kill Di Tian. Instead, he used a curse to kill my divine sense clone. Zhou Wuhuan was indeed worthy of being the palace master. He briefly explained what happened next. Palace Master, is there a mistake? Our curse has been passed down for a long time. Is Di Tian's curse stronger than ours? That shouldn't be the case. The curse of our cursed palace is the real curse. The others couldn't remain calm anymore. This matter was too serious. Although the divine sense clone wasn't much, 2 curses had killed the divine sense clone. One could imagine the power of the curse. Perhaps Di Tian has mastered an even more advanced and profound curse technique. Suddenly, a giant said. Everyone fell silent. Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense clone was killed just like that. A paralysis curse and a great prophecy curse. How could they be so terrifying? Could it be that Di Tian is the reincarnation of the old antique of the cursed palace? Only the reincarnation of the old antique can cast a curse of this level. The holy sovereigns who were watching couldn't remain calm anymore. A divine sense clone, and it was at the level of a giant. Even Di Tian, who was a 10-star battle emperor, wouldn't be able to kill it so easily. Therefore, the fact that Di Tian could kill Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense clone so easily, and he didn't even have time to make a move. It could only mean that Di Tian had a more terrifying curse. This wasn't good news. If possible, they really didn't want to see such a situation. This had added unforeseen trouble to them, and it wasn't a small one. Di Tian has become a thorn in everyone's heart. As long as he and his people are here, we won't be able to get the origin fruit. In my opinion, this man must be killed immediately. A giant suggested. I agree to kill Di Tian. Di Tian has become a tall mountain in the God Emperor Mountain. He must be removed. The giants soon had different opinions. Chapter 2208. Inside the mountain of God Emperor. The aura of the origin tree was gradually weakening. The ripening of the origin fruit was also delayed. This was naturally Lin Fei's doing. This was especially so after the curse had shown its might. The origin tree and the origin fruit on it had long since become Lin Fei's possession. He was just short of saying something domineering, "This place is mine." In fact, Lin Fei had already taken over this place. After destroying the cursed palace's divine sense avatar, I believe those people won't be so stupid to come again. Lin Fei wanted to give them a show of strength. If a tiger doesn't show its strength, they would really think that I'm a sick cat. Master, be careful, there's an expert attacking you. Without warning, the little devil warned Lin Fei. Lin Fei's brows twitched, and a chill descended from the sky. Above the crater, a huge black finger suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei, who had a strong physical body, instantly felt like his body could not withstand it and was about to explode. This is definitely the attack of a magnate-level expert. Lin Fei was not flustered. Cowardly scoundrel, how shameless. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Space solidified in front of the black finger. Ha ha ha, Di Tian, you've been tricked. A complacent voice came from behind Lin Fei. A dark green palm slammed into Lin Fei's back. You've been struck by this old man's nether ghost palm. You're dead for sure. Boom. Lin Fei's entire body exploded. I thought you had some ability, but it turns out that you're only so-so. We've overestimated you. The black-robed old man said disdainfully. We've made a mountain out of a molehill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few figures appeared near the origin tree. Their eyes quickly fell on the origin tree, and a hint of joy flashed across their faces. Fortunately, the origin fruit is still here. That bastard Di Tian did not take it. These figures were all the divine sense avatars of the magnate. Their battle prowess was infinitely close to the level of a magnate. Even a half-step magnate would not be a match for them. They hadn't expected that they would be able to kill Di Tian so easily with just a diversion. It seemed to be too smooth. According to what they thought. Di Tian's origins were mysterious, and he definitely had some trump cards on him. They had already made their mental preparations. Creating a diversion was merely one of them. Di Tian is dead? He was killed by the great leader of the Ghouls sect. Great. That bastard Di Tian has finally been killed. Hee, Di Tian is nothing in front of a giant powerhouse. Why does he have to think that he's invincible? Outside the sinkhole, the remaining forces received the news. Di Tian, who had been showing off his abilities, had been killed. Not even his bones were left. Hearing this news, everyone smiled, and their faces were no longer as pale and powerless as before. Killed? After the heavenly devil Nikhang heard this, a puzzled expression flashed across her exquisite facial features. After not knowing much about Di Tian, the heavenly demon Rainbow finally had a feeling that Di Tian would not be so easy to kill. The heavenly devil Raymond was very confident in her feelings and rarely doubted them. This was a kind of intuition that belonged to experts. Elder. I think we should not go in for the time being. The heavenly devil Rainbow reminded. The elder of the heavenly devil palace did not understand, why? Elder, think about it. Di Tian has always been mysterious. Can such a person be killed so easily? The process is too smooth. It seems like it's really smooth. In the world of the 33 saintly heavens. The various giants were also paying attention. Even though there were some giants who shamelessly attacked, there were also some who chose to wait and see. Di Tian was killed by the great leader of the Ghouls sect. This made everyone very surprised. That extremely powerful Di Tian was killed just like that? He did not even struggle. If that was the case, they would have done it themselves. Now, they had been taken advantage of by the great leader of the Ghouls sect. They killed Di Tian first. Even though this was not a glorious thing, and in the eyes of outsiders, there would always be suspicions of the strong bullying the weak. However, Di Tian's secret. Many people wanted to find out. For example, the rapid increase in battle strength. If this was a technique, then it could not be better. If they obtained it, it was equivalent to grasping a shortcut to quickly increase their strength. To the forces in the world of the 33 saintly heavens. This was definitely something that could not be ignored. Also, how did Di Tian get such a group of powerful subordinates? Among them, the most important was the strong curse experts in their hands. They were definitely existences that could not be estimated. It was hard not to be afraid of them. Whoever obtained Di Tian's secret first would definitely expand their strength to an unimaginable level. The sword and knife techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect were nothing. But curse techniques were different. Until now, curse techniques were still considered top-notch techniques in the world of the 33 saintly heavens. He died just like that. Curse Palace. Chu Wuhuan roared again. That detestable guy who killed him before was killed in 2 or 3 moves. What kind of joke was this? Could it be that Tian, that bastard, can only use curse techniques of this level twice? Chu Wuhuan could not understand. If I had known this would happen, would have held on for a while longer. Wouldn't the treasures on that bastard Tian belong to me? Thinking of the opportunity he had lost, Chu Wuhuan's face turned even darker. What a huge loss. Old ghost, you killed Tian. Shouldn't you let everyone see the secret in Tian's storage ring? Don't think that the giants did not have privacy. That would be a big mistake. In the eyes of the giants, Tian was like a child hugging a gold ingot. Every part of his body was a treasure. After confirming that Tian was really dead, the other giants turned their attention to giant Guizhu. They wanted to broaden their horizons. Guizhu was expressionless. He cursed everyone for being shameless in his heart. Then, he realized one thing. From the beginning to the end, it seemed like he had not seen a storage ring. In fact, he had not seen anything on Tian's body. Then, where did those things go? Guizhu was very confident that his netherworld divine palm had indeed landed on Tian's body. But now, the problem was, where did those things go? Guizhu, you have already killed Tian. Why aren't you willing to share Tian's things? Could it be that you want to keep those things to yourself? Seeing that Guizhu was silent, the giants were unhappy. You are going to keep everything to yourself. Too shameless. Back then, we agreed that after killing Tian, those things would definitely be shared. Now that Tian is dead, you don't want to share those things anymore? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Guizhu wanted to curse. Now, he had nothing in his hands. What could he take out? This old man feels that everyone has overlooked one thing. Perhaps Tian is not dead at all. Instead, he is hiding nearby and watching the show, forcing us to fight among ourselves. Guizhu said with a solemn expression. I knew that you, old ghost, would not be honest. Tian was killed by you. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Naturally, the things are in your hands. As long as we share those things, no one will have any objections. Chapter 2209. The origin fruit had yet to ripen. Everyone's attention was attracted by the secret that Tian had left behind. Regardless of whether it was the people who controlled the spells or the spells that came from the same era, they were all existences that would make people envious. As long as he could obtain even one of them, his power would definitely reach a whole new level. With such an opportunity in front of them, even a fool would be willing to miss it. Even if one was a giant, the divine sense avatars present were all giant powerhouses. Guizhu, are you going to hand it over or not? Our patience is limited. You alone can't stop all of us. Guizhu felt very sullen. It seemed that he had stepped into a huge pit, and he couldn't explain it clearly now. No matter how Guizhu explained, he could not come up with any convincing evidence. Everyone thought that Guizhu wanted to enjoy the fruits of his labor alone and did not want to share the treasures. Do it. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, and the surrounding void was shattered. The powerhouses had made their move. He attacked the leader of the Absolute Ghost faction. Listen to this old man's explanation. I really don't have what you want. This is a trap that Tian intentionally left behind to make us kill each other. Guizhu continued to explain. What awaited Guizhu was a merciless siege. How could a giant fight against the siege of a group of people? Moreover, everyone was a spiritual consciousness avatar, and their strength was almost on the same level. Guizhu retreated step by step. 2 fists are hard, many enemies are hard. Hit him hard. In the void. Lin Fei swaggered. Looking at the giant's divine sense doppelganger surrounding the ghoul sex giant, he was laughing in his heart. From the moment they arrived, Lin Fei knew everything through the little devil's reminder. Absolute Ghost's ambush and diversion could not escape the system's monitoring. The spiritual sense giant avatar's combat power was very strong, but Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Thus, a bright idea came to him, and he thought of a way to have them kill each other first. They consumed each other's energy. Lin Fei was very happy to see this happen. What Guizhu had killed was merely an afterimage left behind by Lin Fei. It was extremely realistic. Even the naked eye could not tell if it was real or fake. Of course, this naturally came from the system. The battles between giants weren't that long. Instead, they were very short. Guizhu was the first to be killed. It was just a doppelganger formed by divine sense. So what if it was killed? If everyone attacked together, even if Guizhu had any ideas, he would have to start a war with a group of big shots. They did not think that Guizhu had the courage to start a war. Therefore, Guizhu would definitely suffer this loss. You will regret this. Absolute Ghost's divine sense was destroyed, and he was extremely angry. At the same time, his hatred towards Di Tian increased. He now had reason to believe that Di Tian was hiding nearby. Well, that must be it. With his spiritual consciousness damaged, Guizhu did not dare to send his spiritual consciousness avatar again. There's nothing. The powerhouses were fighting for the treasures. Once Guizhu's spiritual consciousness was destroyed, everyone wanted to see if there were any secrets within the storage ring left behind by Di Tian. The scene in front of them left them dumbfounded. Nothing appeared. That didn't seem possible. After all, the absolute ghost giant had killed Di Tian first. Logically speaking, Di Tian's treasures should have fallen into the absolute ghost giant's hands. This was something that did not need to be considered. Where did it go? All the magnates frowned and their faces darkened. If it wasn't on the absolute ghost giant, then what belonged to Di Tian was there? Could it be? A thought flashed across their minds. Pa. Just as everyone was about to shake off that thought, applause followed. It landed on the hearts of the magnates very rhythmically. It's quite an interesting scene. This emperor's eyes have been opened. On the origin tree far away, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking over with a smile. Di Tian, you actually didn't die? We were tricked. In a world within the 33 sacred heavens. In the sinister ghost gate. The absolute ghost giant slammed the table and stood up, gritting his teeth. A bunch of idiots, you know that you were tricked. No, I have to make another trip. A bitter smile flashed across the faces of the magnates. They had lived for so long, and they actually suffered a loss to a junior. They had put on a show, and if word got out, they would be laughed at to death. All the magnates stared at him in anger. They had been tricked by a kid. Di Tian, go and die for me. One of the giants could not hold it in any longer. He took out a treasure that was like a scorching sun, emitting a scorching aura. The surrounding temperature was rising, and black holes were being burned in the air. Lai Gang, it's time. The scorching sun treasure headed straight for Lin Fei's head. Lin Fei shook his head. What a waste of a treasure. Crash. As soon as the treasure entered the vicinity of the origin tree, the origin energy unleashed its might, and the treasure disintegrated into nothing. This giant Lai Gang's clone was also pierced through by a ray of origin energy, and disappeared without a trace on the spot. Could it be that he can use the origin energy? The rest of the great leaders were completely shocked. That was the origin energy just now. Only the origin energy could be so tyrannical, instantly destroying treasures, and even killing the avatar of divine sense. Impossible, the origin energy is the most sacred energy in the world, he is only at the War Emperor realm, how can he control it? All the giants shook their heads. This matter was simply unimaginable. The origin fruit is about to mature, you can leave now. I don't like you. Chase us away. Aren't you too naive, Di Tian? All of the great leaders had the same thought, it was truly absurd. Lin Fei's aura was like a mountain, he swept a glance with his cold eyes, raised his hand, and released a curse. Curse technique, Fire Beacon City. The curse fire that filled the sky descended onto the bodies of the great leaders. In an instant, all of the great leaders turned into flaming men. Without any sound, the great leaders all disappeared into thin air. One move kill. Lin Fei raised his head, his gaze like lightning, shooting into the distance. This is my territory, whoever comes will be killed. A terrifying voice resounded throughout the entire Mountain of God Emperor. Everyone could see that outside of the Mountain of God Emperor's space passage, the endless curse fire was burning wantonly. All the experts that were enveloped by the curse fire were all turned into green smoke. A true instant kill. They even saw a great leader's clone descend and be killed by the curse fire. This unlucky fellow was the great leader of the ghost sect. Coincidentally, he was killed on the spot by the curse fire, without any ability to resist. The great leaders of the 33 sacred heavens world were all stunned. The power of the curse fire is too tyrannical. What is this? What is it that is being killed? All the great leaders saw it clearly. The endless curse fire had reached the level of a great leader, and at the same time, it was the most difficult flame to resist. Thus, everyone had a headache. Then, everyone saw the sky full of curse fire explode from the sky crater, covering the entire passage, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Chapter 22:10. The blazing cursed fire became a roadblock. Everyone was helpless against the curse fire that covered the entire sky crater. The forces that were originally near the sky crater were suddenly caught off guard and were burned to ashes by the curse fire. The scene was a tragic sight. No matter who saw it, they would feel fear in their hearts. The curse fire of the cursed Dao era was not something they could resist. Too terrifying. The War Emperor experts are actually unable to block the attack of the Empyrean curse fire. Fortunately, I was quite far away. This Tian is too terrifying. The faces of the people who were lucky enough to escape were filled with fear. It was the same for the elite disciples. They had never seen such a large-scale curse fire appear before. Kill. Without waiting for them to calm down. A sonorous and powerful roar that carried a sense of danger soared into the sky. The sword slave and blade slave moved out. The moment they appeared, their tactics were unleashed. Like a black torrent, they surrounded everyone, forming a huge encirclement. A saber slave with a long saber on his back took a step forward. He faced the crowd and said coldly, His Majesty Tian said that if you don't want to die here, then surrender immediately. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. His voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. I didn't expect that we would be surrounded again. The demonic rainbow laughed bitterly. If you want us to surrender, you people don't have the qualifications to say that. Let's go. Among the forces present, there was a half-step giant who was the leader. He sneered and activated the giant treasure in his hand, preparing to leave the Mountain of God Emperor. Although this half-step giant did not see the movements in the sky crater, he could instinctively sense it. If they did not leave now, when would they? Open. The giant treasure was activated. It blasted open a path. This was also the confidence of a half-step giant. The rest of the people watched quietly. After all, they had witnessed Tian's power. Before they confirmed the situation, they would not act recklessly. Curse technique, numb. Curse technique, weaken. Curse technique, gravity enhancement. Previously, this half-step giant had gone to the sky crater. He had seen the power of the Curse Legion. At that time, the position was narrow, and his hands and feet were tied, unable to unleash his full strength. But it was different outside. Tian didn't believe that Tian would be able to keep them here with a magnate-level treasure in his hands. The sky was filled with curses, all of them attacking the half-step giants. Even though the magnate-grade treasures blocked some of them still landed on the half-step giants. As soon as the curse landed on the other party's body, the effect was immediately activated. The half-step magnate's speed slowed down, and his mind began to be affected. The magnate's treasure also began to show flaws. The saber slave and the sword slave didn't have to pay a huge price to break through the defense of the magnate-grade artifact. They charged in from the outside, and the battle emperors fell one after another, turning into corpses. In less than a short period of time, after killing over 100 sword slaves and saber slaves, this half-step powerhouse let out a shrill cry as he was chopped into pieces by the flurry of blades. A half-step giant had fallen. Ants can really bite elephants to death. With the death of the half-step giant, the rest of the half-step giants shuddered. Those who don't surrender will be like them. The siege outside was naturally ordered by Lin Fei. As soon as the curse fire was unleashed, the divine sense clones of the giants were instantly killed. Fierce. With the death of the giant's divine sense clone, Lin Fei obtained a lot of energy. This time, no one can stop me from taking the origin tree and origin fruit. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The attack of the curse fire had been imbued with origin energy, and its power was extraordinary. Anyone who came would be hit. The entire world of the 33 sacred heavens, all the sacred lords and the other experts who were paying attention fell into silence. No matter if it was a giant or not. Or perhaps the sacred lords had realized one thing. Under the restriction of the savage world fragment, they were unable to obtain the origin fruit. The terrifying and irresistible curse fire had instantly killed their divine sense clones. During this time, they didn't even last a breath. Di Tian's terror had risen to a rare level in their hearts. This time, everyone is going to return disappointed. Who would have thought that there would be a local snake down there? Even dragons and snakes have to lie down obediently. Deal with him? Who is going to deal with him? Luckily, I didn't go down. Di Tian is indeed not easy to deal with. A big move, this is definitely a big move. Palace Master, this curse fire is too terrifying. The powerhouses of the Curse Palace were all paying attention to what was happening at Mountain God Emperor. The moment the curse fire appeared, all the powerhouses instinctively stood up and stared at the burning curse fire. I dare to say that this curse fire is completely above our curse fire. Di Tian has grasped this curse fire. Even if the divine sense clones of the powerhouses go down, they will just be food for Di Tian. No one can block this curse fire. Palace Master, we must obtain the curse fire in Di Tian's hands. Even a single curse fire can greatly increase the overall strength of our curse palace. At that time, no one will dare to look down on our curse palace. Especially the curse fire. If we use such a high-level curse fire, even the powerhouses will have to retreat. Everyone will be afraid of us. The powerhouses' thoughts became more and more complicated. Those who could become powerhouses quickly understood that unless Di Tian came to the world of the 33 sacred heavens, no one would be able to suppress him. Since that was the case, they might as well take another path. After all, their curse palace had inherited curse arts. Di Tian also had curse arts of unknown origin. The level of curse arts was obviously stronger than their curse palace. It shouldn't be difficult to communicate with Di Tian. Curse Wuhuan laughed bitterly in his heart. I didn't expect the situation to change in such a short time. Di Tian put on such a big show. I'm afraid everyone will have to change their method now. In the face of benefits, losing a small portion of the divine sense clone was nothing. Everyone's thoughts are similar. There's no time to lose. We must discuss this with Di Tian as soon as possible. In my opinion, why don't we let the eldest young master go down? In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, everyone had the same idea. If they couldn't use force, then they could change their method. For example, they could buy the origin fruit from Di Tian. Losing a portion of the divine sense clone was insignificant to the powerhouses. If they lost it one after another, the loss would be huge. Just the recovery of the divine sense would take a long time. Another method became urgent. This was equivalent to lowering their heads. They knew that this wasn't a good thing. They couldn't find a way to block the curse fire. Especially since their main bodies couldn't go down personally, there was nothing they could do. Before they could make any arrangements, The powerhouses that they had arranged sent back news. Their people had been captured again. At the same time, there was a list of ransomed items. The powerhouses flew into a rage. Then, they became dejected. Chapter 22:11. Despicable. I am despicable just like that. The list of captives to be redeemed was naturally written by Lin Fei. If I don't extort money from you, how could I make a fortune from the dead? What kind of joke was this? The forces that were able to retreat from the crater all had amazing foundations. For example, Sky Demon Palace, Ghoul's Sect, and some other forces had terrifying influence. It's time to collect the origin fruit. After the curse fire showed its power, no one came down. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. Humans would be afraid of death, not to mention the big shots. No one was willing to pay the price and let others take advantage of them. No one was willing to be a good person. Therefore, Lin Fei was relaxed. The system was crazily devouring the origin energy, and Lin Fei could completely resist the invasion of the origin energy. Collect. Rays of cold light flashed. 9 origin fruits fell down. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the system automatically collected the origin fruits. This was the safest place. Ding. Discovered origin fruit, contains rich energy, absorb. The moment the origin fruit was collected, the system prompted. Absorb half for now. Lin Fei smirked. The origin fruit was still very useful to him, and he couldn't just absorb it all. By the way, if the origin energy in the origin fruit is absorbed, the fruit won't be affected, right? Lin Fei asked. This was related to the success of the next thing. The little devil smirked. Master, you don't have to worry about this. The system will absorb the origin energy without damaging any part of the origin fruit. Lin Fei was relieved. The origin energy contained in the origin fruit was beyond his imagination. After the system started absorbing the origin energy from the origin fruit, Lin Fei turned his attention to the origin tree. Open. Lin Fei turned his hand into a palm and struck the branch of the tree of origin. What a tough branch. My attack couldn't even break a single branch. Looking at the branch that didn't move, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder it's good stuff, the branch of the origin tree is very useful. Lin Fei believed what the little devil said. Whether it was the origin fruit or the origin tree, they were all good stuff. Origin energy, open for me. This area was blocked off by the imps. Lin Fei didn't want to expose too much information. Shielding was the best solution. Voila! The origin energy transformed into a long saber and chopped down on the origin tree's incomparably tough branch. It was cut off. If I want to chop off the origin tree's branches, I must use origin energy. Lin Fei also wanted to give it a try. Ding! Discovered the source tree's branch. Absorb? No need. Lin Fei had learned about the uses of the source tree from the little devil, so how could he let the system absorb it? I'm going to be a lumberjack today. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the bottom of the sinkhole. Saber light flashed. With each flash of the saber, the origin tree's branches fell one by one and were collected by the system. Lin Fei had originally planned to cut down the origin tree, but the origin tree was constantly absorbing origin energy. With his current strength, he would not be able to cut down the origin tree in a short time. If he couldn't cut it down, then so be it. Lin Fei didn't really want to cut it down and obtain the origin tree's branches, so he was satisfied. Under Lin Fei's violent cutting, the towering origin tree was soon left with a bare trunk. The rest of the branches were all chopped off. In the system space, the origin tree's branches were piled up like a mountain. After being nourished by the origin energy, these branches could be said to be divine weapons. Although they couldn't be activated, no treasure could compare to the origin tree's sturdiness. Done. The origin tree was left with bare branches. Lin Fei clapped his hands, finally calling it a day. Although he had wasted a lot of origin energy units, the benefits were obvious. All the benefits of the origin tree had been monopolized, and at the same time, he had obtained a portion of the power bonus. Lin Fei was very clear that the entire 33 Sage Heavens was probably gnashing their teeth at him right now. As for the origin tree's trunk, Lin Fei didn't intend to uproot it. That would consume a lot of origin energy units, and it might not succeed. After all, the mountain god emperor space was actually evolved from a fragment world. The origin tree and the wilderness world fragment could be said to be one. He didn't have the confidence to poach it away. As for those magnate experts, they were also helpless. Lin Fei turned around and left the crater. Outside the crater, the saber slaves and sword slaves imprisoned the people of the various forces separately. Even the half-step magnate experts became obedient at this time. With the previous example, who would dare to court death for no reason? Reporting to the Arch, the forces of the mountain god emperor space have all been captured. A total of a saber slave flew over and reported the situation. Take them away. Lin Fei said indifferently, not looking at those people. Wait a minute. Lin Fei waved his hand, preparing to take them away. The mountain god emperor space wasn't too safe. Even if they came, they wouldn't be able to break into the invincible palace. This place was too dangerous. Lady Heavenly Demon, I didn't expect you to be my captive again. Lin Fei recognized the voice, turned around, and smiled at the Heavenly Demon Rainbow. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow was very angry, and her body was trembling slightly. She was a saintess in waiting, and when had she ever been looked down upon like this? And this shameless guy in front of her seemed to have become her nemesis, falling into the hands of the other party again and again. This time, all the major forces of the 33 Sage Heavens had their eyes on the mountain god emperor space. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow thought that Di Tian wouldn't be so lucky, and would be crushed by the experts. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? She was once again captured. Hearing the commotion coming from the bottom of the crater, the Heavenly Demon Rainbow flashed a bad thought. Maybe you're just relying on numbers. What kind of hero are you? The Heavenly Demon Rainbow said with a cold expression. Lin Fei came to a place not too far away from the Sky Demon Rainbow dress and laughed loudly as he said, "Hero, this emperor has never cared about being a hero. So what this emperor pursues is the result. For example, right now, you are a high and mighty genius, so why not fall into this emperor's hands? Miss Sky Demon, what do you think?" You, the Heavenly Demon Rainbow pointed at Di Tian, unable to retort. In the distance, the other geniuses and elite disciples who were being held stared at him angrily. They were unwilling to lose. If not for their capable subordinates, they wouldn't have lost. Take him away. Lin Fei tore open the void, and disappeared in front of everyone. After the mountain god emperor crater's shield was removed, the 33 Sage Heavens world was in chaos. Bastard. How could he do that? The branches of the origin tree, not a single one was left, he chopped them all off. How did he do it? I've never heard of anyone being able to chop off the branches of the origin tree. Even if I go, I can only watch helplessly. When they saw the bare trunk, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 22:12. No matter how angry they were, no one could do anything to Di Tian for the time being. Even the holy leaders and the big shots could not help but laugh bitterly after a round of roaring. Perhaps only Di Tian would do something as shameless as this. Arrange for someone to go to the invincible palace in the mysterious sky world immediately. Although they did not know how Di Tian managed to collect all the branches of the origin tree, they did not dare to ignore the importance of the origin tree's branches. Everyone had to make a trip to the mysterious sky world. Mysterious sky world, invincible palace. Continue monitoring. Continue absorbing the origin energy. In the secret chamber. After returning to the invincible palace, Lin Fei went to his own secret chamber. The equipment all over the mountain god emperor space continued to operate. The benefits of the mountain god emperor space had been taken, but that place was still the entrance to the upper world. Lin Fei naturally had to arrange for equipment to monitor it. Apart from that, Lin Fei left a group of subordinates to monitor the mountain god emperor space. Origin fruit, hee hee. In the secret chamber, Lin Fei played with the origin fruit in his hand. He could clearly feel the traces of origin energy coming from the origin fruit. If I was not the one who started it, I would not be able to see the remaining 10% of origin energy in the origin fruit. This was the origin fruit after it was absorbed. Now there was only 10% of origin energy left. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to keep 50%, but after some thought, he felt that it was not right. Since he could not see it, he might as well absorb 90% and leave 10% for them. Master, this is according to your instructions. Even the holy leaders and the big shots would not be able to see through the origin fruit. Little Devil said proudly. Unless they personally absorbed the origin energy. Lin Fei trusted Little Devil's words. If they could not see it, then they definitely could not. After absorbing 90% of the origin fruit's origin energy, Lin Fei did not feel bad about the remaining 10%. After all, this thing was a hot potato. Holding it in one's hand was like a ticking time bomb at all times. Once it exploded, it would explode. Once it exploded, there would definitely be no bones left. Lin Fei kept the origin fruit. Mysterious Sky World, Invincible Palace. After Lin Fei returned, the entire profound sky world was heavily guarded. Sword slaves, saber slaves, and even curse mages. All of them were sent out. The mysterious sky world was built like an iron bucket. Even if a giant came, they would have to shed a layer of skin. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. After the battle over the origin fruit, everyone started to pay more attention to Di Tian. It was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of the world of the 33 sacred heavens that the curse fire had instantly killed the avatar of a giant. Everyone was shocked. If it was any other battle emperor, they wouldn't be able to display such a powerful technique. Di Tian had done it. They had lost. Young master. Is this the profound sky world? In the starry sky of the mysterious sky world, a group of people appeared, clustered around a young genius. Some of them were pointing at the mysterious sky world. Idiots, shut your mouths. The prodigy scolded his subordinates, shaking his head in his heart. Don't forget why we're here. Di Tian isn't a nobody. I'll tell you in advance that he's not a nobody. If anyone is killed by Di Tian, the Cursed Palace will definitely not avenge you. Cursed Thunder never thought that his father would be so serious before he left. No matter what, we must get the curse art from Di Tian. Cursed Thunder knew this better than anyone else. This was an opportunity that his father had arranged for him. As long as he successfully brought the curse art back, his position in the Cursed Palace would be stabilized. Bring the gifts, let's pay a visit to His Majesty Di Tian. What a Cursed Palace, to actually arrange for young Master Cursed Thunder to come here. Who would believe that? After the people from the Cursed Palace left, a group of people appeared in the starry sky. The leader laughed coldly. Elder Chen, should we go now, or, they were people from the Sky Devil Palace. There's no need to wait. Elder Chen said, those people have already made their move. We can't fall behind them. Right now, both the origin fruit and the origin tree branch are in Di Tian's hands. Whoever can obtain the origin fruit from Di Tian will obtain great benefits. Elder Chen looked at the mysterious sky world and revealed a trace of shock and seriousness. There had never been a force that could make the Sky Devil Palace lower its head. Di Tian was one of them. Cursed Palace, Cursed Thunder is here to pay a visit. After entering the mysterious sky world, the people around Cursed Thunder subconsciously gasped. The patrolling sword slaves and saber slaves were all at the same realm, which undoubtedly created a strong visual impact on the people present. Those people are so scary. I heard that they are sword slaves and saber slaves, and they have mastered the sword and saber skills of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber Gate. After seeing the sword slaves and saber slaves, everyone's arrogant words were dealt a blow. Young master, look over there. They seem to be curse sorcerers. I heard that they have mastered even more mysterious curse arts. Cursed Thunder's heart skipped a beat. Curse sorcerers. Compared to the sword slaves and saber slaves, Cursed Thunder was more concerned about the cursed sorcerers. Cursed sorcerers played an important role now. Di Tian was able to obtain the origin fruit because he had mastered more advanced curse arts. Far away, groups of cursed sorcerers patrolled the mysterious sky world under the protection of the saber slaves and sword slaves. I really don't know where Di Tian came from. Cursed sorcerers, together with saber slaves and sword slaves, are like an army of tigers and wolves. Not many forces in the 33 sacred heavens can stop them. Cursed Thunder's eyes were fixed on the cursed sorcerers. Cursed Thunder couldn't be more familiar with the curse aura on them. What surprised him the most was that their curse aura was obviously thicker and purer than that of the cursed palace. Fortunately, the number of cursed sorcerers in Di Tian's hands is limited. Otherwise, once they enter the 33 sacred heavens, it will be a nightmare. After witnessing the situation, young Master Cursed Thunder was determined to complete the mission. Sky Devil Palace, Jianghu is here to pay a visit. Not long after Cursed Thunder entered the mysterious sky world, Jianghu led the disciples of Sky Devil Palace into the mysterious sky world. They first reported their origins to avoid being surrounded by the sword slaves and saber slaves. Now, everyone knew how powerful the sword slaves and saber slaves were. If they were surrounded by hundreds of them, they would definitely be in trouble. Not to mention the cursed sorcerers behind them, they were experts who could kill half a step to magnates. Who would dare to belittle such a valiant battle record? Elder Chen of Sky Devil Palace was a clone of a big shot. He couldn't report his name to avoid Di Tian's misunderstanding. Seeing the sword slaves and saber slaves patrolling in an orderly manner, Elder Chen whose eyes turned red. If they're Sky Devil Palace. Chapter 22:13. Not here? Cursed Thunder suppressed the anger in his heart. Our Majesty is not here. Did you not hear clearly? Cursed Thunder did not expect to run into a situation where Di Tian was absent on his first visit. His heart was filled with bitterness. I thought that since I'm here on behalf of the Cursed Palace, should be able to meet Di Tian. Who knew that it would be like this? When will His Majesty come back? We, the Cursed Palace, have something very important to discuss with His Majesty. Cursed Thunder asked in a low voice. Whoever saw His Majesty Di Tian first might have some sort of advantage. When His Majesty wants to see you, he will naturally see you. The guard said indifferently. At this point, Cursed Thunder had no other choice. He could not barge in, after all. If he really did that, he would definitely not have a good ending. Regardless of whether they were from the Cursed Palace or not, Cursed Thunder believed that Di Tian would not mind killing a bunch of people to establish his dominance. Cursed Thunder left with his men and prepared to settle down nearby. Elder Chen, you're here too. On the way back, Cursed Thunder met Elder Jianghu of the Demonic Palace. This was a clone of a giant. Cursed Thunder naturally knew him and took the initiative to greet him. So it's young Master Mantra. Jianghu smiled. Have you met His Majesty Di Tian? Cursed Thunder shook his head. The guard said that Di Tian is not here, so we have to come back and stay here temporarily. After Jianghu and Cursed Thunder chatted for a while, Cursed Thunder took the initiative to leave. His Majesty Di Tian doesn't want to see anyone. Jianghu understood what he meant. Di Tian placed Cursed Lei Liang of the Cursed Palace to the side. Elder, are we still going to see Di Tian? Someone immediately asked. Jianghu pondered for a moment. Let's not go for now. We still have to send someone to deliver the gifts. Let's redeem the demonic rainbow and the others first. Lin Fei was indeed not at the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei had long anticipated the arrival of the forces from the 33 holy heavens. No one was willing to fall behind others, and no one would give up on the fight for the origin fruit. Lin Fei didn't want to be busy welcoming people, so he simply chose another method, no matter who came. Let it cool for now. He would wait for everyone to arrive before proceeding to the next step. Now, Lin Fei once again came to a familiar place. I really didn't expect you to have such a method. Those people have suffered quite a bit in your hands, but aren't you worried that they will join forces to put pressure on you? In an independent space. Wu Mingzhan stared in horror at Di Tian, who was seated opposite him. Even though Wu Mingzhan was being suppressed in this space, the situation in the outside world did not change. He could see everything clearly. All of Lin Fei's actions had shaken him. Pressure? That depends on the target. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of celestial wine and drank it by himself. Therefore, I plan to auction the 9 origin fruits after they are all here. Although Zhan Wuming was shocked by Lin Fei's capabilities, he didn't think that Lin Fei would be able to withstand the pressure from the upper echelons. The fact that Di Tian would use such a method to deal with the pressure from the upper echelons stunned everyone present. You're actually planning to auction the origin fruit? Even if it was Wu Mingzhan himself, faced with the temptation of 9 origin fruits, he would absolutely not auction them. Your Majesty, Di Tian is really bold. Wu Mingzhan turned around and said, I'm not as good as you. Indeed, you have your reasons for your achievements. Lin Fei snickered in his heart. If not for the fact that I absorbed 90% of the origin energy, who would be willing to auction it? Do you really think that I'm so bold? I actually came here today to make a deal with you. Lin Fei put down his wine cup and said. I'm currently a prisoner. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do with your Majesty. Wu Mingzhan said plainly. After returning from Mountain God Emperor space, Lin Fei started thinking about the future. He had offended almost everyone in the 33 sacred heavens, and that wasn't a good thing. Lin Fei didn't forget about the return of the ancient experts either. For example, the Yellow Springs sect master and the Heavenly Law old ancestor. These powerful fellows, Lin Fei didn't forget a single one of them. Senior Zhan, that's not right. Although you can't leave now, once you escape, it's like a fish returning to the sea. From then on, the sea will be wide and the sky will be wide. Not long after, you will regain your position as the overlord. I'm not wrong about this, right? Lin Fei said with a smile. Wu Mingzhan was suppressed in this space. As time passed, coupled with the failure of his plan, he never thought that he would be able to leave this place while he was still alive. Moreover, the entire divine world was under Di Tian's control. It was even more impossible for him to escape. This was something that Wu Mingzhan was very clear about. Your Majesty Di Tian, you're really eloquent. Wu Mingzhan smiled. This old man's heart is already dead, and I don't look forward to the days outside. Your Majesty, you don't have to say anything more. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. He didn't believe Wu Mingzhan's words. It would be a lie if this kind of ambitious person didn't want to obtain freedom. If it were in the past, Lin Fei might not have mentioned this. Who knew if Di Tian would make a move on him if he was released? After obtaining the origin energy, Lin Fei no longer had such worries. Lin Fei sighed. I originally planned to let Senior leave. Since Senior has chosen to stay here, I won't force you. Wu Mingzhan was startled, and his pupils constricted. Di Tian wants to set me free? After such a long time, Wu Mingzhan had almost forgotten the taste of freedom. Wait. Seeing that Di Tian was about to leave, Wu Mingzhan could no longer remain calm. After a brief moment of surprise, Wu Mingzhan got straight to the point and asked, what price do I have to pay for you to let me go? The current Di Tian was no longer that weak Di Tian. Instead, he was an existence worthy of attention. Others might not have a solution, but Di Tian might have a solution. Wu Mingzhan had to take a risk. No one was willing to stay in this place forever. Lin Fei smiled. I won't make things difficult for Senior. After all, Senior was also one of the heroes in the past. An old monster like Wu Mingzhan was even more ancient than the Demon Emperor. He definitely had his own influence in the 33 sacred heavens. Lin Fei didn't mind letting a tiger out. This was the first move Lin Fei was going to use to stir up chaos in the 33 sacred heavens. Lin Fei also believed that Wu Mingzhan wouldn't disappoint him. Open. In the mysterious space. Lin Fei quickly negotiated the conditions with Wu Mingzhan. Wu Mingzhan was in a daze for a long time. This condition seemed a little too simple. Under Lin Fei's intentional suppression, the rumbling sounds didn't spread out. Rumble. Rumble. In Wu Mingzhan's eyes, those cracks that even he had no way to break through actually crumbled under Di Tian's hands. The entire space crumbled unceasingly under Di Tian's attacks, and in just a short period of time, the entire space had completely collapsed. I actually obtained freedom. Wu Mingzhan was at a loss. Chapter 22:14. Master, this is a good move. Releasing an old monster, those fellows above will definitely be dumbfounded. After Wu Ming regained his freedom, he did not say much and only left behind a sentence. I will fulfill my promise within a month. Let's go back. After gaining control of the origin source energy unit, Lin Fei was no longer worried that an old monster like Wu Ming would do something bad. To Lin Fei, releasing Wu Ming's freedom was not an important matter. If Wu Ming wanted to do something against him, Lin Fei did not mind destroying his soul. Others might not be able to kill Wu Ming, but to Lin Fei, killing him was a piece of cake. At least, Wu Ming's strength had yet to recover to the level of a giant, or even higher. I hope you will not disappoint me. Lin Fei turned around and left with a smile. This old man has regained my freedom. In another part of the void. Wu Ming could not believe that this was real. He had actually regained his freedom. The most unbelievable thing was that what he could not achieve with all his effort was so easily accomplished by Di Tian. He had seen the space collapse with his own eyes. That kind of method was shocking. Obtaining a special race within a month. What is this Emperor Di Tian trying to do? Until now, Wu Ming did not understand why Di Tian would make such a request. Looking for all sorts of special races. In the face of regaining his freedom, he would agree to whatever conditions Wu Ming proposed. Wu Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart. Let me recover my cultivation before returning to the 33 sacred heavens. While Lin Fei was out, the mysterious sky world welcomed batches of guests. These guests had shocking backgrounds. The people of the mysterious sky world were already used to such a situation. In front of a great emperor, this was a must. The various forces that came down from the upper domain were surprisingly calm this time. No one had the right to put on airs and stayed quietly in the inns. The mysterious sky world was no longer a place where they could act wantonly. The sword slaves, saber slaves, and even the curse mages were all demonic existences. Killing them here was as easy as flipping one's hand. If they had such thoughts, they might as well wait for Di Tian to return. They believed that Di Tian would definitely receive them. No one was willing to offend all of them at once. They automatically overlooked one thing. Di Tian had offended all of them a long time ago. At the very least, most of the forces were surrounded and attacked by Di Tian's subordinates. The number of people who survived could be counted on one hand, and some of them were even captured. Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace. The Supreme Demon Emperor rushed over to report the situation. In a short period of time, the highest Demon Emperor stepped into the War Emperor realm. Although his cultivation level was not high, he managed the Invincible Palace well. The Supreme Demon Emperor had never thought that the fellows from the upper realm would gather in the profound sky world. No matter which power it was, the Supreme Devil Emperor would have to suck in a breath of cold air. At the same time, he felt proud of himself for making the right choice back then. Your Majesty, 23 powers have come to visit today. This is the list of visitors, as well as the gifts they've sent. Allow them to redeem their disciples. The Supreme Demon Emperor took out a list. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Leave them alone for a few days. Kill anyone who dares to act presumptuously in Invincible City. After the establishment of the Invincible Palace, in these few years, a huge city had been built on the periphery. Invincible City. In the inn, a low voice came from a guest room. Di Tian is getting more and more impudent. We came personally, but he didn't see any of us. If this was up there, this old man would have destroyed Invincible City and Invincible Palace with a single palm. From time to time, the people present would exude an aura that looked down on the world. Fortunately, they were all deliberately restraining themselves. After everyone vented their anger, they couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression. "Old bastard, aren't you quite powerful? Why don't you go and take care of D. Tian? We'll support you from behind." "Forget it, this old man doesn't have such thoughts. If word gets out, people will easily think that I'm bullying the weak." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Ni Shang, victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. There's no need to put pressure on yourself. Chen Hu comforted the god's devil clothing. After hearing that Di Tian was not around, Chen Hu brought the ransom money to redeem him. Then, he rented a small courtyard in the city and temporarily used it as the temporary residence of the god's devil palace. The god's devil clothing had indeed suffered a huge blow. She couldn't accept her loss. "Elder, I won't put pressure on myself. After all, that Di Tian himself is a monster. There are no words to describe him." The god's devil clothing adjusted her state of mind. Chen Hu was very optimistic about the god's devil clothing. "That's good." Chen Hu said, "Ni Shang, based on your understanding of Di Tian, do you think he will be pressured into handing over the origin fruit?" Chen Hu had never interacted with Di Tian before. He had only heard some things. He knew far less than the god's devil clothing. The god's devil clothing's beautiful eyes flickered. This Di Tian can't be judged with common sense. The big forces above have all arranged for people to come, but he's good. He won't even see a single one. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do that. I really can't think of what to do with the 9 origin fruits. Speaking of this, Chen Hu couldn't help but smile bitterly. The god's devil palace was famous, but they still couldn't see Di Tian. The people above wouldn't believe it. Who would dare to ignore the god's devil palace? We can only wait. A tycoon is indeed a tycoon. While the outsiders were discussing, Lin Fei took the ransom money and went to the depths of the invincible palace. This place was specially set up by Lin Fei. Little Devil also used a special method to block it. Even if all the forces in the invincible city gathered, they wouldn't be able to see through it. "My territory, I call the shots." Lin Fei put these words into action. In fact, in the mysterious sky world and even the immortal world, it was a matter of one sentence. The sword slaves and saber slaves weren't to be trifled with, not to mention the curse mages behind them. Although Lin Fei had achieved a lot, Lin Fei didn't dare to relax. "Little Devil, other than finding special races and creating a powerful army, what other way is there to create an army?" 2 kinds of close combat subordinates and long-range curse mages. Lin Fei still wasn't very satisfied. Lin Fei absolutely believed that the people above were all eyeing him covetously and then biting off a piece of meat from his hands. For example, increasing the strength of his hands. Because of this, Lin Fei didn't hesitate to use the origin energy and let Wu Ming go. Through his methods, he found some special races in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. "Master, this isn't difficult. If it was a while ago, the system wouldn't be able to do anything. Now that Master has obtained the origin energy and the materials from their ransom, you can produce the corresponding races." Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good news. There are races? Chapter 22:15. If it wasn't for the race, Lin Fei wouldn't have let Zhan Wuming leave the prison so that he could help him collect the special races. As soon as the little devil said the word race, Lin Fei immediately became spirited. That was good news. Although war emperors and curse mages were not bad, Lin Fei always felt that they were too monotonous. If possible, he didn't mind enriching the army a little more. "Master, please look." A 3D hologram appeared in front of Lin Fei. Vivid and lifelike dynamic images appeared on the 3D screen, each one giving off a terrifying pressure. When did this thing appear? Lin Fei had never seen such a thing before. This was activated after Master obtained the origin energy. The little devil explained, "At that time, Master was busy dealing with the guys above, so I didn't inform Master." "Is this a blueprint?" Lin Fei focused his gaze and saw that there was a simple annotation below each dynamic image. The Diamond Ape race is a race in the endless universe. They are born with unparalleled divine strength and can reach the God Emperor realm in adulthood. Their growth potential is 1 star. Heaven-devouring beast, a powerful race in the endless universe. It can devour everything to grow, and when it reaches adulthood, it can reach the realm of a giant. Its growth potential is 5 stars. Flying numbness bug, a special race. They are born with the ability to release paralysis toxins that can paralyze any race. Tyrant Sky Dragon, one of the most powerful races. Lin Fei was dazzled by the variety of races. Are these all races from the endless universe? Lin Fei had even seen a few heaven-defying races reach the level of a giant just from birth, and this included the later stages of adulthood. Yes, these are the universe races collected by the system. The little devil said, Master, you should have seen it. These races are temporarily sealed. As long as the seal is opened, Master will be able to obtain the blueprints and create an identical race. Lin Fei looked again with rapt attention, and it was just as he said. Many of the motion diagrams were dark in color, while the ones that were unraveled emitted bright colors, making it easy to see at a glance. Ever since he got this system, Lin Fei had been pondering over it. Just where did this system come from? As for the original idea of modifying the game, Lin Fei had long since forgotten about it. This was definitely not the leveling system from before. Lin Fei didn't ask the question in his heart. Perhaps the system came from a more advanced place. Lin Fei felt that this was very likely. In other words, I'm now at level 1 authority, and I can unseal races with 1-star potential? Lin Fei struggled to retract his gaze. Yes. As long as Master unlocks the next level of seal, the authority will be unlocked. Lin Fei nodded. A race with 1-star potential and the strongest being was only in the God Emperor realm. This made him very unhappy. At least give him a race with 2-star potential. God Emperor realm, cannon fodder. Master, you don't have to be depressed. The little devil continued, among the races with 1-star potential, there are actually some races that are very suitable for Master to fight. For example, this. Puppet worms. 1-star growth potential, extremely weak combat power, but it does have a special ability that allows it to dominate the body of any race, controlling the opponent's body and devouring the opponent's soul. Lin Fei's eyes widened. That's possible? Any race? Yes, any race. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is too terrifying. Don't tell me it doesn't differentiate by realm? Puppet worms are a magical race. They are an oddity among life forms. Their only ability is to control the body of others, and at the same time, they keep reproducing and devouring. From then on, they occupy many powerful worlds. At their strongest, they once occupied a great cosmos world. Lin Fei didn't dare to continue imagining. Extremely weak combat power, but it could indeed occupy a great cosmos world. And this. Another message popped up. Flying numb worm, 1-star growth potential. Born with paralysis toxin that can affect a radius of 1 kilometer. Those who are poisoned will be paralyzed for a certain period of time. This was something that Lin Fei had noticed before and he had made a mental note of it. Master, if you use the flying numb worm to open the way and sneak into the territory of a faction, and then use it together with your army, which faction can't be attacked? There are also puppet worms. Master can also use them. Even a giant-level powerhouse can't resist the control of a puppet worm. Even if one can't, no one can resist hundreds of them. The more Lin Fei listened, the more excited he became. I have indeed underestimated the magical power of some races. In the boundless universe, there are indeed many races that we don't know about. If it wasn't for the information, Lin Fei would have found it hard to imagine these races existed. Then if I buy the blueprints, can I produce these kinds of soldiers? Lin Fei thought for a moment. It was more suitable to use one word to describe it, and that was soldier. Other than soldier, Lin Fei didn't know what else to use to describe it. Yes, each blueprint needs to be purchased by the source units. During production, as long as the materials on the blueprint are matched, it can be produced. At that time, I only need to inject destiny energy to activate it. How simple. After looking at the price of the blueprints, Lin Fei couldn't help but say, so shady. The production blueprints of the flying numb worm required 500,000 source units. As for the production blueprints of the puppet worm, it was a terrifying 1 million source units. As for the others, even the cheapest ones required 100,000 source units. No wonder I didn't activate it before. I don't even have a single source units. Why should I activate it? Lin Fei sighed. He had painstakingly absorbed 9 source fruits and the source energy in the crater to obtain a total of 5 million source units. In comparison, source units were much more difficult to obtain than destiny energy units, and the conversion efficiency was not as high. 5 million units of origin energy was enough to make Lin Fei drink a pot of wine. Fortunately, I only need to buy the blueprints once. As for the materials, I can only rely on plundering. Lin Fei's mind spun quickly. Then, what kind of privilege mission do I need to complete to unlock the 2-star growth potential? Ding! Race privilege mission released. Players only need to accumulate 30 million source units, occupy a territory in the world of the 33 holy heavens, and hold on for a month to successfully complete the mission. Lin Fei blinked. That doesn't seem too difficult. Although this was what he thought, Lin Fei knew that if he went to the world of the 33 holy heavens, those people would definitely not let him occupy a territory. They would think of ways to deal with him. This was a matter for the future. Lin Fei quickly put it down. After all, he hadn't reached that step yet. There's no time limit for the mission, right? No. Chapter 22:16. Mysterious Sky World. Everyone was hiding. Especially in Invincible City, it was bustling with people and carriages. There were people in all kinds of clothes. Everyone's goal was the same. Before getting rid of Tian, everyone could only put down their noble identities and come to Invincible Palace personally. Just like that, they waited for 5 days. In 5 days, almost all the forces had come and gathered in Invincible City. However, in 5 days, no matter who went to visit, the result was the same. Emperor Tian seemed to have disappeared. There was no trace of him at all. Even more so, no one would use their divine sense to investigate. No one in Invincible City could look down on the curse masters, as well as the sword slaves and saber slaves. Once they got angry, they could definitely bite off a big piece of meat from everyone. After that, they would not be able to say anything. On the 6th day, outside the temporary courtyard of Sky Demon Palace, there was a hurried knock on the door. When the Sky Demon Palace disciple returned, he held an invitation in his hand. Who sent it? The Sky Demon Rainbow came too. The people from Invincible Palace sent it. Elder Chen who took it and opened it personally. He glanced at the contents. Interesting, His Majesty Tian has finally come out. The Sky Demon Rainbow took it too. Elder Chen, Tian has disappeared for 5 days. Could it be that he can't stand the pressure? Although she said that, the Sky Demon Rainbow felt empty and helpless. Tian could not be that kind of person. Chen Hu smiled. Whether he can't stand the pressure or not, since he invited us, we have to go over personally. We can see what His Majesty Tian is up to. That guy Tian's invitation? He will personally receive us at Invincible Palace. Finally good news. We thought Tian was going to continue being a tortoise. One by one, the forces received the invitation in the morning. Everyone finally smiled. Everyone had expected this outcome. They did not believe that Tian could bear it. After all, everyone had a shocking force behind them. No force could be underestimated. Moreover, everyone was here now. Not to mention them, the top forces had also arranged for their successors to come. Any one of them could wipe out a first-rate force. The forces that Tian had on hand sounded pretty good, but if they were to reach the upper echelons, Di Tian couldn't even be put on the stage. Just one giant powerhouse would be able to easily knock him down from the clouds. It was a truly crushing method. The moment the invitation was sent out, everyone wanted to know how the Di Tian Immortal Emperor would resolve this great trouble. Dusk fell. Darkness enveloped the profound sky world. For the people of Invincible City, tonight was a good day. That Di Tian finally couldn't endure the pressure anymore. He would receive them in the main hall of the Invincible Palace. Many forces were secretly rolling up their sleeves. No matter what, they had to force Di Tian to hand over the origin fruit. If possible, they wouldn't mind forcing Di Tian to hand over the origin tree branch as well. Old Fong, long time no see. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, right? Your strength has increased by a level. Congratulations. You're here too. At the entrance of the Invincible Palace, wave after wave of people appeared one after another. This was a rare sight in the world of the 33 holy heavens, but it was happening at the entrance of the Invincible Palace. Among them, there were some familiar faces. There were also some old opponents. But at this moment, everyone had a tacit understanding. They all had smiles on their faces as if they were really old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. The spell mages are used to restrict the air, the saber slaves and sword slaves are used to attack. What a great combination. I wonder how the people of the Spell Palace will look when they see this scene. Everyone filed into the main hall of the Invincible Palace. The first thing they saw was the fully armed spell mages. They were all spell mages, lined up on the left and right, occupying all the entrances of the Invincible Palace. It was a spectacular scene. Other than them, there were also the saber slaves and sword slaves. They were also armed to the teeth and filled with killing intent. It was very shocking. Everyone, look, the weapons on the waists of those saber slaves. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. That's the branch of the origin tree. There's no mistaking it. If only one person exclaimed, it might be a coincidence. But when everyone else exclaimed, their eyes lit up. None of them could remain calm. They noticed this detail. Di Tian actually used the branch of the origin tree to refine a weapon. This is unbelievable. The demonic rainbow exclaimed, could it be that he's also a blacksmith grandmaster? The branch of the origin tree was a supreme peerless material. Everyone had at most heard about the origin of the origin tree. No one had ever seen it being refined into a weapon. Elder Chen, I wonder what grade the weapon refined from this material will be. Will it be at the level of a magnate? The people of the Sky Demon Palace looked at Shenhu. Shenhu's gaze was solemn. Even if it's not a magnate, it will be infinitely close to it. With such a weapon, Di Tian will be even more difficult to deal with. He won't even need to kill a half-step magnate himself. A weapon infinitely close to the level of a magnate. On the other side, the people of the Spell Palace could not shift their gazes away. Their gazes were also on the branch of the origin tree. With their eyesight, they could naturally identify it. There's also the spell mage. The scepter in his hand seems to be made from the branch of the origin tree. Cursed Thunder was unusually excited and agitated. Third uncle, what do you think? Cursed Thunder asked a middle-aged man in a gray robe beside him. What a genius. Cursed Wufei narrowed his eyes. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The casting of our spells requires time. If I'm not wrong, Great Emperor Di Tian created a weapon that can assist in the casting of spells. It might even be able to assist in increasing the power of spells. The spells of the Spell Palace could not be ranked among the top 10 techniques, but they were infinitely close to it. Unfortunately, their inheritance was incomplete. There were some flaws in certain aspects, such as the time needed to cast spells. To an expert, the time needed to cast spells was of great importance. If Great Emperor Di Tian could overcome this problem, it would definitely be good news for the Spell Palace. Young master, this time, we must contact Di Tian no matter what. Cursed Wufei stared at the weapon on the spell mage. This concerns the future of the Spell Palace. Cursed Thunder nodded heavily. Everything is for the spell palace. The other forces were similarly dumbfounded. Just when everyone was trying to threaten Tian, he had quietly created a weapon that was infinitely close to the level of a magnate, giving them a visual shock. Previously, they were still relying on their background and did not take Tian seriously, trying to be arrogant and despotic in the mysterious sky world. However, after seeing the equipment innovation of the spell mage and the sword and sword slaves, they realized that Great Emperor Tian was getting more and more difficult to deal with. At least in the lower realm, no one could do anything to Tian. Chapter 22:17. Hee, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant and despotic. In my territory, you can only sit there. Using the origin tree's branch to forge a weapon was naturally Lin Fei's method. If he did not shock them, Lin Fei did not believe that they would be well behaved. At the very least, they would be well behaved, unless they were willing to stay in the mysterious sky world. The refinement of the origin tree branch was not a complicated matter. With the system's analysis and the use of origin energy, it was easy to refine. The blade slave and sword slave's weapons were collectively known as sharpness. After forging, the quality of this weapon would increase exponentially, infinitely close to the magnate grade. Even if they encountered a half-step magnate, with a weapon like sharpness, they would only need 10 soldiers to kill the other party. If it was before, they would need hundreds or thousands of soldiers to kill a half-step magnate. The cursed sorcerer's weapon was named Curse Scepter by Lin Fei. It was a very cliché name. Lin Fei did not know how to name it, so he casually gave it a name. With the Curse Scepter, the cursed sorcerer's casting speed increased by 2/3. At the same time, with the support of the origin tree, the power increased by more than 2 times. Lin Fei had personally tested all of these and obtained perfect data. Your Majesty, everything has been arranged. The Supreme Devil Emperor came in and said respectfully. Lin Fei smiled. It's time to meet these guys. Your Majesty Tian has arrived. Just as everyone's eyes were on the origin tree branch to forge a weapon. Zhong Zhang's loud and clear voice reverberated in the hall. Everyone could not help but retract their gaze. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Fei walked out unhurriedly. This was not the first time they had seen Tian, but they were still shocked. Damn it, he's too young. To be able to achieve this at this age, there were not many prodigies in the 33 sacred heavens. At least, this Tian made them feel helpless. This Majesty is so young. Too young. Unimaginable. Many people started discussing softly. Tian's name spread very quickly in the world of the 33 holy heavens, but not many people had actually seen him. Lin Fei came to the front desk. This place had already been set up. I am young. What can you do? Lin Fei was in a good mood. On the stage, Lin Fei faced the crowd and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Come and participate in our banquet. We believe that everyone will return from tonight's banquet with a full load." There were also some people who cursed silently. Your Majesty Tian, aren't you going to give us an explanation for taking the origin fruit for yourself? There was a cacophony of noises. Came from the crowd. So it's the Ghouls sect that suffered heavy losses that day. There's going to be a good show. Everyone looked over, and they knew who was targeting Tian. The Ghouls sect was a first-class sect. Everyone knew that they had suffered heavy losses in the last fight for the origin fruit. Your Majesty Tian, don't you think it's too unsightly? The origin fruit is a rare fruit of heaven and earth. We have nothing to say about you taking one for yourself, but you took all 9 origin fruits in one go, and even chopped off the branch of the origin tree. What's the meaning of this? The person from the Ghouls sect was a half-step giant, and his name was Ghostly. Ghostly was tit for tat, and he said one sentence after another. We need an explanation. Ghostly threw out another sentence. Explanation. Lin Fei had long expected that the banquet wouldn't be peaceful. Someone would definitely cause trouble, and it would come earlier than expected. I'll give you 2 words, retard. Ghostly's expression was ferocious, and he was furious. Lin Fei didn't care. This was his territory. Would it be his turn to be fierce? If you dare to say another word, I don't mind slaughtering everyone from the ghoul's sect. It was a voice that was neither soft nor loud. But everyone could feel Di Tian's killing intent. That was a very domineering killing intent. Undisguised killing intent. Ghostly instantly became angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. Now, who has anything to say? Lin Fei said indifferently. Don't be nervous, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. No one took his words seriously. If Di Tian wasn't bloodthirsty, who would cause the 33 holy heavens to be littered with corpses with just a word? Everyone snorted. No one dared to say anything. Your Majesty Di Tian, I really want to know, the theme of the banquet you invited us to, can you explain it to us? In the crowd, a familiar person stood out. Demonic raiment. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, this matter is very simple. Ever since I picked the origin fruit, I wanted to eat it in one go to increase my strength. But after thinking about it, I felt that it wasn't right. The origin fruit is a rare fruit of heaven and earth, and it's extremely rare. I thought in my heart, such a rare fruit, rather than eating it alone, it's better to share it with everyone. So, I hosted tonight's banquet, and prepared to auction the 9 origin fruits. The highest bidder will get it. At the start, everyone didn't take Di Tian's words seriously, but when they heard the latter part, everyone revealed a look of disbelief. Auction the origin fruit. This was definitely the most unbelievable thing they had ever heard. It was as if the sun rose from the west. Your Majesty Di Tian, you. Is this true? Someone asked excitedly. Lin Fei let out a long sigh. 9 origin fruits, one is a blessing. I got 9 in one go, and I feel that I don't have the blessing to enjoy it. Rather than wasting it, why not let others have it, and let everyone bid for the origin fruit? Young master, our chance is here. Cursed Thunder was stunned, and then he became unusually excited. They came to the Invincible Palace for the origin fruit. The most important thing was to obtain high-level curse techniques to strengthen the curse palace. The origin fruit wasn't the main point. If there was a chance, they wouldn't mind getting it back. In the past few days, they had studied Di Tian, and they felt that pressuring him wasn't a good idea. No one had expected Di Tian to say something like that. Third uncle, could there be a conspiracy in this? Cursed Thunder asked third uncle, Cursed Wu Fa, how could he be so kind as to auction the origin fruit? It shouldn't be. With Di Tian's strength, no one would have thought of such an outcome. Naturally, it made people suspicious. Cursed Wu Fa shook his head. Young master, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Whether the origin fruit is good or bad, as long as we take it out, it will be clear. I don't believe that he can deceive everyone here. Cursed Thunder's doubts dissipated a lot. If it's true, perhaps this is our chance. Elder Chen, do you think Di Tian would be so kind? The demonic rainbow, who asked the question, originally wanted to give Di Tian a blow, but she didn't expect it to turn out like this. The demonic rainbow instinctively refused to believe Di Tian's words. This guy is full of evil tricks. Chapter 22:18. Everyone present would be puzzled. Would Di Tian be so kind? There was no guarantee that there was no conspiracy. The possibility of this was very high. Lin Fei naturally saw everyone's gaze. He clapped his hands. Come in. 2 groups of saber slave guards and maids carried in a plate. The plate was covered with a black cloth and reinforced with a seal. Could it be? Someone guessed. Everyone's breathing quickened. It was very likely to be the origin fruit. No one dared to make a move. The cursed sorcerer with the staff would definitely be able to stop them immediately. Moreover, there was a terrifying Di Tian. No one knew what realm His Majesty Di Tian was at. Everyone, don't miss it. Lin Fei was proud. Hee, no matter how you guess, you will still be fooled in the end. The seal was opened, and the black cloth was removed. Origin energy was released from the origin fruit, spreading throughout the Invincible Palace's main hall. It's the origin fruit. It's really the origin fruit. I can't believe it. This is the aura of the origin energy. It can't be fake. Everyone was excited. The 9 origin fruits were neatly arranged on the plate. It's actually real. Saint Shenhao was also dumbfounded. He actually didn't eat it. What kind of medicine is Di Tian trying to sell? Seeing the origin fruit, everyone was stunned for a moment. They could not believe that this was real. That was an origin fruit. Even Shenhao did not believe that he could control it. If he ate one, his strength would skyrocket. Elder, quickly take a look. Is it the origin fruit? Third uncle, our chance is here. Curse Lei could not believe it was real. This was absolutely unimaginable. Curse Wu Fei was also greatly shocked. This should be real. The origin energy on it cannot be replicated by anyone. It's just that I wonder if His Majesty Di Tian is able to do so. I wonder what His Majesty Di Tian is thinking. Curse Wu Fei could not think too much. Third uncle, no matter what, even if we have to pay a high price. We have to get an origin fruit back. Our curse palace needs the origin fruit. Curse Wu Fei said solemnly. My words have always carried enormous weight. I wonder if anyone has any objections. Lin Fei said with a smile. Your Majesty Di Tian, we have no objections. What a good person. We are willing to bid for the origin fruit. Your Majesty Di Tian, may I ask about the auction of the origin fruits? I don't know when it will start. The avatars present were able to determine the truth in the shortest amount of time. Everyone agreed that the origin fruit was real. It was genuine. There was no doubt. Now, it was their turn to feel urgent. If those top powers knew about this auction, they would definitely not miss this opportunity to bid. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, as for the origin fruits auction, this emperor has decided to set it for 3 days from now. Furthermore, this emperor isn't interested in treasures and the like. Instead, I'm more interested in the various resources. This time, we will be auctioning resources. Don't worry, everyone, we will prepare a device that can identify the amount of resources. When the time comes, everyone can use this resource to bid. Resource auction? Everyone was at a loss. Based on what they were thinking, they believed that Di Tian would be moved as long as they took out expensive treasures. Lin Fei's words caught everyone off guard. There seemed to be a huge difference. Many people were delighted. If it was a competition of treasures, they might not be Di Tian's match, but if it was a competition of resources, that was different. They had a chance. The Great Thousand World. Resources are limitless. The higher the grade, the more resource points you can exchange for. This emperor has specially divided the resources. Everyone, we can bring them back to study. Lists fell into everyone's hands. Every list was very detailed, covering all the resources in the Great Thousand World. Even some unpopular resources were taken out. The entire banquet didn't last long. Everyone left the Invincible Palace excitedly. We only have 3 days. We must report the news immediately. Who's afraid of who when it comes to resources? Coming out of the Invincible Palace, everyone's smiles disappeared as they returned to their temporary lodgings. In less than an hour, the entire 33 Sage Heavens was in an uproar. None of the major powers had expected that Di Tian would auction the origin fruit. Everyone was momentarily puzzled. There was actually someone who was willing to take something out for auction. What exactly was Di Tian after? No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't think of an answer. Immediately give the order to collect all kinds of resources. The major powers started to move. The originally cheap resources and materials all rose in price. This allowed the small powers to earn a small sum of money. Master, are you planning to promote the use of energy units? After everyone left, Lin Fei sat on the throne and crossed his legs. Why not? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Not a single world in the 33 Sage Heavens is simple. To control the entire 33 Sage Heavens, other than a sea of people and an army, I need something else. I believe that when that time comes, after enjoying the benefits of the energy units, the entire market economy will be in my hands. The 33 Sage Heavens was different from any other world. They were too powerful. Other than martial arts, Lin Fei also needed support. The thing that could support him was the energy units. Lin Fei planned to promote the sword and saber slaves. He believed that he wouldn't miss out on any power. The energy units weren't something they could replicate. They needed special tools. Although it would bring about great changes, Lin Fei believed that he could control it. In terms of technology, no one in the 33 Sage Heavens could match his system. Master, there are people outside who want to see His Majesty. They say they are from the Cursed Palace. The Supreme Devil Emperor was becoming more and more responsible as a housekeeper. All right, bring them in. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the people from the Cursed Palace came to visit. If the people from the Cursed Palace didn't come, wouldn't he have rejoiced for nothing? Under the Supreme Devil Emperor's lead, Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wufa came to the main hall. Your Majesty D. Tian, sorry to disturb you. Please don't take offense. Cursed Thunder put away his arrogant attitude and cupped his hands. We were forced to. Lin Fei chuckled. Men, give them a seat of honor. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wufa heaved a sigh of relief. As long as His Majesty D. Tian isn't angry, we can continue our discussion. While everyone left, the two of them came back. They knew that if they didn't come now, they probably wouldn't have the chance to see His Majesty D. Tian. Both of you are the upper echelons of the Cursed Palace. I wonder what you have to say. Why don't you just say it? I'm easy to talk to. Lin Fei looked at the two of them. Chapter 22:19. Your Majesty D. Tian, I am the young master of the Cursed Palace, Cursed Thunder. I represent my father and the Cursed Palace to make a deal with Your Majesty D. Tian. When Cursed Thunder came, his father had told him about this mission in detail. No matter what, he had to complete it. Cursed Thunder kept his thoughts to himself as he was in D. Tian's territory. The mission was more important. So, it's young Master Cursed. Lin Fei already knew his identity. Under the little devil's supervision, everything was under his control. He just did not say it out loud and pretended not to know. Then, what kind of deal would young Master Cursed want? Cursed Thunder had no choice but to reveal his identity. Only then would he have some confidence. Although D. Tian did not say anything, Cursed Thunder felt pressured in front of D. Tian. It was an aura that belonged to an emperor, and it made him uncomfortable. My father once said that Your Majesty D. Tian and the Cursed Palace are related. You can say that we were one family a few thousand years ago. Cursed Thunder did not blush. He had to pull some strings. Now, the Cursed Palace is having a hard time in the upper realm. My father heard that Your Majesty has advanced versions of curse techniques, and he wants to get some from Your Majesty. The Cursed Palace is willing to accept any conditions that Your Majesty has. Cursed Thunder was serious. He was just short of being eloquent. Lin Fei was amused. This Cursed Thunder really knew how to brag. He was just secretly learning your curse techniques and using the system to upgrade them. You guys, on the other hand, are talking about our origins? Oh, I see. Lin Fei dragged his voice. Well, if it was someone else, I would definitely reject it. However, you guys are from the Cursed Palace. Just like what you said, I do have a connection with the Cursed Palace. The Cursed Palace was a first-rate force in the world of the 33 Holy Heavens. It was only one step away from becoming a top-tier force. Lin Fei would not let go of the chance to disrupt the world of the 33 Holy Heavens. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wufa were elated. You want advanced curse techniques? I do have them with me. They are 2 to 3 times more powerful than normal curse techniques. Lin Fei continued. It's not that I can't sell it to you, but I don't know if you can accept the conditions I set out. First, I need a large amount of resources. I need a large amount of resources. I only need resources for every curse technique. I don't need anything else. Lin Fei didn't offer any special conditions. What if he scared them away? As long as the people from the Cursed Palace came, Lin Fei would just have to plunder some resources. In any case, this technique was nothing. The system was constantly calculating it. So easy. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Lawless were ready to demand an exorbitant price. Who would have thought that Di Tian would not be so harsh? It was just gathering resources and materials. In the eyes of the Cursed Palace, it was not very difficult. All they needed was some time. We are willing. The two of them agreed without hesitation. Where else could he find such a good opportunity? As long as he could bring back the advanced curse art, the Cursed Palace's strength would definitely increase by a large margin in a short period of time. The two of them also felt that Di Tian was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Once they have mastered high-level incantations, I will sell them saber and sword slaves. I believe they won't let it go. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Cursed Palace was rich, and he was prepared to take a big bite out of them. High-level curses were the first step. The second step was to promote equipment and curse mages. No matter which one it was, Lin Fei believed that they would not let it go. He would be able to obtain an endless amount of resources from the Cursed Palace, and they would not be the slightest bit annoyed. In fact, they would even cooperate wholeheartedly. Little devil, have you memorized the scene just now? Lin Fei smiled. Master is so bad. If news of what happened tonight gets out, I'm afraid the people in the 33 sacred heavens will have their own ideas. Lin Fei smiled. The Cursed Palace is infinitely close to a top-tier faction. No matter what, we have to push it so that we can attract the firepower. Third uncle, let's do it this way. Cursed Thunder returned to his temporary residence. He still felt like he was dreaming. It was done. It seemed too easy. Do you think there's a trap? Cursed Thunder had a feeling that Di Tian was not that kind. Cursed Lawless didn't think too much. Young master, no matter what Di Tian's motive is, we don't have to worry. You have forgotten something important. Our base is above. What about Di Tian? Cursed Lawless patted the young master's shoulder. Cursed Thunder's eyes lit up. I really forgot about this. Di Tian isn't in the same place as us. When the time comes, even if he wants to do something, he won't be able to do anything. If we can complete this transaction, let's see if we can exchange for those sword and saber slaves from Di Tian. Our Cursed Palace needs them too. In the Invincible Palace, the two didn't ask about this. They also didn't ask about the origin fruit. They were really worried that they would be rejected. 3 peaceful days passed. However, the 33 sacred heavens was buying resources and materials everywhere. Some half-step magnates even personally went to collect materials. Everyone worked hard and prepared to fight for the origin fruit. In the space of Mountain God Emperor, Lin Fei withdrew the patrolling team and arranged for them to guard near the crater. This was also to tell those people that as long as they didn't go near the crater, everyone would be fine. Those people seemed to have forgotten about the crater. No one went near it. Once they entered the space of Mountain God Emperor, they immediately headed to the mysterious sky world. Once again, the sun rose. Invincible City welcomed a new day. Today was the day of the auction. Everyone was excited. At the same time, the clones of the magnates personally arrived. All of them had a high status in the sect and could make decisions. Who could sit still when they heard that the origin fruit was being auctioned? They were also very surprised that resources and materials could be exchanged for energy units. They couldn't understand what the energy units were used for. Some of the more agile people seemed to have realized that this had something to do with the defense towers outside the Invincible Palace. Guesses were just guesses. No one understood it for now. The auction was held at the World Commerce Hall. The entrance of the World Commerce Hall was very lively. The people from Sky Devil Palace are here. The saint from the 5th Sacred Heaven is here. The black golden fire from Xiaoyao Mountain is here. One by one, the forces arrived. The people who were previously in charge were now in second place. Someone else came to replace them and take full responsibility for today's auction. No one wanted to lose the chance to fight for it. Anyway, it was resources. No matter how much they had to pay, they didn't need to worry. Compared to an origin fruit, resources were nothing. This was a heavenly fruit that could create a magnate expert. In the auction hall, everyone saw what the energy units were. There was a piece of mechanical equipment here. To these magnates, this was the first time they had seen such a strange machine. Even with their divine senses, they couldn't see anything special about it. A spell sorcerer explained. This is an energy unit exchange device made by His Majesty. Everyone just needs to put in resources and you can exchange them for energy units. At the same time, you can store them on the black gold card. Everyone understood very quickly. After exchanging, there would be a black gold card with energy units on it. It wouldn't be troublesome when trading. Chapter 22:20. Black gold card. The first thing that Lin Fei was going to promote. The equipment in the hall was also specially exchanged. Lin Fei did not have to worry about spending ordinary energy units. This equipment was very cheap, and its technical structure was very mysterious. Is he asking us to exchange for the resources we have? Everyone came back to their senses and gave a thumbs up in their hearts. This Tian was really not simple. How do we exchange? I want to try. The exchange of energy points was very interesting. They also wanted to see it. Immediately, an incantation sorcerer came to explain, this is the entrance. As long as you put in the storage ring with resources, this machine will automatically scan it and store it in the black gold card. Interesting. The first black gold card made the giant's eyes lit up. Good stuff. It's really strange. I can't tell what material it is made of with my divine sense. The black gold card was completely black. On the surface of the card, there was a name printed. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, such a simple black gold card directly shocked the giant. He could not tell what the black gold card was, and it was very difficult for him to accept it. The advantage of the black gold card is that it not only allows everyone to easily carry resources, but also allows you to buy a series of products from Invincible Palace. The incantation sorcerer continued to explain. The words products from Invincible Palace attracted everyone's attention again. Everyone knew about Tian's mysteriousness. One of the giant's avatars suddenly asked, I really want to know, does the Invincible Palace's series of products include incantation sorcerers? And blade slave warriors? What a crafty way to say it. Oh yes, does it include the weapons of the incantation sorcerers for sale? The spells of the incantation palace. Can it be sold as well? Even though they knew it was not possible. Everyone still wanted to test it. If it was really possible, they did not mind buying it back. The incantation sorcerer did not answer directly. Maybe, it's possible in the future. Possible in the future? The words of the incantation sorcerer exploded in the crowd like a heavy bomb. Since this is the first time everyone has recharged the black gold card. His Majesty said that everyone has come from afar. After the origin fruit is auctioned, he will bring everyone a benefit. As for what the benefit is, I can't tell you anything for now. The incantation mage pointed at the rows of machines. There's still some time before the auction starts. Everyone can take out the black gold card first. It's convenient for both you and me. Everyone, do as you wish. Elder Chen, do you think that the appearance of this black gold card has some hidden meaning? Heavenly Demon Wanda, the doppelganger of the Heavenly Demon Palace, asked Chen Hu. In the Heavenly Demon Palace. Anyone with the word Sky Demon in their name had a very noble status, equivalent to a member of the imperial family. Heavenly Demon Wanda was one of them. Uncle Wanda, I think the black gold card is very important. The Heavenly Devil Nikhang was the first to speak. Although I'm not too clear about the purpose behind the black gold card, I suggest that Uncle, it's best to top up a large amount of energy points on the black gold card. Perhaps, at that time, Di Tian will think that he's too weak. Ni Shang is the smartest. Heavenly Demon Wanda said with a smile. Let me see what tricks that Di Tian is playing. Everyone accepted the appearance of the black gold card. Far away on the other side, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. This is great, I only need to pay a small amount of energy points, and I've obtained a large amount of resources. The machine was connected to the system, and Lin Fei was able to check the situation. The energy points were produced by the little devil that Lin Fei had asked. He did not need to pay too many energy points for a matter of a few breaths. From today onwards, you will all like the black gold card, and you will also like the profound sky world. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei looked at the black gold card being produced one by one. Note down the top 10 forces that top up the black gold card. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. They are so awesome. As the host, I cannot disappoint them. I must give them some benefits. An hour later. In the auction hall. The people from the 33 ascended worlds were all sitting together. This time, Lin Fei did not specially arrange for private rooms, and everyone was treated equally. Thus, in the auction hall, there were many regions. From the position of each region, the smart people could tell that these forces were powerful, and they had the right to speak. Only the truly powerful forces would always occupy the front row, as well as the central position. Those who were not powerful would be lined up at the side. A sorcerer walked onto the auction stage with a smile on his face and said to everyone, I am today's auctioneer, and I am very happy to serve everyone. I will not waste any time, and immediately start today's auction. Let's welcome the origin fruit. The auctioneer clapped his hands, and 1 or 2 guards came up with a plate. Just like last time, the plate was covered with a black cloth, and there was a seal on it. Today's first origin fruit. The seal was undone, and the aura of the origin fruit rippled. Divine senses shrouded the origin fruit, and the auctioneer did not stop them, allowing them to examine it. The whole process lasted for more than 10 breaths. Everyone's eyes became eager. Because the origin fruit was real. It seems that everyone has no objections. Then, today we will start the first auction. The starting price of the first origin fruit is 100 million energy points, and the starting price is 10 million energy points. 100 million energy points. Everyone was not surprised. It was also the first time that they could use energy points to bid, and they secretly admired Di Tian for coming up with such a method. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone immediately called out a price, 100 million energy points. 110 million energy points, 150 million energy points. 350 million energy points. The competition for the first origin fruit was very intense, and the price reached 350 million energy points in a short time. This number was still rising. With the support of the perfect currency, everyone did not stop. The price of the first origin fruit quickly soared to 1 billion energy points. As it was the first time they came to auction the origin fruit, everyone brought a lot of resources with them. Therefore, everyone's black gold cards had more than 10 billion energy points. It broke 1 billion, hee hee. In the room, Lin Fei laughed even more happily. It seems that each origin fruit can be sold for 4 to 5 billion energy points. Lin Fei had already asked the little devil to analyze the price of the origin fruit. 6 billion going once. 6 billion going twice. 6 billion going thrice. Chapter 22-21. The first origin fruit was obtained by someone at a price of 6 billion energy points. The last time Zhan Wuming left, Lin Fei had obtained a list of forces from him. He had a better understanding of the forces on the list. For example, the Holy Ghost race was bidding for the first origin fruit. This was a very large force. It was a superclass force, barely comparable to the top forces. In addition, the Holy Ghost race had a large population. Even among the superclass forces, it was ranked at the top. Getting the origin fruit made them excited for a while. After the first origin fruit was auctioned, the second one started to become more and more intense. No matter who it was, they did not dare to wait any longer. As soon as everyone came up, the price broke through 1 billion energy points, then 2 billion, until it stopped at 5 billion energy points. This price was very high. As the origin fruits were auctioned off one by one, the price soared to 8 billion energy points. When the seventh origin fruit was auctioned off, it reached 10 billion energy points. The eighth origin fruit was auctioned off for 12 billion energy points. The last origin fruit was auctioned off for 17 billion energy points. Those who could last until the end were all masters of sacred sky. They were all rich and overbearing. They did not have any scruples and shouted crazily. The last origin fruit was auctioned off. The people present did not come back to their senses for a while. It ended just like that. Each of the 9 auctions was exciting. The origin fruit that they had been fighting for would finally be settled in such a way. No one would have thought that it would be so easy. If they had known that it would be so easy, they would not have needed to pay such a huge price. In the end, it was all for nothing. Congratulations to those who won the origin fruit. As for those who did not win, there is no need to be disappointed. There will be another chance next time. The auctioneer smiled. Next time? Those who did not win. They did not think that way. The auctioneer did not look at everyone's expression. He smiled again and said, His Majesty said that there will be benefits for everyone after today's auction. Now, it is time to reveal the benefits. Those who were disappointed were not very interested. Bring it up. The auctioneer clapped his hands. The guard brought the plate over again. The plate was still covered with a black cloth. After the black cloth was removed, an unknown object was placed on the plate. Everyone at the scene had a puzzled look in their eyes. What exactly was this thing? This is a product of our invincible palace, called the Army Destroyer Spear. The auctioneer held it in his hand. Everyone can use it as a defensive treasure. Do you see this? There's a groove here. As long as everyone inserts the black gold card, the Army Breaker Spear can be activated. For example, this. Bang! Everyone heard a piercing sound. A black light beam shot out from the muzzle of the Army Destroyer Spear. The speed of the light beam was extremely fast. Everyone's expression changed. What a sharp attack. There's no pause at all. The power seems to be at the God Emperor realm. While everyone was still guessing, the auctioneer did not stop. He fired again, and light beams shot out one after another. Smart people immediately realized that the broken army spear was not ordinary. Such concentrated attacks. Where did His Majesty D. Tian come from? He actually grasped such a technique. It's just a simple weapon. If its power is increased, or if there are more of them, they'll become much more powerful. It's enough to build an army. I must get my hands on this weapon. The auctioneer put down the Army Destroyer Spear. As long as the black gold card has enough energy points, this type of weapon can attack without limit. The auctioneer's words. Once again, everyone was in an uproar. Although everyone had guessed this possibility, now that the auctioneer said it personally, the meaning was completely different. His Majesty said that everyone has come from afar and doesn't have anything good to give. Therefore, he decided that everyone here can get an Army Destroyer Spear. Everyone can get one? Many people were extremely excited. They had seen such a weapon before. There was no limit, no need for anything. It was simply too amazing. Other than the Army Destroyer Spear, those who don't have a black gold card can get a one-time use ability card made by His Majesty. I believe that people will come knocking on our door soon. This Army Destroyer Spear was specially made by Lin Fei. He wanted to build an army, and he needed a huge amount of resources. Where could he get them from? It was undoubtedly the 33 sacred heavens. Although the origin fruit would be found out sooner or later, they wouldn't say anything without evidence. However, it was inevitable that they would bear grudges. The amount of origin energy that an origin fruit could absorb could be counted on one's fingers. Once Lin Fei reached the top, those superpowers would definitely not let him off. Since that was the case, he had to think of another way. For example, asking them to beg him. The army destroyer spear was just one of them. The auction of the origin fruit ended. Everyone left one after another. But to everyone, today was definitely a shocking day. Not to mention the origin fruit, just the appearance of the army destroyer spear was extremely shocking. Although its power was only at the middle stage God Emperor level, to some of the smaller superpowers, it was definitely a good defensive item. It was much better than having an expert by their side. If Di Tian had this level of weapon, then what about a combat emperor? Many people were tempted. Night fell. Curse Wu Fa and Curse Lei entered the invincible palace again. After confirming that they could exchange for the strengthened curse technique, they immediately took action. The entire curse palace was also activated, going all out to obtain the origin fruit. In the fight for the origin fruit, the curse palace didn't get the origin fruit. The competition was too intense. Between the origin fruit and the strengthened curse technique, they chose the latter. It wasn't that their curse palace didn't have any giant experts. Once they obtained the strengthened curse technique, the combat power of the giant experts would increase by a huge margin, at least 1 or 2 times. That was terrifying. In the giant realm, it was extremely difficult to increase one's combat power every time. Now that they could increase their combat power by 1 or 2 times, any giant would know what to choose. Your Majesty, we have brought the items. Curse Lei took out a storage ring. The quality of the storage ring was extremely high. Only then could it contain a large amount of resources. You guys are quite fast. Lin Fei smiled. You guys have brought the resources. This emperor is a man of his words. I don't know which curse technique you guys want. You guys can take out a list. They had long prepared it. It's ready. Your Majesty, please take a look. Immediately, a subordinate brought the list over. Lin Fei glanced through it and thought, the curse palace's appetite is quite big. On the list, there were some powerful curse techniques. For example, familiar curse technique paralysis, curse technique great prophecy technique, curse technique corrosion technique, etc. Lin Fei wouldn't satisfy the curse palace in one go. This wasn't a one-off deal. There are too many curse techniques on this list. Moreover, some of the curse techniques are not something that can be obtained with these resources. Lin Fei made a few strokes on the list, removed some of the curse techniques, and returned it to Curse Lei and the rest. Chapter 22-22. After some discussion, Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wu Fa chose 6 types of enhanced curse techniques. Their goal was to exchange for enhanced curse techniques. If they couldn't fight for the quantity, they would choose suitable ones for the curse palace. They were very satisfied with the 6 enhanced curse techniques. Although they really wanted to use all the curse techniques that Di Tian had, it was a pity that just 6 enhanced curse techniques had almost exhausted all the resources that they had brought. There was nothing they could do about it. The transaction was completed. Cursed Thunder made a presumptuous request. Your Majesty Di Tian, we, the Curse Palace, would like to buy the sword slaves and saber slaves from your Majesty. I don't know if it's possible. I also know that this is presumptuous, but I hope that your Majesty will not take offense. Almost everyone in the Curse Palace was a curse mage. There were not many martial artists, especially those who had reached the War Emperor realm. There were very few of them. Cursed Thunder braced himself and asked this question. Lin Fei had already expected young Master Cursed Thunder to ask about this. Oh, you guys are interested? Yes, of course we are interested. Cursed Thunder almost blurted out, but he held it in. Yes, we are interested in this. If your Curse Palace is interested, a sword slave and a saber slave, each at a discount of 100 million energy points. Lin Fei smiled. I can even sell the curse mages to you, each at a discount of 1 billion energy points. Cursed Thunder left with satisfaction. They found out that this Di Tian was omnipotent. Enhanced curse techniques, sword slaves, saber slaves, and even curse mages could make a move. They couldn't wait to send the news back. Master is so sinister. After they left, the little devil said, "You have given them a huge pie. 100 million energy points for a sword slave and 1 billion curse mages. When they receive the news, they will definitely not be able to sit still." Lin Fei smiled. "Actually, I have only opened the door to their desires and ambitions. I believe that the Curse Palace's ambitions will expand rapidly after they obtain a large number of war emperors. I am really looking forward to that day. This is really unbelievable." Curse Palace, in a secret chamber. Cursed Wu Fei brought back the enhanced curse technique and quickly mastered it. All the powerhouses present had the same expression. They were shocked by the power of the enhanced curse technique. "It's too scary. Its power has increased by 2 times. I didn't expect that spells could be cast in such a manner. It's even faster than the previous spells. I am looking forward to the spell master scepter in Di Tian's hands even more." After the tycoons mastered enhanced curse, their eyes lit up. This trip was too worthwhile. Curse Wu Fei was also very proud of himself. He gestured for everyone to calm down. "Other than that, Di Tian has allowed us to purchase War Emperor level sword slaves, and even curse mages. Although the price is not cheap, I feel that the Curse Palace should purchase a batch of them as our secret weapons." Chu Huan, the palace master, had a smile on his face. He never thought that he could bring back good news. "I really don't know why Di Tian can only buy them with energy points. Doesn't that mean we have to keep looking for resources?" Chu Huan coughed lightly. Everyone quietened down. "No matter why Di Tian wants energy points, it has nothing to do with us. Isn't it just resources? It's not like we don't have them. Our next mission is to build a good relationship with Di Tian and strive to exchange for a large number of War Emperor rankers." Chu Huan did not have a one-man rule. Everyone agreed with the palace master's words. "Next, let's discuss the small details. Elder, we are really going to visit Di Tian." After the auction ended, the forces that obtained the origin fruit immediately escorted the origin fruit away. In the profound sky world and even in the mountain of God Emperor, they were not worried. Along the way, they were all escorted by Di Tian. Facing the densely packed War Emperor rankers and curse mages, no one dared to come out and court death. In the temporary residence of the Sky Demon Palace, the Sky Demon Nikhang was very surprised that the elders would make such a decision. She really did not like that Di Tian. This guy was a bastard. No matter what, she was still a beauty. How could he take her captive time and time again? Sky Demon Wanda laughed. "Last night, our spies received a piece of news. After we left, the Curse Palace's young masters, Curse Thunder and Curse, were unable to visit Di Tian. When they came out, they were in a very good mood. According to the analysis, Curse Thunder and the rest should have reached an agreement with Di Tian." The Sky Demon Nikhang frowned slightly. "What does this have to do with us?" "You don't understand. Di Tian relied on his subordinates to successfully occupy a place. At least in the lower realm, no one can shake Di Tian's position, not even me." Every time Sky Demon Wanda thought of this, he felt helpless. A dignified giant could not do anything to a junior. The Curse Palace is now a top-tier force, only a step away from becoming a top-tier force. "Tell me, if the Curse Palace obtains stronger curse techniques from Di Tian, with the help of curse mages, what do you think the Curse Palace will do?" In the room, the expressions of a few elders became solemn. It is rumored that the Curse Palace's palace master is extremely ambitious. He has a great ambition, to bring the Curse Palace to greater heights. The Sky Demon Nikhang blurted out, "If they obtain Di Tian's help, the Curse Palace's strength will increase rapidly. With the strange attacks of the curse techniques, the Curse Palace will rise rapidly and affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens." Sky Demon Wanda nodded. "That's right, the moment the Curse Palace cooperates with Di Tian, the Curse Palace will affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. He can't be that powerful." The sky demon Nikhang also began to doubt, not daring to confirm it. A person could affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. Ordinary people would not dare to believe it. If it was in the past, the sky demon Nikhang would definitely scoff. But now, she was facing Di Tian, a man full of secrets. Even you are not sure yourself. Sky demon Wanda laughed. We need to pay a visit to Di Tian. If the Curse Palace can cooperate with Di Tian, then our Sky Demon Palace can too. For example, the curse mages that he controls. The Curse Palace's private visit was not hidden from the crowd. Everyone had all sorts of suspicions and guesses. At the very least, they were sure of one thing. This young Emperor Di Tian had an unexplainable connection with the Curse Palace. Before everyone left, a piece of news spread from Invincible Palace. In half a year, Invincible Palace would be holding an auction. Holding an auction was not a rare thing. But this time, it was being held by Invincible Palace, and His Majesty Di Tian was standing behind it. At the same time, some related news spread. In half a year's time, Di Tian would be auctioning slave experts, such as saber slaves, sword slaves, and even curse mages. The forces in Invincible City were in an uproar. This was definitely a big matter. They had to report it. Chapter 22-23. The World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. Ever since the rise of Di Tian, the world of the 33 sacred heavens had never been peaceful. Again and again, His Majesty Di Tian caused a huge commotion. Everyone wanted to curse at Di Tian, "You bastard." Di Tian was asking for a beating. Until now, no one had really taught Di Tian a lesson. They would grit their teeth at the mention of his name. Luckily, Di Tian did something good this time. He was auctioning the origin fruit. He's back. World of the 33 Sacred Heavens, Fifth World, Sacred Heavenly Sect. On this day, all the powerful figures of the Sacred Heavenly Sect gathered, waiting for the return of the powerful figures. Near the tunnel, the elders of the Sacred Heavenly Sect sealed off the area. They were going to welcome the origin fruit. One origin fruit could create a powerful figure. The appearance of a powerful figure meant that the power of the sect would rise to a new level. When there were 10 powerful figures, the sect would become a superpower. The Sacred Heavenly Sect was already a superpower. They controlled the fifth world. There was even a sacred sky master in the sect who had broken through the powerful figure realm and stepped into the legendary unparalleled realm. When the clone of the powerful figures returned, the Sacred Heavenly Sect cheered. Even the sacred sky master came out personally. Thank you. Not at all. Contributing to the sect is not tiring at all. Sacred Heavenly Sect, in a secret chamber. The powerful figures of the sect gathered together, which was a rare sight. As expected of a fruit born from the essence of the barren world. This is unbelievable. The legends are true. The origin fruit possesses boundless energy. Anyone who refines it will be able to cultivate a powerful expert with just the medicinal effects of the origin fruit. The powerful figures all stared at the origin fruit. His Majesty Di Tian sure knows how to auction the origin fruit. Now, our Sacred Heavenly Sect has benefited. The Sacred Heavenly Sect Master was very happy. Soon, the sect would have one more powerful figure. Alright, let Tian Tu in. After obtaining the origin fruit, the powerful figures of the sect had a discussion. In the end, they would let one of the geniuses, Tian Tu, refine the origin fruit and step into the realm of a powerful figure. Not long after, a handsome and elegant young man walked in, neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes were bright. Disciple Tian Tu greets the elders. Tian Tu had good connections in the sect. The Titan elders all thought highly of Tian Tu, who was only a half-step Titan. How many people could resist a giant's attack head-on? Even if that giant was only an early-stage giant. Very few prodigies could achieve such results. Come, sit down. Tian Tu knew that he was the one to refine the origin fruit. After the great elder returned, Tian Tu had been looking forward to this day. When Tian Tu saw the origin fruit placed in the center, his gaze was drawn to it, not leaving it for a moment. "Little Tian, sit down and focus your mind." A soft shout echoed in Tian Tu's ears. Tian Tu came back to his senses. He immediately sat down cross-legged. The origin fruit contains powerful origin energy. You won't be able to refine it on your own, so we elders have decided to help you take another step forward. Heavenly Saint Sect Master stood up. We will guide the origin energy into your body. You only need to refine and store the origin energy. Once you have completely refined the origin energy, you will be able to break through to the realm of giant. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Alright, let's begin. The Heavenly Sacred Sect Master also wanted to see to what extent an origin fruit could elevate Tian Tuesday. The other great elders had the same thought. Rise. The origin fruit's seal was opened. The powerful origin energy began to flow out. Suppress. More than 10 great elders made their moves at the same time. The origin energy doesn't seem powerful. Heavenly Sacred Sect Master had a trace of doubt in his heart. This origin fruit didn't have much of a reaction. This was somewhat different from the records. However, he didn't think too much about it. They were very clear that the origin fruit was real. It was impossible for Di Tian to play any tricks in front of them. The only possibility was that the secret of the origin fruit wasn't as recorded. Traces of origin energy entered Tian Tu's body. As soon as Tian Tu merged with the origin energy, the destiny energy in his body became stronger, and its power was more than 2 times stronger than before. Elder. Disciple feels that my strength has increased by 1 or 2 times. Tian Tu couldn't suppress his excitement. Haha, it really is the origin fruit. According to the secret records, anyone who refines and fuses with the origin energy will have their strength increased infinitely. It seems to be true. Great, our heavenly sacred sect will soon have another invincible prodigy. Tian Tu's strength increased. Heavenly Sacred Sect Master was completely relieved. I really worried for nothing. More than 10 great elders were even more enthusiastic. Suppressing the origin fruit, guiding the origin energy into Tian Tu's body. No, it seems that the origin energy has decreased. I feel it too. What's going on? However, they didn't feel happy for long. The origin fruit gradually shrunk, and the origin energy that was released became traces. All the great elders were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. Heavenly Sacred Sect Master's divine sense surged, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Damn Di Tian, he actually picked the origin fruit early. The origin fruit in our hands isn't ripe at all, and the origin energy has been lost. Not ripe? At this moment, all the great elders were furious. Tian Tu, who was surrounded in the center, was also dumbfounded. I shouldn't be so unlucky. In the next second, Tian Tu was immediately enveloped by the great elder's anger. He suffocated, and his strong physical body seemed to be torn apart. Elders, quickly stop, disciple can't take it anymore. Tian Tu's face turned purple. The origin fruit was not ripe, and it also caused waves of roars in the hands of the other 8 forces. Not long after they absorbed it, the origin energy was gone. This was a huge blow to them. He spent such a huge price to get an unripe origin fruit. No one suspected that Di Tian had done anything to it. The power of the origin energy was definitely not something that a war emperor realm Di Tian could make a name for. They thought that Di Tian had plucked it before it matured. According to the secret records, only by plucking it at the moment it matured could the origin fruit's origin energy not be lost. Shameless Di Tian. F***ck, Di Tian deserves to die. He actually dares to trick us, dares to treat us as fat sheep. Curses filled the sky. The 9 powers hated Di Tian to death. He had suffered a loss, but he couldn't say it out loud. If word really got out, he would definitely become a big joke. The world of the 33 sacred heavens would soon have another big joke after tea. Helpless, everyone could only seal the news. This matter must not be spread out. As for the chosen heaven's pride, they could only be wronged for the time being. They announced to the outside world that they would go into closed-door cultivation and come out when everyone no longer paid attention to them. He couldn't afford to lose face. The 9 forces wanted to ask the other forces, but they were afraid that they would be seen through again. They had no choice but to put away this idea. Perhaps it was just that their luck was a little bad.